which is saying, just like if a coin was coming to Truma, he's Chayiv, he's saying Yishalayim. So sort of a coin who's an Avel does the Avodah, he should also be Chayiv, he should be Yishalayim. I'm going to Agba Rabba, the name of Kilo Kilo Yishma, Mal Havan, the Misa, Kama Miso, to say, yes, like again, by a coin who's coming to Truma, we'll just call it Truma. But again, this is coming coin with Truma, just like by Truma is Misa Yishalayim, so too again, owning should also be Misa Yishalayim, which might say once. The exhibit thing, the flow comes. First, the transition for a Cohen to do the other is exclusive. It's inferred. The fact that the Queen Double is not allowed to use the Mikvah has to serve within the state of Ayinos tells us that a regular Cohen can't serve the state. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that is going up with things. And there's a principle called Dana Habam and Cloud, Dani also the principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned about the difference itself cannot be part of the theory. So logically, it's saying is, yours you have to show you two explicit concepts, and you can go the difference. If one of those concepts is not explicit about it, or not by difference, you cannot use it for the zero shell. You just think, okay, Yoshi, next. I don't know if I can just get all this say that he's a violation of us. And the Rabbi, on the American Comer, the Pasuk says, the ball of Bakar has the most capital culture of Tehom, La'amod Yisharis. The Pasuk says that Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, La'amod, to stand and serve. What do you see from here? La'amid Bakar to the Lord Yisharis. It's after all the sacrifices of the temple one point during the Avodah, next. What happens if a blemish Kohen does the Avodah? Rabbi only, so Rabbi says, come say God's heart. It's allowed. That's another word. Nighttime, what's Rabbi's logic? What he said about Mum, the blemish Kohen does the Avodah. So, what's his logic? Say, Ach ala parochas lo yavo. The pasuk says, again, if the Kohen has a womb, he should not come to the parochas. And the rest of the pasuk is, the Lord Yichalel has mitzdoshim, again, he should not come to the Chilo, so the Gemara says, Yaleh Chol, Chilo B'Truma, you can hear Shabbat from Balmon to Truma, just like if there's manna among the reasons, just like by Truma. If you have a connection with Truma, it's kind of Shemayim, after the so if Balmon does the Avodah, he's also kind of so that's not the function. See, Shabbat Chilo from Truma to Balmon. Neighbor Chilo, yes, but remember it also says Chilo by Nosa. Nosa is a huge price. He's able to shove a between Balmon and Nosa, so just like Nosa is a huge price. So too Balmon is a huge price. When it says Mala, I love the price, I've kind of price. It's kind of a Truma Habib. It's more sense than I call for Truma than I know. So why? So Truma Habib, because remember again, the time denominator between Truma and Balmon is in both cases the zero for disqualified color. Right, Balmon is playing itself as a zero. In the case of Truma, you have hardly a Truma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical qualifications from physical disqualification. We know to have a little bit. We have no so why. Kodesh, Nim, Single, and again, has a lot of coming out. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, also can place inside of crush. And furthermore, again, it says, when Ozar, Ella, Nikamesh, Ella, Nikamesh, Shimish, Ella, Nikame, Ella, Nikame, Shimish, Sil Hagov, Sil Hagov, Kodesh, Nim, Adrab, you know some of the shipping Kodesh, they go to Nosar. Some of them, nice again, shipping less difference. Learn out from Nosar rather than from Ella, Nikame, Shimish, rather again, instead of that, we're going to we're going to learn how, ultimately, again, from Nikame, Shimish, going to his coming because the apple. This is more like that. Yeah, it's more and standard as well. So the Gemara says, "Only how many Jews come out? Sulagov, Nipsulagov." Which the Gemara says, Kodesh name Gigovenosar, we Kodesh Gigovenosar. Okay, so this is Rabbi's matter. Rabbi's matter ultimately again, different ways of learning out, different possibilities of learning it out, but the Lisa results in a few things. But not one. Okay, so remember, try to figure out the Baum does the apple. What is that? Rabbi says if you saw again a couple of different possibilities to it. Rabban on other cross, Bo, below the Baum. Rabban says the pasuk says Bo. Because it says it's not the point of the apple. It says ultimately again, this individual is high, so it's not a Baum. Okay, that's the logic. That's the logic. So you learn that. This is the middle. What about this? Also, step up on my focus again. My focus is not sorry. Point about move does the Aboda. So I wrote for a nice again. What this is I'll just tell you. That I'm not concentrating. Point about move does the Aboda. It is not in the place of this time. Again, is the last. Okay, next. This is the middle. What I teach is functional media. So what's the status here? Rabbi over the Nisa. Rabbi says there's a few Nisa that comes only to us for life. My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say the ultimate intention of people is Nisa? So Rabbi, oh, Gamar Chet seems to be true. The Shava of faith is just faith. Ultimately, by the people, it says faith by Shuma, Nam Havan, the makes it just like by Shuma. You're going to say all the pieces of Shuma are storing this coming just like by Shuma, there's a few reasons. I mean, after we saw so to over here, by this video, intentional video, the reasons I, Rabban, on the other say no. Say no, Rabban, Amr Krok, Bo, for Lober Mitzvah. Rabban say again, once again, when is there, and where is there? This is the Mitzvah. Rabbi, because ultimately, again, before you go to the head, come on. But when I say not, once again, I'm not asking like that. My book, that's the English one. I'm not talking about this. I'm not asking like this. Personally, it's not easy to find incredible. All right, so what's this back to the Zar Shishim for the remember they're going to say this was Shabbos is that night. So this is the end of the holiday days. Zar Shishim is the mikdash. Non-point intentionally, right? Serving this is the people of the Cheretz that come and do this. It says Cheretz tradition, and the come and say to me subdivision. Either way, not good, but all right. So again, my focus is to look at tradition. Kind of, Rabbi Shlomo. Never mind, guys, I call it Dumas. The never mind, I call it I find on this and Yomos. So what's this? Not over here, so it's not right, so the close to this. The one that says, guys, I call it Dumas. So this is talking about the non-queen of the then the mark of the second. What's the second? So I call it a Mishkan Hashem Yomos in Kamdu B'Kor. So again, this is actually talking about this Torah. But again, in any event, Mark quotes another passage, and it says, whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos will die. Malach Haron, just like by the second passage, it's talking about Yiddish, and it actually points out over here, Malach Haron, Rashi is very fucking close to this. Malach Haron, Yiddish, and the Messiah that I'm Yiddish, remember again, this is why you can't really take followers of Torah to kill so soon. Alright, so we were to go easily to Shemai. Interesting enough, the Shemai is making a clear show. It says by non-Torah, he does the Avodah Yamos, Bazara Karit, Yumas, and it says by Adas Korah, Kolakari, Hakore, the Mishkan Hashem, Yamos. They were also slaughtered. They were not fighting the Avodah. So they were killed. Mala Haran, just like by Korah, he did Shemai. So that after the Shemai, so to over here, it means he is. Therefore, I think this will be Shemot Naya, that if a non-Torah does the Avodah, it's so easy. I have a keyboard of this. Ne'amar kan b'azara Torah Yumas. The Ne'amar Lahamon, the Hagavi Hagu, also they have a Lomar, you must. So what's the issue? He makes a very different thing. It says by the Imam Shari that the ability you must, and it says by the Nabi. This is the false prophet. False prophet. These are individuals who try to go ahead and get bodies of worship on over. The prophet says you must by them as well. Therefore what? Just like by the Nabi, false prophet. After the skilo, just like the false prophet is killed with skilo, so too the Zar, which was the other, is also killed with skilo. But Yochanan ben Yehuda, when Yochanan ben Yehuda says, no, Mal Halan B'Chemes, After Yochanan ben Yehuda disagrees. In other words, this is true for the Yehuda about the death of the false prophet. When the Yehuda says skilo, the Yochanan ben Yehuda holds it's Chemes. But either way, what we're going through is we're going to say Shabbat, between false prophet, or right between the Nabi, between false prophet, and the non-claiming testament. So again, according to the Akiva, it's going to result in the punishment of Siva, and according to the Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of Siva. So he works in Chayim. I'm asking this to give us a show already. So first of all, the first methodology is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Shabbat of Hazar Kari Timas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah from Yisrael Shemayim, so too again, the Zar, the non-claiming does the others also from Yisrael Shemayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Skila, so the Zar is killed with Skila. Essentially, no matter what's the focus, when I come to the majority of Skila, what's the first 5 line on the bottom? They got to be Torah. Rabbi Akiva says that done in Yumas mean Yumas. Getting done in Yumas mean Yumas. Oh, Akiva says like this. Never if you make it clear Shabbat, let's do it right. How do you make it clear Shabbat? With 2 identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korah, by the followers of Korah, the Russian of the Pasuk is Yumas, not Yumas. So it's given to the word. Rabbi Shmuel says, running Egel and running Egel is nothing. So Rabbi Shmuel says, no, it's not Shabbos Zar, remember again, the only false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy is if someone is putting himself in the gathered apples of the guy. Therefore, the Shmuel will say, better for ordinary people from ordinary people. Zar, from the Torah, should not learn to Zar from the Nabi, which is the Akiva, given Shevir in the Fahegel. Akiva says, well, maybe the Nabi wants to come to but once he's not trying to reach idolatry, we know that Fahegel is no more ordinary person. Take a safety and a touchdown. Like this. So it's almost as if it's right here. You might as well know. I feel like the people of now, so now we understand we have a fundamental difference. Ultimately, between the short and now, but the false prophet himself is not focused. The Yochanan says, so what's going on here? The Gemara says, what's the not focus? The Gemara says, why don't Rabbi Yochanan Rabbi? The might not be Rabbi Yochanan, and it's a quote to Rabbi Shimon Rabbi. There are the not focus is the not focus. Rabbi Yochanan Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi. What's the not focus? That's the sign of Rabbi Shimon. Still. Another side of the portion of idolatry and the skills of skill. So I think ultimately is killed by skill. They have Rabbi Akiva's on record in the Mishnah saying that it's a key of commandments. Straight to it, not even going yet. This is not only for any two different canons. One canon is that Rabbi Akiva holds that the false prophet is high skill, and one of them said that Rabbi Akiva holds that it's high canon. Now, we see that the Shimon Rabbi Akiva writes that Rabbi Akiva. Our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Akiva. And the vice reflects the Rabbanon's view of Rabbi. So let's say, Allah Kalamaysa, how do we translate this last case over here? Last case, we ran not translate like the Chacham. There is a sound on the head that does the apple. What's like, Hajj Allah, people in our instruction, nice and tough. What's like, now we begin on the base, we got on the base, it's like new Mishnah. Okay, so now we are really doing this on a really hard action, through the different, through the various resources. Now the Mishnah says, these are the individuals who get counted. Now, what's already the spoke us for the Mishnah. Spoke us for the Mishnah. Neck, hands, and also the strength of the
Look who the fuck it is. Well, I wasn't expecting you for another, like... No, baby, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Who the fuck knows? Whatever time I fucking close my eyes. But I was just awaiting you to respond to my screenshot that Stop the Presses. It seems like William and Erica are still together, and that Casey Rocket hasn't left the show permanently. So they just removed Casey Rocket from the beginning, and Erica didn't want to be on the show anymore. Yeah, he said he had an inside connection to the personal situation, and then somebody said, okay, can you like elaborate? And he's like, no, I can't elaborate any further. So I take that to be absolute law of what the relationship status is of William. How you living, pal? All right. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the heads up. All right. What you like? You're normally up like super late, like 5 in the morning. You mean your hours will be more regulated? Okay. I find that hard to believe because the last time you were here, we were up to like 7. All right. So you ready to hear how Zoot did on Monday? He said he recorded like half of it, and I didn't ask him for it, but he said he recorded it, and he first came out and said, Zoot, if you watch this in the future, I'm just relaying what you told me. I know it's your news, but you're not here right now, and you wouldn't even fucking tell him anyway. So here's how it went down. He said he bombed, and I was like, oh, really? I mean, I was not happy to hear that. And he's like, well, no, I did okay, but like, so the jokes that he told, the first one was, the guy is obsessed with the same, like, 2 subjects, autism and porn. Like, those are the 2 things that literally motivate this person. And I tell him that to his face, so I don't feel like I'm backstabbing him by saying that. So, well, I told him that too. No, he did though, but he just didn't tell it correctly. So I've been helping him work on the wording, and I don't know if he'll use it or not, but I turned that into a funny fucking joke. Okay, so then the second joke that he made was about Bonnie Blue. The third joke he made was about Stormy Daniels, which like is a dated joke. It's like 10 years old news. And then the last joke, I don't know if he told or not, but okay. So I'm gonna now tell you his jokes because he doesn't. It would be one thing if he came in here very proudly and he'd be like, "Hey, you guys ready to hear my jokes?" And we'd be like, "Yeah, great." But he doesn't tell us his jokes. So I am now gonna tell you his jokes And I actually, before I went to bed last night, I was like, or yesterday, whatever, it was like midday. Um, I was thinking about how if I could make these jokes funny, and I think I did. He doesn't love them, but it's like a tough thing to deal with. Like, this is strange material. Okay, so here's the first one. I was reading the news recently, and I saw that President Trump had announced that there are no documented cases of Amish contracting autism. Coincidentally, there were no Amish at my most recent gangbang, which is just such a fucking slap you in the face line. It's pretty funny. Now, he didn't say it that way. He didn't use like the word coincidentally, but I think that's a key word in there to twist it. Okay, the second joke that he had, he did. I'll tell you what it was, but this isn't. And I don't know if I heard this somewhere else, but I think I might have this kind of joke, but it's with a Zoot take on it. So I don't know if you all heard that famed porn star Bonnie Blue recently made headlines for having sex with over 1,000 men in 24 hours. I don't know if you've seen the video, but Bonnie Blue, some guys might argue that she's a 10. But some of those guys, they were butt ugly. I'm going to tell you this. I've heard of holes in one, but I've never heard of 1,000 ones in a hole. That's a fucking funny joke. Why? Because it's like the guy. Well, it's Zoot's joke, but Zoot didn't tell it correctly. So that's like my take on having to make a Bonnie Blue joke. So Zoot's version of it was, I saw the Bonnie Blue documentary, and there weren't any Amish people in it. That was his joke. It's like, dude, you just told an Amish joke. And now you're gonna tell another Amish joke? Like, Zoot is very like one track mind, but that wasn't even like a real joke. And he said it didn't come off well. But the third joke he told did not make sense. It was, wouldn't it be funny if autism was an STI, which is like a sexually transmitted infection? I don't know. We call them STDs in the United States. What do you call them? Okay, no one knows what STI is, but so I'm going to choose STD. So wouldn't it be funny if autism could be contracted like an STD? Or no, actually, that's the last joke. He said something like, I saw my doctor recently, and I contracted autism through an STD, but that's okay because I had sex with somebody and then it went away, and then I had sex with another person and came back, and I had sex with another person and went away. I had sex with another person and came back, and I had sex with Stormy Daniels and it went away. And he was like, nobody laughed at that joke, but they didn't know who Stormy Daniels was. And I'm like, even if they did, that doesn't make sense. It's not like people think of Stormy Daniels as being like the cure to autism. What kind of joke is that? So and then the last joke that he had, and so we just threw that joke out because that didn't really make sense. And then the last joke he had was, I don't know if he said it, this is so it's his ideas and my wording, basically, to make it more like a joke. Because he doesn't have a very good economy of words. He just creates too many words or stumbles over them, and he can shorten these into briefer jokes to hit punchlines. which he hates my humor. Apparently, he even told me we kind of got into a little bit of spat. I'll explain that in a second. So his last joke is, wouldn't it be interesting if you could contract autism like an STD? That means the next time that you're with a partner, you could either found a $1 billion AI startup, you could become a CEO of a space company, or you could memorize all of the Pokemon. Now, these are his jokes, but I'm just putting the words in them. But there's something there. It's not like they're the worst jokes in the well. They were the worst jokes, but we worked on them. He doesn't like using my suggestions. He wants to do it his way, and that's fine. But it's like his version gets no laughs. So he did say that somebody came up to him after and said if he did well the next time that he goes up, that maybe he could get a paid gig, which is a huge. I was like, oh, dude, that's amazing. He's like, yeah, but he's like, maybe, and we'll see. Now, the three. So I told him, dude, just do the 3 jokes that we've worked on, or like together, whatever, just with the wording that I've used, and you'll get some. Like those are 3 jokes that make sense. Like his big thing is a lot of his jokes just don't make sense. Like the Stormy Daniels one, where he's having sex with a bunch of people back and forth, and then Stormy Daniels is like a cure to autism. It just didn't make sense. Or his joke about there were no Amish people in the Bonnie Blue documentary. That's a funny joke, but not when you just told an Amish joke. Yo, what's going on? Whippy Dry, are you 18? Whippy Dry. Whippy Dry. Whippy Dry. Can you hear me? Whippy Dry, you have 10 seconds to tell me how old you are. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, I can already tell you're too young. Come back when you're 18, big dog. So I just banned him. So if you're like, why? Well, you'll notice like I get a lot more kids in here. Not purposefully. They just I've done this thing where anyone who messages me in Discord, I don't care what it is, I will send them my Discord link. Just to get more people in here, which has worked very well. I got like 100 people in here, which to get 100 people to stay in your Discord is incredibly difficult. So we were at 2,000 people like 2 weeks ago. We overcame that, and we're at 2,100 right now. So I got like 100 people in here in like 2 weeks or something using this strategy, but a lot of them are kids. So whenever they come in to talk, I say, how old are you? And if they aren't 18 or they don't answer that they're 18. What'd you say?
Where do you share your Discord link?
So they sent me a direct message. Can you hear me? Yeah.
What?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm in a bunch of different Discords just with my camera on, or some of them I don't even have the camera on. And they send me a message for whatever reason. They might send me a Discord link to a server, or they might ask me to trade on Roblox or some stupid shit, or they're just saying hi. Anyone who sends me a message, I just send them my Discord link to come in here. And if they're 18, then they can stay. But if they're not, then I kick them out. And I kick them out quickly. And so, like, basically, the thing is with Discord, if you just go out and send people a bunch of links without having them have messaged you, you'll get banned very quickly. So, but there's kind of a loophole that you can send messages to people who already sent you a message and you don't get banned. So it's kind of like something that I've been doing just to really increase numbers. It's not like I mean, I get like some people who are like, uh, I don't know. I had somebody like somebody's been in here quite a lot from Iraq. I think you talked to them. They're 21. Um, but anyway, um, it allowed me to get like 100 extra people in here in 2 weeks. So uh, the only thing is, I just have to be really upfront with anyone who comes in new. How old are you? And if they're not 18, I kick them out. And if they don't answer, I do a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then I kick them out. And I don't really care. I don't want people in this VC if they're not 18. The other parts of my server, none of them are really adult, so to speak. They're not, there's like no nudity, there's nothing wrong. So I don't really care if anybody else is in the other parts of the Discord, but I just don't want to talk with them. I don't want to have any connection to them. So so ideally, this is what I would do. In order to join the whole server, I would make it that you have to be 18. However, if I do that, you're not going to be able to join my server from an iOS device. For some reason, iOS does not allow Discord servers that are 18 and over if the whole thing is 18 and over. So I want people to be able to join my server from an iOS device or an Android device, like a normal person. So the caveat is that they have to be 18 to join this voice call. So anyway, there's that. Zoot and I had a little tip, nothing major, but again, Zoot, you'll see this in the future. This is all recorded, and this is just how I feel. Zoot is obsessed with mental illnesses, and he has been diagnosed with some mental illnesses that I don't think he has. I think he went to a doctor, and the doctor didn't really necessarily know, or just wanted to give him something to give him medication. Okay, fine. But he does have one that I do think he has, and that I think causes him to obsess over other ones, which is Tourette's syndrome. And he's the one who told us that he had that. But if you really get to it wears on him. Like, he cannot just be quiet in a conversation. He has to say something. He gets these tics. And, he's had them since he was 5 years old. And I told him, like, they cause you issues with your social interactions. And he'll be like, well, yeah, when I was 5 years old, that somebody was walking a dog, and I saw the dog and I barked in, like, kindergarten or whatever. And the teacher turned around and blamed a little girl for the bark. And all the other kids knew that I'm the one who barked, but I just kept quiet. And like, that could have caused that little girl a lot of heartache. I mean, and he was like laughing about it, and it's like, it's not really funny. You have to understand that, like, your actions have consequences for others. And not just that, what you think is sometimes not like funny or people understand, they're just not going to understand. Like, if you say the N-word, and then you say, well, I have Tourette's. That's okay, but that's not necessarily going to make people not think that you aren't a racist individual. There are issues that arise. Like, he said, like, one time he was on a date with a really hot girl and he just gave her the finger. Like, that's not normal behavior. And I feel for the guy. So I've been advocating for him to go forget all the other mental health things that they say that he has, autism and ADHD, all this other stuff, whatever. Go get the thing that you originally told us that you have, treat it. And so he said that he would, and he said he had a doctor's appointment, and then he lied about it. And I would just say straight up, Zoot, you told me that you had an appointment last Wednesday at 2:30, and you lied. And then when I confronted you on it, you just left. And he just keeps leaving the call whenever I confront him on it, which I understand. Look, I'm not his family. I don't control what he does, but I am his friend, and I am gonna tell him that like most people will not be as forgiving as I am, or anyone in my position where they would understand this mental illness that you have, or whatever you want to call it. If it's not a mental illness, what this behavioral trait, whatever it's called in today's psychology, uh, and that they make medications to help people like this, and that it's in your best interest to go see your doctor and get treated for it. And he's like, well, I don't want to take these medications. And I'm like, you took other behavioral medications recently that your doctor gave you. So why are you against taking this? So I um, didn't want to put too much more pressure on him, though. It is something like when we'll play a game and he'll just,
He
it's,
doesn't like let's say the full stream talk about it.
that's exactly right. But yet he took
I gotta walk my dog and figure out this shit.
Well,
So,
just tell your dog to hold on. Give me 5 more minutes. Your dog can wait 5 minutes. So
no, I'll be back. I have to figure out.
what the fuck, Yellow? What is this bullshit?
I'll be back.
How long? Give me a fucking timetable. All right, 10 Zoot minutes or 10 real person minutes?
I'm only tired if I actually cause bodily harm. If it doesn't take place, slap, and there's no subsequent violent from that, and I love when else we have death. Unless the that's the case, elification level, so that what are you the hedges between Nefesh Behema or Maki other what was the notion? Right, Maki Nefesh. Second and 15 here, we got 9 minutes. Maki other Maki Behema. Right, so how do you juxtapose injury and animal injury in person? So what does that juxtaposition teach you? This is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the headish? Maki behema, maki atam. So what is the juxtaposition of injury in a person, injury in an animal? What is that? The first thing Gemara says is from teaching the ruling of the what's the ruling of the we actually had this before. But Kamal, lift for hiding yourself, shows you more. I'm not going to look around. Most of the times, it's this skill. You know that it comes from primitive. I recognize it every single time it's capitalized. Financial. But then this skill is this. Even if it was something to show them, if it's the kind of that can had you done it to lose it, you're exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to showcase, you're exempt from it. Okay, and they were running out from that language. You might have said, that's fine, but I need to remind you this thing from this. That's fine if you from this deal. Element less than kind of this deal, occasionally. But if you don't hold up the kind of this or go say, many reject that concept, then you can the from monetary compensation is when you are liable to that penalty. But if you did something to show you are liable to reject that reward in what you do not somewhere says, listen, remember again, just understand. We're just trying to figure out whether we have a positive justice injuring the person injuring the other. So what do I need then? To which you might say this. Now, not get the able to look up on the just like what happens if I have 5 minutes to and I end up injuring So if I see the animal things, I try to do it. There's no right. If I end up trying to help someone, I'm not liable for that. That's a disturbance. You know, so incredible. Then, this is this case. Then, now she got this double. Let's say again, let's say right we have a father, we have a father, now he's complete what you remember again, the first night of home is so big. So now this one was his father. What's it what do you just say? Son injures his father. Right? That's right, one son. I used some class on free and then son's intention is not to do something. It's the opposite. Actually help. See, this allows us to do this. The master of the master says, yes, it is permitted. Why? You have to go again, see another year. Alright, the thing about him that says the juxtaposition, so it says the juxtaposition, teaches what? Not knocking him into the floor, just like if you injured animal, the person trying to help the person to do it, knock your Adam, you're a floor. So if you injure someone, the person trying to heal them, you are cut to well. So the one says, interesting, both of these opinions are reviewed. They mean that a son is committed to trying to blood that in his son, so since the injury is from the purpose, so therefore it is going to be helped. This argument, just so you know, we'll do this more on but this is a fascinating let's say again, a son is probably worth his father, so you got to treat his father. Or again, a son, a child is a nurse, and wants to be on part. So just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right, and wants to go ahead, has blood sugar, is a child allowed to do these things on a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a quote-unquote injury parent. The injury is almost a flaw, is a child allowed to do it. Now, both of the opinions mentioned this in yes, just a child. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to second opinion is up in the backlash in comparison to not the other one. Listen to this. I must have Rav, Rothschild, the Mishnah, Rav would not allow his son to use Rav would not let the son use was an injury. Rabbi Ravina, Rothschild was ready. The Mishnah of again, marriage is Ravina would not allow his son to live in the open of a boy. Why not? The Rabbi, Rabbi Shigi got you do it, that's the show. You do it because you want it to last well, really good wine. Because the sun, perhaps you're going to do it because the injury to your which is fascinating. To great Kavanim, they would not allow their children to help them to be excluded from rights in the royal because it's concerned that it wasn't a rule. Listen, 1 second. That's the concern. That's the concern. That someone may end up injuring someone and first trying to help them and infection giving the son. And no one else should be able to go to lands to the royal favor. Someone else should also not be permitted to take up the swing to lands to the royal, which we must no. Acher Shigaslav. No, Shigaslav. There's someone else. Right, someone else trying to get this with the son, if he does it, is actually going to go to peace. So once they say, you still there is this fascinating tension. So on one hand, and the Gemara asks, is your son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of killing him? First two opinions, yes, you have to look at Petrus between but yet again, we see Rav not allowing the son to take out his sister, and Margaret not allowing the son to rise the boy. So again, we're gonna stop over this in the table tomorrow. But fundamental shaila is what does this mean? How do you reconcile that? Is it that the Imam is showing that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah for the night said that the son is not allowed to be injury to a parent, which could potentially result in injury to a parent, or would they just be more masculine on themselves? is there a distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it? So that America Hashem coming with that. But the takeaway, but just to point out, you also understand, we have solidified the first line between you and me, then clearly, if a son, a child, does strike their parent and causes physical injury, then Allah Kalamaiso,
And it's looking like Miami.
we'll stop with that today, and we can see one person on Wednesday.
Miami might win a couple in a row. They play the Panthers next week. If they wake up, yes. They play the Panthers, Chargers, Browns, Falcons. Wow. Miami is going to roll. They'll probably see the Chargers.
The morning is this close stuff. I'm not going to fascinating Mishnah. Mishnah says that if you have a coin, he does get hold of the state before he the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially beat him up, beat him to death. Beat him to death. Concept or an application of not any holding. So you know for this guy, one year after about 2 years, going to shoot the come up, I need to make a little bit higher than this edition. What if the coin doesn't get home? But the original thing is, I'm like, what's the hope? Is the higher piece of edition? I'm not high piece of edition. What is the hope? I'm going to be so. So again, remember this is out of about you ask me some questions. And I think this response is, remember which one? Going to shoot the come up. Calling it the original thing. Any of my son will be also based. The other companies won't bring it. This understand. Other times won't bring it. It's no matter what they do. Ela pure fake Luna will still also put Lazaro. Young Kohanim take this coin to be about the state using outside of the courtyard. Who posts them in smoke will be this one. They go back up. So what do you see here? These are right from the Kaidi Shamayim. The Shafi, the Mikko, the Shamayim. And again, if I want to like
Jets are going to the end zone here. Come on, get set up for the boys. Play action pass.
Killed at the hands of heaven, and we go along. And we go along. Let it go tomorrow. Why do you give people like this? Because this guy is going to that. You must tell them, you know, I rather it must be that the hope of any side. Story because of that hope that is the law is not how you institution. After the word says, we believe that one of us, the hundred is such a thing for a manufacturing. 12% of butter, and we're going to make a nice value. So it must be. It is not high in inside the terrible and merciful. It is because Hashem says the butter, we don't exactly understand but now, you should not understand it is not. So again, we just want to try this and that. It's something that they don't give a fuck. And it's highly common. It's what you do after certain birth parties. You put them in the key box, you put them in the cell. You put them in the cell, and ultimately I get feeding them. A little bit of bread with water and barley, you're nice. So I got the case. You bring it back to days before they nothing. So here's the case of where I can be 12% of the person is butter, and yet you still get the law of friends. Whereas if no, it's not divide. Remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to show this, the Malchus shall peace us as we none, the fabric heart to come. So, how we define that case? What case of Malchus? This is a person who committed multiple parts, I should say. And finally, the same heart, the same heart position, multiple parts. That's how they like it. I go, Johnny Rakiso. What about the guy who steals the sharks of service? So again, I'm going to so again, see this as an example. If the guy who steals the sharks, And yet again, he killed the guy. Hanoi would kill him. That's what he said. And even in the case where someone is technically exempt by a department like me, we will still go like the department. We'll still go ahead and kill him. I'm not into the Kisha, it's a spinach. The Ramisa, where you follow the Laros, people like what about the guy who curses with swords?
Yo,
Remember, also, I know in Hogan Box, there's an example. It isn't.
yo, how are you?
You still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. But you're saying,
How are you? How old are you? Yo, can you hear me? You have 10 seconds to tell me how old you are. Can't hear me. Yo, how old are you? Yo. And what year were you born? I'm 39 because I don't want anybody who's under 18 in here. And what year were you born? Oh, okay. All right. How are you? I'm well. How'd you find out about me, Dempy? Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the corn. Go ahead, Dampy. Were you saying something? Oh. Okay, very well. Well, I'm always here if you ever need anybody to talk to. I'm here to be a positive person, have an optimistic view on the future, and just to give people hope. How does that sound to you? Okay, excellent. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? Okay, aside from being on Discord, what do you like to do? Okay, do you like to play video games? Okay, you like to watch people play. Do you ever stream? Okay, very well. Do you play any sports? Go ahead. That's correct. I mean, most of the. I think I've been judged for many things. Do I get judged for being 39, just like any other 39-year-old, but not overly harsh? I do my best to ensure everybody who's at least in this VC is at least 18 years old. But there are people in here who are older than I am, so who are in here regularly. So I get people of all ages, but I just want to make sure that there aren't any kids in here. Does that answer your Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's not like I do anything bad, but I just don't want to necessarily talk with them. Well, I mean, we play games. I'm live streaming on YouTube, and I create robots, and I sing karaoke. I do a lot of things. Does that answer? Wiped me? Wait, what did you say? Oh, yeah, I get some people who do, but I'm not into that. Yeah, it comes with the territory. I mean, just being online a lot. Yeah, I mean, my streams are going the whole day. I mean, I go outside and stuff, and like I do have like time to myself, but I keep my streams going 24 hours. No, I'm basically retired. I'm a certified project management professional, but so I live off my savings. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play that have done quite well. Um, and if I ever need to, I can work projects freelance. But uh, I mean, I make a little bit of money from streaming and endorsements, but nothing, nothing crazy big. Does that answer your question, Dampy? Well, it's a place where you can connect with me 24 hours a day if you ever need anything. I mean, I just sleep in here with the camera on, and I leave podcasts going so people have content, and like I get a lot of people in here at night. Go ahead, Dampy. What'd you say? No, 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 I'm a single person. Yeah, I'd like to have children in the future, but I've dedicated my life to basically live streaming it to hopefully maybe uh, be able to connect with a lot of people to help push for peace in the world, but really um, to do like a really interesting scientific experiment, which is to document a human life 24 hours a day. One more time, Dampy. Do I think I'm a mastermind doing this? Can you repeat that, Dampy? Yeah, a lot of people think so. They think it's really cool that you can like literally go back to any moment of any day of the last 4 years and see what I was doing, and then not only that, but what was going on in the world. Go ahead. Great question. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on a bunch of different things. So I'm multi-stream, and then I've got like 33 different devices going at any given. And I have like 33 different devices going at any given time. Does that answer your question? Excellent. Do you have any other questions? Go ahead. I mean, I'm basically the only moderator. I do have some other people, but like I let people basically say whatever they want. So go ahead. Yeah, I mean, like people don't really get too out of line that I need like extreme moderation. Generally, people are adults, so I don't have to worry about people acting too immaturely, and I give people a warning if they're not acting correctly. And some people like to just troll me, which is fine, but generally people are very well behaved.
You have like 22 different devices, like 22 different laptops and iPhones.
Well, actually, I have 33 different of those. I'm live on 22 different simultaneous YouTube channels. If you look up in the upper left corner of this Discord, you will see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that link into Google or into your browser, and you'll see all my live streams. You'll be able to hear yourself on YouTube. It's quite something. You've never seen somebody with so many different live streams simultaneously. It's pretty unprecedented.
We have it.
What'd you say, my friend?
We have it.
Yeah, exactly. So you can watch my life in 360 degrees, and I have redundant streams in case any of the streams go down. And just I think people will be able to study me in the future as a basically like an AI model.
So you want to be an AI model.
Well, I think I have a good uh, option for AI because AI needs data and needs consistent data on humans to be able to study them. And I go ahead, Stampy.
I'll be right back.
What'd you say, my friend?
I will be right back.
Okay, come back whenever you can.
Quarterbacks and picks for the Jets.
Teams are constantly whenever they idea, this idea that you know someone went ahead. So this is again based on that possible interpretation of the past. Also, so I'm for a history, similar is the catches process. So again, we don't just of our basic fundamental question. The point is that we still get this data picture. It's the higher research line for the research questions. I thought as the from the future. Now the future is responding. The future said the answer is obvious. No, the answer must be no. So for example, for myself, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the mission said that the fund does get hold of the state of Tumor, and if I look for myself, here take Una allowed to take it out. You do that. Now, from the Shushi's perspective, the only way that that would be permitted is if such a person is highly distributionary. But again, if you're taking Una, you can almost act as a Shukash and the beach. That does not highly distributionary. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who are these powerful factors? Which not ignore all of these cases where, no, you know cases like that, where someone technically will not be liable in a technical, legalistic basis, and yet we still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say, at least liable to the death, liable to death at the hands of the criminal. Okay, the murder is like this. The murder is like this, sir. The murder is a gotcha. There we go. Fascinating. And you would say, a bongo, vocês, a mulher, a minha imagem, a mensagem,
Here we go.
Those talking about different aspects of poverty. So the person goes ahead. The person goes ahead. We'll see exactly what this case is. Pouring oil on the Polo, ultimately there is mixing the flour with the Polo process. Certainly not always will be baked off and crushed. So the act of crushing the process, Morea, adding salt. Native is graving the mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close, bringing mincha close. So what's the halacha? Now the second shulchan, or one who puts the lechem hafan on the actual shulchan itself, or on Meikidas Haneros, or one who arranges the oil of the menorah. The hakomes, or one who takes the roots and uses and one who takes the flower and carves it up, the menorahs. Now the kabel drumming buckets, or one who goes ahead and hangs the kabel to receive the blood which covers the hand that has been offered. If you do these things ultimately, Hamdan Bachutz, Potter, the in Chayov and other. One is Potter, and ultimately, again, not Chayov. What is Potter? So let's take a look at the one. Also, which I have here, is that the person performs three of these adolos outside of the Israel. So again, so the person, so that's the case. Pour oil on the meat, mix the meat, broke up the pieces, add salt on the meat, whip the meat, what the meat close, arrange the head on the shulchan, or arrange the legs of the meat. To the mitzvah, receive sacrificial blood. If you give any of these things outside the mikdash, you are possible. You are possible. This is very interesting. Remember, again, it's this concept of shkuti chutz. What shkuti chutz? You're not allowed to check the southern outside of the mikdash. You're not immersing the leader. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrifices. Certain it doesn't apply to others. Most of the Mutter, last Rashi on the days of these reductions of Mutter. So Chayim is our shulchan. The only thing with Chayim is of course the shkita, slaughtering of sacrifice. Tzif asher yishchat maleh tzif asher ya'ala ola v'zorek v'yisrabi mikdasham hadat v'chol hani yesh achara avoda imin v'kartasa. This is what Rashi has like this. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not kind of doing that process. Essentially, the other thing we're typing outside this image parts, including sacrificial rites. So, for example, that would be slaughtering an animal, like sprinkling of water. These are the final rites, final actions, so we have a corresponding follow-up. Because that you do that, so let's speak up, you are fine. Okay, so let's say you are staying high, you're high up now, so you're not high, nobody has high. What should us? So what, for example, let's say a coin you one of these animals, all these things, so if you're not going to get outside, you're not going to be high, remember, so again, if any of these things were done,
Yo, how are you? What up, Chefin?
Interestingly enough, what we do not see in these things, that if you were to do that touch, if you were to go ahead and burn it outside of this, if it would be done, it would be not here. Yeah, all the you might have not missed. So again, so now you might have to go ahead and also burn it on the otherwise, the only times that there wasn't the Tuma, ultimately against the but if it's mixed in, there would be what do you see? Again, sometimes there's a poet does Poet does have all the statements of love, basically highly recent portion and yes. Which the word I love Lisa, don't see the name of God. Goes ahead and offers up a covenant of Lisa. Well, that's hard.
Get ready, Pedro. We're going to kick it right to you, Pedro. Put 7 guys on this side. All right. Nice catch by Aaron.
قد تكون حمقت للإنسانوس كما لم يزوره حيث عن سنجر. So be sure you remember, I'm grouping all of these things together. So I'm telling you now that the Tony offers up a state of Tony only on Tony, only not in this case. So what does that mean? If a non-Tony does this, it's also only alive. That brings people on sin, the Hazar HaKali Dumas, once it says explicitly, non-Tony is exactly that this verse is right. How can you sell a they're not treated the same. Not treated the same. In the 12, you might just make some difference over here. In the 12, you don't say to the polo. The rest of the 12, you don't say to the polo, love, nani, no. The rest of also interesting enough, which is perfect this, that ultimately, again, you don't say to remember, you don't say to the polo, love, nani, no. But also not the right of and it says, no secret ball. I'm a master like the whole this day. We are who people not no secret ball. I'm a people love moment I wish it tomorrow. So apparently again by no secret ball though, I guess there's not even a love by tomorrow. Which was is that true? I saw the no secret ball on the night. So where we know that there's a love to go ahead and pour the oil and mix it up for a couple of 160. Lomar, no shoes, you promote your color. Plus, it says be holy and do not do not it says do not only do not harm. Okay, interesting. I don't think so. There's no political prohibition against the sun. It's coming before you but address on that. Basically, what is the cash off? Neighbor in Shemisa, Bryce says over here. These are the people who are hiding. Esau, coming, Shishimish. Okay, it's supposed to coming noise coming. Ultimately, again, it does get all this hiding. Esau, again, Shama. Which Gemara says, so let's say, now look when I saw here's the that I'm up when I say 20 he's kind of Esau. Now, by the way, so if you take that approach, so this again makes sense why it is. So it doesn't believe, right? Like Jesus said, when he brings the physical, what is physical? There's no physical liability of what can they do. You take, what Sion also puts the Hajara, they take it out of the page. Now, what's the license to do so? Because since this code is high, it means sedation, therefore, I'm not when I saw the other part taken out, essentially, I suppose I'm also love the education when it comes to doing sacrificial services outside. Especially grow. Only a few students service that there's nothing that follows after and Shkita, there are services that follow after Shkita itself as a self doesn't follow. It's interesting that some just as an aside, what is going to tell you for Shkita for us, I always have a voice. Come up. Okay, so now we're going to go back and use the rest of the class today. Go back and dissect the rights which was just made for start. The English so probably people that Lisa, again, in this kind of thing, today, and then we see Lisa, Lisa means Lisa, right? So the English means Lisa, now also as a channel, person goes in, what's the channel? Couple of person goes in, never type Lisa, it actually says over here, it actually says, so again, first you go to the you're gonna go ahead and next number one, both of us are recording Sunday, Sumo which is okay, so Sunday also Sad, right? Not going to sit into this discussion. Ultimately, again, how many I'm calling this coming because you have also how you both sides club for the previous year. Everyone getting right is quoting authorized of course, but once they hear the cease music,
So we have 13 seconds here,
it's highly fully remember again, if somebody goes to the input, it still requires hair and sunset work, yeah, or work, because they have all got high institution. Next, this is what
the Jets cannot catch a break.
next, the person has one, Kawhi is not
I cover your cover on everyone. I told you to just get that backdoor touchdown. You said, let it go. Did that in the church, guys. Beautiful. Shout out Tommy, shout out Amir, Frank Cassidy.
Studienjahren, der Worte an die Influence, right? I mean, Freud, going around to special health.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap. Thank you very much. Thank Lisa, my man, Eddie, flag on Miami, the game's not over.
Although only Yoshi, there's no I love the hospital. There's a lot. There's a lot. But these are years out. Actually, for example, here in Wisconsin, and this is not a macro but the only issue is the issue of the hard to who the mafia about them. It's that they see it's like we have a has uncircumcised color. Remember, you have a situation today, you know, it's called hemophilia. So we know that again, it's really that's his point.
Triple Bears on travel channel 2 seconds.
Yeah, basically, that's exciting. Purpose. Went ahead and took this probably give everyone who's representation trying to come say no fast. Also, this was now that's our focus. Now let's this. Number one, both as a pedal. First person to use CBD Shine lineup. First guy who's first guy who uses CBD Shine lineup. Untied groups. No, where exactly do I know that? So much more Mishuma about services. You're not even Oklahoma, about Shubanisa. How do I know that someone who's cut out of his family, son, Shamayim, gets saved like Hallelujah as culturally himself, Asher Yalu Hashem. So literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of the Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must not seek literal apostle. So it's talking about produce and it is going to have price. What's the definition of produce that is going to have price? Commit Mokado. And so it says over here, do not go ahead and commit. Do not go ahead and commit. That's often when you must instance Yovid, well, actually, Togus is like this type of capital. Yovid, Philo, make it zero shalom. It says Philo by Tadal, and it says Philo profane by Shema. The Shema is Mishmartim Lo Yisrael, okay? We said here, Hallelujah. So this is Philo by Shema. It says Philo by Tadal, and we say, Mala, Havanda Misa, just like when someone is not allowed to eat Shuma, whether it's a sow, and not going to eat Shuma while it's coming, they're putting that. So, Zero Shabbat Philo, teach us that if you eat Tadal, it's also miscegenation. Several items. Once I can hold up the name of people, will be no side. Why don't you make it no sir? No sir. It's a second issue. Leftover past why don't you say so much of also no sir? Why don't you consider Shabbat? Probably Mala wonder Christ, no son is punished by Christ. You can sacrifice past. No Christ. Why don't you say no son? So to it. We started with President Probably Shuma already. But it makes more sense to learn how to Hebel from Shuma than Hebel from Yosef. Why? Because in Shuma, food sellers, number one, Shuma doesn't apply to food sellers. Right? Shuma doesn't apply to food sellers. Hebel doesn't apply to food sellers. Next, Putra, both of these cases, there is a way to remedy, scouts. Like Rashi says here, Rashi says, it's like the Shuma with Putra, similar to Shuma, Zechula, both the Ibrahim with the start, but also not the Mibar, we shot Petra about, remember here the Homo, technically speaking. Those are when you are allowed to person when you're allowed to no such apply anything. יש חקר מסולו, זה יש חקר מסולו בהפרשה, זה יש חקר מסולו בפאגו. What we do about those are in חקר מסולו. Second distinction, or second commonality is cultural. No, I remember, Tadal can be permitted how, such as Shuma. Shuma ultimately is permitted to authority. No sar can never be permitted. Once it's no sar, it remains prohibited. Furthermore, for Rabbi, both Rosh of the Hilo by Tedal and by Shuma is in plural, but by no certain singular. And Rabbi, Pickle, I'm sorry, Shuma Putzlar, Putzra, Rabbi, Pickles, Pickle, take over those. First off, all the five people is inside. So both had the plural, both apply to both do again. Tedal and Shuma. People who know neither people nor no son apply to about what therefore again the rest of all the similarities that exist between Israel and therefore it makes more sense to compare between Shabbat between Kedel and Truma than between Kedel and Yosef. Which was one side. Look, I'm not wrong. The Yosef was no son also should be also shaking muscle, shaking muscle. No certain name pursuit on my part. Remember, both no certain cattle is a pursuit itself and itself is inherently invalid. Right? So again, no certain inherently invalid. Cattle inherently invalid. Muscle a good idea. How good Truma since you just need enough. Truma, like remember we were talking about Truma itself is inherently right? So the Gemara says, therefore, yes, why not compare Teva to Musar? Because Teva and Musar have this commonality. So although ultimately, again, both of them are inherently balanced, inherently complex. Which is furthermore, in what furthermore again, in what neither can be remedied. Right? You can't remedy both sides. Well, you can't remedy Teva to Truma, right? Because Truma comes out at the point it's coming, it's not up to the gate. So ultimately, again, you can go through this one. Not just here, not just here. First, say that. You know, say that kind of in Truma. Okay, Truma is no kind of in. Okay, so the rest is what you were saying. You need to understand that all the comparisons that take the title as Truma. You have plenty of comparisons. Title and also as well, which the rest is kind of right, but more similarities between title and love than there are between title and gross. Therefore, you need to show a dual to gravitate between title and true Therefore, again, that would be just like Tula is right? So, again, the consumption of kettle will also be usage, right? And that's like no sources of Ravina says, kilogram and kilogram. The reason we have the luxury of fuel, and really know that what is coming. I said that the sun was telling us when it goes ahead and coming point, he's able to show up, he's able to show up, where's the that? I'm sure United when it comes to hold on, so where's the all that calling this coming hold on. How do we know that I'm off on myself? She was recently. How do I know that? It's too much to go. That I'm off on myself. Yeah. Said, show us which one. So this is our goal. Plus, it says, it'll be a yard time, body police officer will not carry will not bear over in ultimately again it's the person over not management so that's
Yo, how old are you? But you have to be 18 to be in here.
What do you see there? Always so again, if I walk on ice, I want to see that coming point to consume hold on is highly so remember, so our list we're just going for a list right? So we are assembling our different categories ultimately as a solution. But that's what I think. Anyways, that's not what now it's going to the look is highly useful that's not what's looking. God Jesus is really not saying, well, that's what gets me out there. I'm going to go to my own. I see that. They don't mind themselves. Except the whole side where you're like, oh, that's, I need Hashem. I just no matter what. The verse again, when the pasuk, the reason that the pasuk before says, "Shamas mishmati, v'lo yisrael hate u'nesu." So Esau juxtaposed to Azar and Jewish. Why did you say therefore that Azar and Jewish is not allowed? Which the Gemara says, yes, that is Rashi. Rashi says, "Nesu bo u'bein kozah." right? So the pasuk begins over there with a discussion about the people, and then it says, "Osar v'yochav kodesh." So it doesn't go directly to the pasuk, but the explanation then says, "The Simon is really high." Okay, what's this is the people these are the people who are coming from Zara Okama Sakuma, not only Suma, because the kids was in the not only schools really high so which was another of this side, likewise, bringing up again and bringing up additional you know, basically, to go and so bring this raya, not to the blood, to the commands of blood, how do we call it? That's a lot of people to argue. Okay, once again, happens to be in this a lot of the medicine would have that sound a lot this kind of situations. Okay, there it is. Anyway, punish situation. Punish situation. Holders, right? Those guys has that holding his head. Why do you feel like I don't know this? It's an exact situation. The name of the situation is this song. I don't know. The homeless coming. Sit, I got an hour down. The last really question is, well, you have to do is okay. But pizza is not touching us in itself. You should not change something. No, little wow. Ma lavoro benissimo, just like ma is chamani. So again, first is coming, bulldog, I listen to I said, once I see it, right before. The name of why not get this here? Shove a kilo. And then you're going to say, Lava, I want to buy some consumption of those these points. What do we say? It says kilo, it says kilo by no side, and it says kilo side. Going with how many does this? Just like in those things. So if you just go, because that one, come on, this is my place. Stop it off. The Shuma Hallelujah. Listen to the house, from a case, from the Shuma. Unless it's a king, look, let's see, it's hanging up both cases of Shuma. As well as Tuma. Have to do it in the Shadi of the church. All those things are Mikvah, because they go to Rabbi, both have a plural washing. Understand like both of them are doing each one have to admit hopefully you're going to be involved if we do a blush up also both people Abraham, you know something that's so fast. Let's learn how to point it does have all the text from those Kodesh, Nim, Ego, Yosa. All of these mothers. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with both of them deal with the inside, right? Or inside the and both are sometimes no sun. Where it says, you will be nothing, you will be nothing inside. You will be nothing, you will be nothing. Once again, yeah, that's funny. These things they gotta put in the contract. So too, the point is coming because the owner is also highly insufficient. And it still requires night. He does this kind does the avodah, is high to be something where do you know this? Besides the Simon Omer, it's a first white line, you know this is Rabbi Pedro should have a Shilominani, and we're doing all this point is it's full no. You went to the mission by name, but it's still tries to still something like that. How do I know this? I both of these concepts, you know, in our you know, like those should be you know, where the little plus it says these others to your God, not perfect. You might I don't know that it's Chinese tradition. Truma, Mala, London Misa, that's like my Truma. I'm so to again for 20 years. Hold on. What's that crazy? Because we got it. Because it's never again, it's never for last. This casting charge, it's out there. And the Cohen has to wear the records out to go. That's what it is. That's what the whole thing is. And still does the whole this kind of use of even Shamayim. Says Rabbi Noah, so maybe we know this from Rabbi Rothschild, the multi-green streets, and the other Shimon, the Hagar to Osam Ahmed. Plus it says, you shall put the belt, you shall gird them with the belt. I just have a belt, one of them, the bunch of the day, Alayam, to Nasam, Alayam, whether clothing, when their clothing is upon them, then their kahuna is upon them. So right? Because the last we have to be teaching the rest of us. The rest of us is the contractor also right? You should put a belt around them. I wrote you for not the Harash on the bows, put the hands on them, the sun for them, you know, the focus on them. And the kahuna will be there for the last statues. When is the anywhere the they're not wearing the clothing, and a lot of places things like I think it's actually understanding and if a pony does get broken enough, the dog is then the off the lace up and the fussing. Again, it's hiding solution. So how would we say this? As a Cohen, since it's Cohen, it does get broken out of the vessels of the bodies, is the equivalent of non-Cohen as the non-Cohen does get broken as the solution. So to a Cohen who does get broken because of the proper vessels, the proper particles of clothing, it's kind of Esau, so if I'm about to judge Jesus, remember, myself, the non-Cohen does get broken, that Guna only rests upon Kohen when it's ready to rest. I was like, such a fascinating idea. But it wasn't Guna is never again. What do you have to do? How well you can. You're not going to not it. Well, it's a coin that well, it's not a coin that you need to run on your one hand, Guna is the hand. On the other hand, you should simplify those. You shall every single day, every single day. You don't have to do anything. You want to do, and you can put it in each type. You're Jewish. That's beautiful. It's a foundation, a fantastic foundation. The next step, I like what fits on what garments do you want to do? That represents it takes from the world of the outside and doing things part of your life. Clothes and very much behind up. So the spiritual level, like the blood, the actions I do, what's the blood? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have the blood, you don't have blood. All your rest is where you need to show. If all you have is where you need to sorry, the spiritual baby, baby comes into this world. Yeah, baby's holding it's beautiful, fantastic. You can do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby? Every single day has a need to show. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice clothes? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your facades? What's your struggle? And every single thing that you do in life is another baggage, is another garment to keep it off. Clothes matter. Clothes make us live. Listen, this is interesting. You have to think about it. One is an example that we are such specificity running this moving up and down. Such specificity. See, one level is about you and your parents. People are very taken back with you. And you want to come to the stop. But I think that puts this in the one thing. But it goes on to the what is your play? What is the what it means to be the spirit of growth oriented situation. What I see the point is you need to clothes. Right? It's no clothes. It's no clothing. Like you need to clothe on the street. This one on the street, right? You need a message shop is getting pizza just like everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let him go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to respect them. I don't exactly what he does, but it's still clothing. It's still a toy. Even without the weather, it's still a toy. This is innate identity of food. But you really only fully self-actualizes when you put something. Now listen, see things. I'm always conscious. I'm always conscious that I need to do what only is going to be done. Every day I just like what I'm today is going to be a jacket of tea. Like it's going to be a pair of pants of Hamilton. It's going to be a sweater of Heston. Every day you go is later, more, more, and more. Walking around clothing is still cold. But that's ultimately the truth. That open light. This is what the state gets me. Now to the gut that you're not a color. But at least, now to the gut that you're clear something that's the garden. Says the Gemara. Well, listen, guys. Next. So, what kinds of lives are buying milk? Phone does not go ahead and watch this. It does get all these Chinese edition. Right? Says, where do you know? It's not Says, go on a boy. You put some money below them. Says, on the way, they should go ahead and watch their hands. And they won't die. And you won't die. Okay, so it's pretty explicit. Wash your hands if you won't die. Don't wash your hands if you will die. One more piece. With two arrows. One side. Studia yang is in giant shit out. The point drink wine and they get sold up. Chinese edition of the Gemara Kureiros. What about so again? Studia yang is in giant shit out. Plus it's explicit. So it says do not drink wine on your hands. Never do that. Two arrows. How do we know that a coin can't be a lot of forms? Said, Shop Moyigai, a parable Yishai. The Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and shake it, and the rest of your man's hair roll on. Sikasvei, the Yayin Moyish. So there's a juxtaposition between the wine and letting his hair go. This is Parua was the Shri Yayin. Yes, and his hair goes to drinking wine. Not Shri Yayin, but he saw just like his wine ultimately. He saw up. Right, Rose. So to again, letting your hair run.
Sound off in the comments is a truck.
Why?
First, you want to mention R-E. Oh, yeah, that's
I'm people know what it is.
take the money or just
That money or go to your head.
Listen, I've always told you that I'm not shop size. This is a pro shop. 50% of the spot is pro shop. Everything does is right. Never criticizes. The other 50% is just haters. They state, write comments, and say, look at what you're looking at. This is a weird picture. Okay? He went with it. He said, meow, weird, meow.
I'm going to go now where I want to eat my feet. I'm going to go for 12 months. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? I'm not just seeing what I want. I'm going to accomplish. The need of the point is the head. by washing away this, washing away any personal issues. You'll be successful in this role. Why? What is the most basic level? You read the single answer of things I see. That's not what's it's a one-on-one, and denying some of our customers want to go ahead and do it. I think that's, you know, shop is the number about it. There should be no external use. We need one. That's the nature of that. Like we saw the person who need one to take the edge off, sometimes we need one to amplify or allow the swing to see. When you have such a dynamic process,
Maybe think I'm somebody that always asks why, and it's like if you're somebody that always asks why, then it's you either end up a physicist or a business. Let me tell you something, lady. That's what I'm saying. I try. You know, when you write them out in your head and you say them out, it's just I should have waited. I'm not laughing. I just my grades is off the charts today. I'm sorry. Because I'm not even attending the shop. So it's just my grades are up. Gotcha grades. You're going to get the red flappers or Doritos or I corrected you. You said the names, right? Eric or Bert? Eric and Bert. You said my name. Yeah.
But yeah, coming on side, can't be there with you in
And I
person.
was like, it's neither, dude, but it's both. I'm kidding. Brett Weinstein or Eric Weinstein? I don't know which one is which, but I do not like both of them. Yeah, I don't think I like either one enough to know the difference.
It's like the morning,
I would be if I had to guess.
is this close to talk. I'm not sure that one side, I'm not sure but
So do you remember that podcast of that English man? It's like, if you want to it's not like a scientist or something. It's like, that's a nasty one. So like,
I also want to get all of our sponsors.
it's just like scientists talking about
See this in there, I'm shut.
stuff like this. Brett, I think, or Eric, I don't know if you know this, right? One of them was on the show. And I watched a lot of things.
What's that? That's another thing. About 14 minutes on the bottom of your box. The mission of the forward fascinated this ability of someone who must be a house in the city. What's coming up? The young behind you take him out, get him out, get him to death. Get him to death. Chances for an application was not able to hold the board. So, we learned this how when we are not about doing it, lack of a good has the following going to shoot tomorrow, how you need to be sure. I'm not high what if a phone does get on something this computer? So what's the problem? Is it high use to be sure? What is the strong? So again, remember this is not about it's probably going to choose how he did the and I thought these also the other time other times they sound like I love people, you know, also too much. Young Kohanim and Kate, this point is not also outside. Right? But both of them is local because you get it as fuck. So what do you see there? These are right from hiding, the shop piece, the loose band, and again, you come off on us, some the point that they are holding the state of small. It's highly appreciated. You feel like the hand of heaven, and leave it alone. Leave it alone. Why do you get why do you call this guy something He was like, "Come on, you don't have rather it must be that Allah himself Cohen, which does the appropriate state for most, is not highly to this situation. After the verse, meekness the movie that one of action, but unable to literally is such a thing for a fraction. One of them says, "Utter," and we're going to make a person tired. So it must be last time you saw indication incredible merciful. Is that true? It's just because Hashem says we water, we don't accept punishment from taking the Lord of our case. But now, Misha, what Hashem is not necessarily so up. So again, it just says Shabbos is that. If somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions multiple times, and his height not is limited after a certain number of times, they put him in the cell. A cell that's smaller than this, you can't really care about. They put him in a cell, and ultimately again feed him. But I look at that with water and bargain, because one of us, right? But I got people like, there's a couple of days. He was really that crazy. Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of where his wife said, utter, and then people versus no, no, son Rabbi. Because remember, Amra Gilia, Amra Shlokish, the Nautilus shall thesis Askunan, the Gabla Bad Kitabah. Oh, no, you can find that case. What case of Nautilus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of consequences. They violated the same cars, the same cars, multiple cars. Cars is basically against two persons. All these, this is a person who is really like that. And again, you know, I said, including the fact that he's or so we just expect the process of I go rolling back this one, what about the case of the opposite Shabbos position? What about the kind of skills and Shabbos? So again, I told you, it doesn't really control. I'm going to do it. Again, this is an example. If you bring the guy to the Shabbos, rolling, by the way, we got to stay in the bar. You let it get so we got I know I have what about the guy who fixes it? Also, I'm not important. He's really anything technical. He's so kill this guy, right? Kill this guy. And I don't say, Yaakov is so small, the next section of the and that's the you find that that's the yours. I have a ball of this. What about this? What about it does if you can get the again, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw and on the open part, really just anyway, remember, are you the actually grabs of Mars? That's yes, someone went ahead. Well, this is also or in Islamic murder is not the most subject of our case. The point does we have all the this high subdivision, or not. So this was the question that I asked her from Rothschild. Now Rothschild responded. Rothschild said the answer is obviously no. But the answer must be no. So she said, "Allah for myself." I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that Hashem does the holy spirit of tumult, and Allah for myself, Kirkes Kuna are allowed to take him out to keep death. Now, from the Shish's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person is highly recently Shamani. So then again, the Kirkes Kuna would almost act as the Shish's death penalty. That is not highly recently Shamani. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who actually bodily happens? Which now we know into all of these cases where, no, you do have cases like that, where someone technically would not be liable to no legalistic basis, and yet we still see that they could be liable for that. Okay, well, I should say at least liable to death in the hands of the minority. Okay, the Gemara goes like, the Gemara said, the Gemara is the kasha. There we go. It's fascinating. And you would say, Bongel, Hoses, Hamovea, Hamina, Hamagis, and Saddles. Yosef. So this is talking about different aspects of life. So the person goes ahead. The person goes ahead. We'll see exactly what this case is. Oil on the mixture. Swallow, open up your hands, mixing the flour with the oil. Swallow, process. Sweeten it up, it will be mixed off and crushed. So the act of crushing is called process. Molea, adding salt. Native is graving in the front. Magic, bringing the miniature close. So what's the halacha? On the side by side, or one puts the left hand on the actual shulchan itself, or on each of the sandals, or one of the arrangements, candles or the oil of the menorah. The hakometz, or one gets the meats, and the meats is the way one gets the flour from the top, the meat of the nose. Now the tabel dumbing the puts, or one who goes ahead and the tabel dumbing, and sees the blood and covering the has the as the offer. If you do these things open with your hand on the puts, putter, the entire one is putter, and ultimately again, not the time is what is this one? So let's just take a look at the last Rashi says, before it's impasa over here, is if the person performs any of these components outside of this. So again, so if a person, so that's the case, pour oil on a mincha, mix the mincha, broke up the pieces of mincha, added salt to the mincha, weight the mincha, brought the mincha close, arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the lights of the menorah, to the mitzvah, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside of this mikdash, Rabbi. This is very interesting. This is a concept of shluchos. What shluchos? You're not allowed to shut the covenant outside of this. It only has certain types of sacrifices because Potter, that's actually on the days when this needs to be done. So kind of place of a short. The only thing you're finding people are forced to speak up. Slaughtering of sacrifices. Except Asher Mishpat, Malek, except Asher Ya'ala, Ola, and so יש אחרי עבודה, הנה לא קרה This is very good. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, that chayif is doing that purpose. Essentially, the only thing that's hiding that is including sacrificial rites. So a good example of that would be slaughtering an animal, like sprinkling the blood. These are final rites, final actions that only have a corresponding follow-up. Because that's how it is Dutch, you are part of it. Okay, so let's see. You must stay in now then. Have a table. So you're not tight. What are you not tight? What we should sell us, that one for example. Let's say a coin did any one of these affirmations outside of this, like before the oil on the lips, all these things. So if you're not coin did it outside, you're not going to try it. Remember, normally, it's Lisa, not so again, if any of these things were done, and also, again, a lot of us know before coming out of Connie would have to try to wash his hands. Failure produces results in life. Again, people wash his hands and feet and these things that are done outside, there's no life. Okay, very interesting. Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi, Lomishim Zaros, Zarsha Asa Achasman, Bifnim, Eo Chayiv Risa. Right? Zar, not going to get any of these things inside of his English, he would not be Chayiv Risa. Same idea, but let me show you tomorrow. Kohen coming to Shimish, the Zaros, the Shimish, the Tumah, the Chayiv. Same idea that again, there's no good Tumah, there's no good on the Fossa. It doesn't destroy. You might say this Mak there, Chayiv. And interestingly enough, what we call seeking is that if you were to be a Haktarah, if you were to go ahead and take the carbon and put it on and burn it outside of the house, that there would be fire. It would actually come here. The Hagi Avodah Kama, the Haktarah Avodah, Chayiv Yishu Kama, and my Chayiv Navisa. So again, so now we might so what is it? That if the Kohen were to go ahead and offer up a covenant, burn it on the state in the state of Tumah, it would be fine. In other words, the only time that there wasn't a bit of Tumah, ultimately again is for courts. But if it's name, there would be. So what is it? That is one time supposed to hope that if a Kohen does the actual state Tumah, this is not himself. Now again, Tasha is talking about this right. That he's the answer to the original question that Rabbi asked the Rothschild. So Cohen does the abode in the state of Tumah. Is he trying to use the Shabbat? And he seems to be yes. Which the rest of I love Lisa. Don't we see the word of the Cohen goes ahead and opens up a company in the state of Tumah? Lisa, hello, that's hard. No, it's not as it's actually Tumah. I must say, Nami last year. So I'm going to say that the man fully does this. Also, only in violation of Allah. Rashi says over here, Elazar Nami. How did I clear on a maximum in results? Came and Nami below him, I on his record. You should have remembered. You do all of these things together. Telling me now that the Kohen offers up the state of Tumah only on only Allah, not in the So what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only Allah, that he's a Maksiv, the Hazar HaKohen Yubas. Once it says it's basically the non-Kohen is exactly this person, you're right, how can you sell a hobby themselves? You're not treated the same. You're not treated the same. In the clouds, it's not the same difference over here. In the clouds, the Yosef and Orel, the Yosef and Orel, the Lab, and Rov. What's interesting enough is the first is that ultimately, again, Yosef is the point of the oil, all over the oil. We also not allowed to do actually. It says, Yosef and Orel, we become a macro, not almost like this. So apparently, again, by Yosef and Orel, yes, it's not even a lab, which the verse is actually about, as well as Yosef and Orel, from where we know that there's a love to go ahead and pouring oil and mixing it also from the one of the things. Lomar, the doshim, you, the Lodi calorie. Plus it says the Lodi, and do not just. It says you're right, but that's only Mikrapala. Okay, interesting. I think Mikra is so, there's no prohibition against something that's coming point Mikra on this thing. It's not against Mikrapala, and the possibility is but that's not Mason writes the Kasha. The English in Esau, the Raisa says over here. These are the people who are tied with Esau, Kameh, Shishimish. Okay, pretty explicit. Kameh who is Kameh, ultimately again it does get all this tied Esau, Gay, Shammah. Which the Gemara says, Tiyuf. It's recognition. So it says, also a nice
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
That Allah relates to the point that we have always seen. Well, he's trying to use the if you take that approach, so then it makes sense why Mishnah says, what is your Jewish people? You have a part of the Venus so you can't bring the Venus. Mishnah said, they bring the Venus people. What's the Venus? There's no Venus in liability over this, but what can I do? You take whoever sealed also puts the Azara, they can take it out and it can be locked. Now, what's the license to sell? Because this phone is high and use and therefore, I'm not what I saw. Other times taken out, essentially, pretty incredible things. I'll also point out that it's very interesting, another nugget of information, that the local license appears when they come to do doing sacrificial rites and services outside of his English. Let's put this thing over here. Actually, house my house over here. These guys only was called an avodah only up to including like that service that there's nothing that follows after by shkita, there are services that follow after the shkita itself is a self-contained it doesn't have a follow the shkita. So interesting enough, so this just as an aside, what is going to tell you for shkita for us avodah b'chutz, what we call an avodah tama, avodah doesn't really have anything to follow. Okay, so now we're going to go back and give it to the rest of the staff today. Go back and dissect the recipes that just did. Maybe the family people are kind of pizza and in this kind of food today, whenever we see pizza, fine. So how often as a person goes in the person goes in never the kind of pizza, Rashi says over here, Rashi says how does it? So again, first things we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and mention this, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we know each other. Number one, both of us are coming. Number two, we're going to need to upload the workload. When it's coming, Truma, which is literally okay, so coming in Truma, which is hard, is Yishmael. Zar Shafaz Truma, and now Truma also needs to be Yishmael. Zar Shishimish, Zar, right? Hand point is certain this. Ultimately, again, coming Shishimish. Oh, I'm calling this coming because the Avodah also Kayim is about for goodness. Remember again, we learned this point as part of myself beforehand, but once again, it seems to be the community. We need to does get hold of this ritual therapy. I was the contribution. It's full yosh. Full yosh again. Somebody goes to this stuff. It still requires head of sunset. Because the Avodah citing next. Because we got before you have all of the obligatory investments, you have to look at how is exactly coming. This protects from require and to look at the correct. Number one, size but I'm almost someone who may have had time to run the clock has not yet run first like that goes to hold the Mikdash is Chayiv that's okay. So where's the time? Shalom Rachas Yadayim Raklayim. Remember in that book, when so from here they go from the seed, take the basis and wash their hands. Failure to listen, therefore India will go unwashed hands. This highly studied India Yadayim, the India will go under the influence. This is the one. Kruay Rosh, Cohen allows his hands to go out. How one goes in with one face. I need some about Harel, Bobble, the Yosh, and the Salabas. One face. Harel, or only. Only these numbers in three. As we saw, relative, one, definitely Harel is this. One does get all this. Important notion. Jabba is that I wrote down standing up. Let's say the coin does get all this. All three of these things. Harel, only Yoshi, there's no these are each line, rather what is here. I love Don's place. There's a lot. There's a lot. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that this here is fascinating. Such a piece of art. Rashi says, Shanisu Akam Matras Yuga, if it's only Shishimish, if it's Shishimish Yusha, the Khan is Gulu Kipulu Gulu Rakli Avoda. So this is the revelation. This is what we had. An uncircumcised cult. Remember, having then no, it's hemophilia. So we know that again. Small for myself. Let's say the coin had to be published to God. Now, again, such a problem. So that person now the other has to sleep, which is fine. It's not going to sleep, but he's not allowed to do that. Any of these three people really are not allowed only Yoshi, not allowed to be so not getting to the Shemayim, not again, will be allowed. Talmud, yes. What happens if a blemish is going on? What's that wrong? Rebbe or Rabbi saw the Chachamim only Nas Hara. Rebbe says, this is the Shemayim. Chachamim say, Allah, that's the okay, so again, we're saying all this thing on the basically, let's say somebody intentionally committed an act. Let's say someone acted on purpose. Went ahead and took his everyone is reason to try. Some say no, but I allowed. Also, this was it's now that's all. Now let's listen. Number one, both of us are first person to use CBD Shemayim lineup. First guy was first guy who used CBD Shemayim lineup is also supposed to know where exactly do I know? How much more Mishuma will service? United Oprah's like about the so how do I know that someone is title that is like CBD Shemayim? It's simply like a little as shaven in himself. I share the remove Russia. So literally it says, do not proclaim the consecrated item in yourself that will be raised to Russia. Future tense. You must see him literal apostle of that. So it's talking about produce that is going to have tribes. What's the definition of produce that is going to have tribes? From it, both that of the Torah says over here, do not go ahead and do not go ahead and start off with the rest of this well, actually, tell us this time, Philo, make it zero Shabbat. It says Philo by Tadal, and it says Philo profane by Shuma. The Shama's Mishmar Kiblo Yisrael, okay? And it's a key Halalu. So it says Philo by Shuma, it says Philo by Tadal, and it's saying Malach. You saw just like if someone got two children, whether it's sad, they're not going to or calling they're put to death. So Zir Shab Philo, teach us that it's Tadal, it's also submission. Incredible. I once I pulled up the name of the no son, why don't you use no son? No son. It's a savage over past. Why don't you say a lush of also no son? Why don't you consider family? Not that one, but it's not place. No son to punish their brothers. No curries. So why don't we say that that is like no sons curries? So to it, countless curries, which the message knows. Probably it makes more sense to from Truma than from those. Why? Between Truma, number one, Truma doesn't apply to Israel. Right? Truma doesn't apply to Israel. Hevel doesn't apply to Israel. What's wrong? Both of these cases, there's a way to remedy, the status. Right? Rashi says over here, Rashi says about 6 times that Truma puts a lot. Similarly, that Truma, said Truma, also run the Mubar, who shot Svetra about no side cannot when you stuff like when it's heterocomplex, when you are allowed to use personal orders, when you are allowed to use personal orders, that is you offer one executor, no circuit applying in the technically pseudo, then you check the pseudo more than two about no start, you have to be pseudo, second station. No, I remember. Tedal did limit how Truma ultimately will go. No sart can never be clear. Once it's no sart, it remains clear. Furthermore, Rabbi, both Rosh by Tedal and by Truma is in total. So by no sart is singular. Rabbi, people. Truma Futzars, Kutra, the Rabin, Halos, people, the Dosar. Take a look at that. People with Dosar. First of all, both apply to quotas inside. So both had the total both apply to quotas. Both should be Tedal and Truma. People, nor people tell them Truma. Neither people nor Nosa apply to Teva or Truma. So therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between Truma and Teva. Therefore, it makes more sense to compare considering Shabbat between Teva and Truma than between Teva and Nosa. Hold up, Adrabah. Yosef, what's that? Nosa also shares many commonalities with Teva. Also, shaking muscle, shaking muscle. Those are the colors named in my remember both those such shadow is a sleeping itself is inherently without. Right? So again, no sun inherently without. I know inherently without is not well, plus a lot of good things you can do it too much like that. Since it's just being without Shruba, remember talking about Shruba itself is inherently times. And I say, Rabbi, so the first yes, why not compare Kabbalah to Messiah? Because Kabbalah and also have this commonality. So although all of them, again, both of them are inherently invalid or completely compromised. Furthermore, furthermore again, they will have to be discussed. Neither can be remedied by the can't remedy those but can't remedy Truma, like the case of Truma to like calling it Tane, like vegan. So ultimately, again, we go to the so Rashi says right here, for the same Rashi. In those Elam Tarabim, okay, Truma Yesh was Tarabim. Okay, so the rest is what the rest is. Making it separate all the comparisons that exist between Tebel and Truma. There are plenty of comparisons that exist between Tebel and Yosef as well, which the Gemara is kind of confusion. Right, but more similarities between Tebel and Truma than there are between Tebel and Yosef. Therefore, when they can control Shabbat, they will not make it between Tebel and Truma. Therefore, again, that would mean that just like Truma is insufficient, right? So again, the consumption of Teva will also be insufficient, right? Not like no which is insufficient. Beautiful. Ladina says, you will not be killed without is the reason he preferred Teva. Truma, that's how it goes, because Teva and Truma both have the Russian fuel. Alright, incredible. Where do we go to the Kohen is coming? I said, again, the sun was. Kohen is coming, goes ahead and it's Truma Jordan. So tell me, Kohen, he's making the Truma, he's conditioned. Where do you go that? So the Shmuel, united with the Shmuel, from where do we know that a Kohen is coming? How do we know that's a local myself? Should we be conditioned? How do I know that it's coming? It's too much of the halacha l'maisa. Again, it's said Shomas Mishmartim, or Nisu Avon. Russell says, again, guard my guardianship Mishmartim, or Yisrael. You will not carry, you will not dare to make a decision. When it says, hold it in, ultimately, again, it's the first Torah, and after the Shmuel, or Elazar, and I would bring the Shmuel to the Shmuel, so it's right, it's very interesting. Mark this one. That is only a Kohen Tameh eats Shuma Tahora that is Misvidisha. But if a Tameh Kohen eats Shuma Tahora, there's no Misvidisha. Shene'emar Mesi Bo, we put to death. What do you see there? Almond beers will say 83 feet. Fat, resolution of doing Shuma, which is only what's an example of Shuma is already Shuma which is already so again, if I look for myself when we speak about the man, consumption of children, bring the that's a common point who consumes Shuma Tahora is prior to this edition. So remember, so our list, we're just going for a list, right? We are simply are giving things of all these categories ultimately in this edition. First, let's go like this. Zansha Pasha, Yan Holy Shuma, Iris, Zed, Yumara Amra, Zansha Pasha, Moto, Zed, gets Malchus. I'm going to have to הסדרה, למה פסוק, sim all Zalo Yocha Kodesh, and you Hashem Hashem. Must says that no non-collection. The book says so again, and the pasuk, this is the pasuk of course says, Shamas Nishmati, although Yisrael are hate in Mesa. So Esau is juxtaposed to a Zan. Why does it say therefore that Zan is Jewish? Says, let's see that. No, it's an interruption. It's an interruption. It actually says, they may both obey Kozah. The pasuk doesn't really flow, right? In other words, the pasuk begins also with especially not the Sibo, and then it says, Kozah, but you don't have Kodesh. So it doesn't go directly. That doesn't go directly into the substitution. The sound of the string is going to have okay, was listening to Vicky Lisa, these are people who are finding Lisa, Zara, Ophela, Chuma, not only these Chuma, years later, not only these Chuma really fighting himself, which was no, Lisa, that I was really up again, you know, like the to go and go bring this riot, confident God, versus God, kind of hello? Not going to be going to argue. Okay, listen, it happens to be, and just listening to local listening, asking that, sound, remote, this kind of situation. Okay, let's go back. Anyway, Kamish Shimish, Kamish Shimish, Polish coming, those that are older, kindness. But I haven't made a Joseph. It's the exact century of the name of the musician. So, how do we know if a poem is coming? If you get older, it's a new brush, it's kind of so. Sid, I've got an hour out on it. The last really quite shaking in this film, so when you have a look at the shame like shit. Okay. So the buzzer said, speak to our sons. They should be careful. You have to be careful. Touch them up in this film. You should not aim at trying to live in the right, so it's young, little this black. So you can your show up. Pillow. I'm going to this song. I'm trying to this song. Just like legal consumption. It's easy to show my so to again. The person who's coming, the owner is coming, does the hold on. I said, I said, once I say this thing was right before. The nail it, kill me, son. Why not just say, shut up, kill me, son. Remember your voice, Mother, I want Christ, I come to this. And such a nice Christ. So what do we say? It says, it says, by no side, and it says, by. Oh, he was coming, does the just like the most of his cards. So to this card, does that one? Come on, listen to my cards. Stavro, from Shuma Y. As well as the tumor, have to do again with the body of the soul. Time, others here, Mikvah, as they go to the Rabbi, both having a plural motion of Midrash, coming Mikvah Rabbi, coming to Shimish, coming to Upper Shuma. So both coin was coming to the Avodam, and a coin was coming to Shuma, State to the Avodam. First of all, both of them, they are just qualifications. Apparently, could be a person, Ushneyan Suri, like both of them are being the Ishlam Heter Mikvah, both to be remedied by Mikvah, the Zibul of Rothschild, and they also both share Rothschild Zibul in the plural form. Adrabah, you know something, not so fast. Let's learn how Kohen does get over by Nosa. After all, other than Shekin, Kodesh, Nim, Kigo, Nosa. And after all of these others, how much should be for us? Kodesh, Kodesh, which David here. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with consecrated items, Kodesh. Mid, both of them deal with the inside, right, or occurring inside of the same rush, and both are subject to people in Osana. Where it says, people do not think, people do not think, sorry, people do not think, people do not think. Once again, what's the piece of the really kind of carries the dangerous the rather compared to things haven't seen much since again from a huge from a huge by a person who does the whole thing. Therefore, again, we will live there. I suggest as little piece of the right according is coming right? So too, according is coming because the Mola is also trying to use incredible articles that's going to throw your next in line. Throw your Wednesday by day, but it still requires night. He does the this kind does the Avodah, it's highly resetting in says the Gemara, no, where do you know this? You sign that it's my over first white line, and then Rabbi for your should provide you on the you come with me. Oh, there's a point, is it full, you went to the mikvah by day, but it's full these guys and think some goes out. How do I know that this Avodah is unfit? I'm not like notion you do little bit. Well, you have a little, plus it says, you punish me, and to your God, do not complain. And the Gemara says, what is this? Hashem is fucking up. I don't need it. And you know, from a shishim, so remember again, if I believe this process, you and a Kohen who does the Avodah Tumah is kind, because we're already learning how to do this. So you don't, hopefully, again, these are this kind of tradition, or I should say, this kind. I don't know this kind of tradition. Just like I zoom off, so to again, according to the Bulldog, is also trying to use the incredible, what's the was incredible. Again, like I said before, last week, this passage is kind of conscious. It's out there. Right? The Kohen has to wear the neck piece out of the clothing. Right? It doesn't get hold, it doesn't get hold, and he still does get hold of. He's hired Lisa Bidei Shammai. Says Rabbi Noah, where do we know this from? Rabbi Ochanan, ומוטי במשמי, ולמוזר שני, וחייב to hold some happiness. Plus it says, you shall put the belt, so you don't need to hurt people. You shall hurt them with a belt. As you have me, one of the especially the day Aleim, to Nasam Aleim, when their clothing, is upon, then their kahuna is upon. It wasn't such a fast, right? Because the Russian, after we should that's the husband. וחגגתם עושים they put a belt on them. וחלש לבעוז, put the pants on them. I saw it, לחוקס on them. And the will be there for the everlasting statutes. When did this get in the verse? He went from if they're not wearing clothing, and I love when I speak this, I would do this. What I'm saying, the Kohen does the Avodah, not the Godim, and I love when I say the Avodah is Asr. Again, in this case, highly solution. The Gemara says, Rabbi because the Kohen who does the Avodah out of reckless garments, which is equivalent of a non-Kohen who does this. Non-Kohen does the Avodah is highly solution. So to a Kohen who does the Avodah is not proper vestments, proper particles of clothing, is kind of resubdivision. So with Amamar, it's actually you know when I saw the non-Kohen does the Avodah is that the Kahuna only rests upon the Kohen when he's doing the such a fascinating idea. Because on one hand, Kahuna is unique. Remember again, what do you have to do to get out? How well you get out. If you're not in, you're not in. Probably the point is probably not the point you could be able to talk about what it's doing. So on one hand, when it is advanced, on the other hand, but losers hate their life. Somebody who's very successful, they will say like, hey, I want to do like This is comprised of these two things. There's the innate kedusha, and ultimately again there's the so innate kedusha, every single thing, every single what you have to do, right? You don't have to do anything. You want a Jew, or you can put it into Yiddishkeit. If you're Jewish, you have kedusha. And that's beautiful. And it's a foundation, a fantastic foundation. The next step are like what becomes, what garments do you want to wear? That represents something. Right? Takes from the world, everything's outside, moves part of it, right? It's like clothes, meat, right? Those are very much tied up in the personal. So on a spiritual level, like the clothing, are the actions I engage in, right? What the clothing, what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the clothing, if you don't have the clothing, all you're left with is your needs to do so. If all you have is your needs to do so, you're sad. You're like a baby. Like a baby, a spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world. Yeah, baby's hungry. It's beautiful. Fantastic. Baby do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby born? Because every single baby has a need to do so. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice utilities? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your excitement? What's your struggle? And every single thing that you do in life is another dress, is another garment that you put on. Clothes manage to make clothes make us wear. Now listen, this is interesting. Think about it. One is an example. There is such specificity for our such specificity. So one level is practice because people are very taken by accident. And we want people to come to these things. It's the point of all dressed up. But I think that this is a beautiful kind of thing. So I suppose other people that I don't know, this is a good step for it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Spirit of growth oriented spiritual. Now I see it for you. No growth. No growth. Like you need to throw it on the streets. You come on the street, right? You need to have to shout at the street in front of everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let him go first and run. Like why? Because you have to respect him. I respect what he's doing. But it's still growing. It's still doing. Even without the it's still growing. It's an innate identity to him. But it really only fully self-actualizes when he puts something. That's crazy. It's the same thing for all of us. I'm always touched. I'm always touched with that idea. What is the most version of you? What color are you doing? I do every day like this. Like, today is going to be a jacket or two. Like, it's going to be a pair of headbands that come to it. It's going to be a sweater of trust. Every little bit gold is layer more and more and more. What goes out with all the things? That's what we're doing. That's what we're well, Rothschild is a guy who I like. Before he was not go ahead and watch this. So my window is coming on. Sit, go on the way. Give them some money over them. I said, on the way, you should go ahead and wash your hands. And then won't die. And you won't die. Okay, so what's it? Wash your hands with feet, you won't die. Don't wash your hands with feet, you will die. One more piece. With two arrows. Sorry. Shooting guidance, guidance check out. The point of training, why is it? Yeah, guidance issue. Two arrows. What about, so again, shooting guidance, it says guidance check out. It says, do not drink wine or any kind of beverage. Two arrows. How do we know that a coin can't be a logo of Yes, c'est au shop where you guys so terrible you should so this is on one hand you can't go ahead and cheat this thing but you also can plan this fair go wrong see passway the value in motion so there's a juxtaposition between wine and fair this is Palua Rosh compares to his head not to drinking wine Mashti Yanin Benisa just like drinking wine also Benisa you were Rosh so to again, letting your head go, giving your head with one pair of what's funny for you? Why? But on even level, what is it? So that's the serious thing. That one of the challenges is you go to your head. You go to your head. You realize this is something. Don't think there's a scope of ego. So what happens? Every day comes a question about what you want. Feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish things. The head says, what do you want me to do? I'm going to go now. I'm going to go to the 12 wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? I'm not kissing the eye. I want to accomplish the weight of the point of the head is flush by washing away washing away the you be successful in this role, do it for that. Do it for this. I do it for clouds. What happened? Why? What's the most basic level? Which is the nice and cruise wines, the nicest of games. That's not what's the representative values. Wine is very important. This is my way. This is that wine. This is one-on-one. And the gang is something about push. Wine could go ahead and do it. Put in about maybe business professional proximity to Charles. That's the most we know it's still needed. We need wine of different kinds of life. That's the big like you saw the first time you need wine to get off, sometimes you need wine to amplify or allow those things to simple. When you have something like that, closest like I don't need to that's just one thing. Joy, simcha, for us also. We just know what all of this is. We think happiness comes like this because happiness comes from money. Happiness comes from possession. Happiness comes from this. Right, wasn't come over today. But yeah, you want to try can't be there again. Listen. Good morning is this close. But very much want to thank you. As a fake identity, but really they go in there and they're like, so I just want to thank all of our sponsors and sponsorships involved. You're listening, there's a chef.
Yo, how are you?
Listen, that so what's the halacha? Is it higher investigation? What is the halacha? So again, remember, this is the Alpha Baguna asking the Shishas. And the Shishas responds, he says, no, 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 no. Going to Shishas, how I did the Abolda, and Alpha Baguna, the Bean also remains. The other Baguna don't bring it. The Mishnah, other Baguna don't bring it. Remember what they do. Ela perfeita Guna, but still also Kufar. Young Kohan is calling the Abolda outside of the courtyard. Culture is local business. You know what that is? So what is it? These are icons. This ID Shemaim. The shot came from it from the Shemaim. And again, if all of them are making assumptions that the only way they are all the same is highly easily shown. And you go wrong. And you go wrong. Why did you get it? Why did you have this kind of thing that you do that? So it's alumni. You know, kind of rather it must be that the Ochamalesa Troy, because we are both the state of Shema, is not higher in solution. After the mercies, we can that one of actually, but on the Nikolai is there such a thing for a manufacturer. Well, he says the butter, and we're going to make a person high. So it must be. It is not high in Esau, he do Shema. Incredible mercy. Is that true? As I said, the butter, we don't accept punishment from such a case. But now, Misha, what the Misha is not Misha, so again, it's just like Shabbos and that. If somebody went ahead and violated multiple times, and his height mountain, so what they do after a certain number of parties, they put him in the box, they put him in the cell that's smaller, they can't sit down, they put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and then bargain with guards. Whereas in the Bonaparte, there's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Daisy, what would Daisy do? Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of the heart. You said the person is utter, and then he still take the law and start in the hands. And versus, no, it's not even right. Remember, Amra Gibya, Amra Shokish, the Malchus Shakisas Asigan, the Abba Bar Chatal. No, remember how we define that case? What case of Malchus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of hearts, not to say. And violated the same parties focusing multiple parties. The parties is the speak person. And you don't have such a person who's concerned about that. And like I said, it's really the fact that he's already without bringing jobs. It's not to the level that it's at now. I don't like this. What about the case? Yeah, also Shabbos and each day. What he does on the T-ball field is what he does whenever again. So again, here's an example. If you bring the guy to bring this insurance, slowly, we got to just go and run. Yet again, we kill the guy. I know him. We kill the guy. What do you see? And even in the case where someone is technically examined by a control or by Disney, we will still go by control. We'll still go ahead and kill him. No. I'm not using the insurance estimate, but I'm using where the phone will allow us to go at. Remember, in that case, it's different. And that unique structure that was Shabbos. I don't know how less I call saying. What about the guy who personally source? Remember again, also, I'm not invoking policy. Here's an example. You bring him to court, the court won't do anything, yet you still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. But Rabbi Yosef, Yaakov posting is so small, the next section of Ari that's the case. Remember, when we find that case, as we experience the sexual individuals actually personally that's how we deal with them. I have all this like this. What about the case of all us solutions? Like, what about a man who's so again, remember, Midar is being calculated in, okay, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw, I know he called people. So here's an example where it's part of the quote unquote sense or sense anyway. Which we want to say, no, remember, how you ended up kind of a Sunday, the actually Rob is much. Remember again, that's where remember again, he asked the question to Rob didn't the answer, that's how many continues, and therefore he had this idea that he felt like kill someone who went ahead and ball. This is, again, based on that possibility. Also, so I love how much it is. Or a history, so now it's the most exciting of our basic point does the algorithm state of mutual or not. So then this was the question that the Hachot asked the Rothschild. Now, Rothschild responded, Rothschild said, the answer is obviously no. Right here, the answer must be no. So, in order to say that Allah for myself, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that if a Kohen does get hold of the spirit of Tumah, then Halach and Mesa, Pirsei Kuna are allowed to take it out and do it to death. Now, from a Shish's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person was high in this Kedusha money. So then again, the Pirsei Kuna would almost act as a Shlukesh under Egypt's that penalty is not high in this Kedusha money. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who had the which now is not all of his cases where, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically would not be liable if they go legalistic they yet we still see that they could be liable to death. Okay, well, I should say, at least liable to death, and liable to death is the hands of the money. Okay, the Gemara is like, the Gemara is like, instead, the Gemara is the question. Here we go, fascinating case. And you would say, Havolo, Hoses, Amolea, Kamini, Magish, and the Sadis, and Yotze. So this is talking about different aspects of coverage. So the person goes ahead. He goes ahead, see exactly what this is. Pouring oil on an Yotze. Bolo, he is mixing flour with oil. Bolo, Hoses, sweetening up on the big off and crushed. So the act of crushing the Hoses, Molea, adding salt. Native is great in the mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halacha? The sacrifice of shofar, or one who puts the lechem on the actual shofar itself, or a liquid sandios, or one who arranges the oil of the menorah. The hakometz, the one who takes the juice and the juices, and one who takes the flour and the pot, the little fingers, and the cattle's done in booklets, or one who goes ahead and uses cattle's food. He sees the blood from the one is utter and all again not what is this talking about? So let's take a look at the last Rashi says before it's also after so we're talking about over here the person performed any of these photos outside of the so again, so the person, so that's the case. Pour oil on the meat, mix the meat, broke up the pieces of the meat, added salt to the meat, wait the meat, put the meat, arrange the bread on the shofar, or arrange the candles to the right hand of the rock, keep the meat up, receive the sacrificial blood, if you do any of these things outside of this mikdash, you are fucked. You are fucked. So this is very interesting because we have to remember the concept of shooting what should be puts. We have a check from the outside of this mikdash. We have a single here. Apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrifices. So this can go from butter, that's actually on the days of this so I is a show. The only thing is to avoid the shita, slaughtering of sacrifices. Say, Asher Yishcha, Ma'alas, say, Asher Ya'ala Ola, Zorich, Yistabim, Shav, Zakat, Kohani, Yesh Akara Boda, in it the Prakasa. This is very interesting. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not kind of doing that much. Essentially, the only thing you're kind of doing outside of this including sacrificial rites. So, an example of that would be shvita, slaughtering it out, like zrika, sprinkling the blood. These are final rites, final actions, and that corresponds to final actions. Because that would do that, it's because you are okay. So you must any kind of nonsense, complicated. So you're not tired. Nobody knows. What we should start is one for example. Let's say a Kohen did any of these confirmation all these things. So the non-Kohen didn't outside. So we have to try it. Remember, normally there's a single set. The non-Kohen does the So but again, any of these things were done backwards. And Allah Almighty is not simply calling it and using the he also wouldn't decide Allah was right? Similarly, calling that is passive parsha. A calling has to be about the wearing and the sacrifice of out of essence. Failure to do so then reflects the but again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The law is lawfulness to be a dying for that right. And also, again, the lawfulness is only before performing an overall, only would have to try to wash his hands. Failure to do so results in like deep culpability. Again, he didn't wash his hands and things any of these things that are done outside, there's no life. Okay, very interesting. So Rashi points out that here, if you look at Rashi, Rabbi Shemisalos, Tzar Shemasa Achas Man B'Fnim, Eino Chayiv Nisa. Tzar, and I'm going to be anger at these things inside of the he would not be Chayiv Nisa. Same idea, but Rabbi Shemisalos, only coming to Shemesh, Zaros to Shemesh to Tumah, Nechatka. Same idea, but again, there's no good of Tumah, there's no good of the Pasuk Gadin, Makder Chayiv. And interestingly enough, they did put something that if you were to do Hakara, if you were to go ahead and take the cover and put it on, burn it outside the physical brush, like it would be it would be Makder, Hadi Avoda Kama, Shein Achalea Avoda, Chayiv Yishu Kama, we might Chayiv Ma'isa. So that what is he? If a Kohen were to go ahead and also burn it on his bed, otherwise, the only time that they wasn't to do it somehow, ultimately, I guess, is if it was before. But if it's within, they would be. So what do you see? Again, sometimes also that if a Kohen judge Cohen does the above the statement of law. This is how you need to be Shammai. Yes. Which is what I love Esau. Don't we see here a Cohen goes ahead and offers up a covenant with Esau. Well, that's hard. Not entirely exactly. It's a lot. I must say last, so they're going to say that the non-Cohen does this. Only violation of Allah. Rashi says over here, how did that figure I'm not going to eat the Taurus? Came and I'm going to go in Ivan on this record. So we sure we remember who did all of these things together. So you're telling me now that if a Cohen offers up and says, come on, only the love, not having so what does that mean? The non-Cohen does this, it's only the love, that can be considered the Hazar HaKohen. You must exclusively non-Cohen uses exactly this. Which was right, what did he say about this? You actually did the same. You actually did the same. In the cloud, you must say in the cloud, the Yotzei Kuboro, was in the cloud, the Yotzei Kuboro, Lab, Nani, and what's also interesting enough is the purpose that ultimately, again, Yotzei, the point of the oil, Bolo is the oil, Lab, Nani, but also not like Hilashi, where it says, Yotzei Kuboro, the common macro, not the album, it's so apparently again by Yotze I guess you can allow which was exactly what I know. I saw the Yotze where we know that there's a law to go ahead and only oil and mixing it out to a community of 160. Lomar, negotiate you for low yield power. Plus it says be only and do not Gemara says, you're right, that's only in Rabbi. Okay, interesting. Apparently, Torah itself, there's no prohibition against someone who's coming or you know, rather against the Rabbi. But that's not basically like the Pastor. Maybe what it is, we saw, the Bryce says over here, these are the people who are Esau coming, listen, coming this coming, ultimately you're going to does that all this time. Esau again, which Gemara says, So let's say halacha l'maisa, you're that halacha l'maisa is a person when he does the halacha, he's kind of himself. Now, by the way, if you take that approach, so then it makes sense why this is approach you should getting at how to do those occasions. So you can't take it amazing, right? Like you said, later in the what is pleased in you? There's no pleased in liability. What you do, see it also now, what's the license for yourself? Because he's calling this guy a situation. Therefore, I'm also when I saw now, essentially, I was supposed to also, for example, something like the government information that a lot of my secures that when they come to sacrificial rights and service outside of this discussion, especially below here, my last was over here, is that it's only called an abode of service that there's nothing that follows after Shkita, there are services that go after the Shkita itself is a self-contained that's not the follow the Shkita. So interesting enough, so we get this as an aside, one is only kind for Shkita for us. I hold up a horse, we call it a hold up. Come up, a hold up that doesn't really have anything following right now. Okay, so listen, so now we're going to go back and do the rest of the back today. Go back and dissect the rice just as in the Ruba, the English is so probably people are kind of Lisa and again, this kind of today. So today, whenever we see Lisa means Lisa to be Shaman. Right? So the English would be so. Also, that's not temple. The person goes in and wants to have a problem with the person goes in, never the kind Lisa, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, how bless it. Now, Kula must listen to so again, let's say you're going to do. You're going to go ahead and next week, and we'll go back and we'll explain how we do this. Number one, both of us are coming. Number two, the coin coming to upward towards both. The coin is coming means Shuma, which is ritually pure. Okay, so coming means Shuma, which is Tamar, these are Shamas and not including Shuma also, ritually Shamayim. These guys are right? Not going to certain reasons. Ultimately, again, coming and calling them coming because they have also tiny here goes on previous. Then we're getting to this point part of place before but once again, this is tiny solution. Now, it's more young, it's 6 minutes. We don't ever get something goes to the still requires the sunset because they both are highly next. This we got how is not very all of the inventory for one investments. Next, we also have one up. The color is back to coming. Sometimes they require someone who may have had not yet bought the person like that doesn't get hold of this because he's trying to so the words like that. Shalom, that's not dying black light. Remember, they're not looking at the first thing you're playing because this morning, one person this morning, go to see it, able to see the basic failure to do so. Therefore, you have unwashed these highly cellular studio light. You have over on the right things that use the light. Right, there's mine. Suri Rosh going around his spiritual health. How often plants. I like this. When goes in with one here, I use about Orel, only the Yoshi, and use Elevas. Orel. Now, what we use that both that standing up let's say the coin does get all this. All three of these things. RL, owning real estate, there's no hidden information, right? Another one is there. I love God's heart. There's a lot. There's a lot. Actually, it's fascinating. شديد أقرب معك مصيبة أول تشيل تشيل بيشرب القاضي يكون كله بالقرود ما يعطوه Remember the having these today, no, it's material. So we know that again. Let's say the coin, Like he said, this is how many say Allah, fascinating. Okay, so again, we'll see all this going on in the world. This is the let's say somebody intentionally committed an act. Let's say someone actively, purposely went ahead and took his discovery. Let me whoever is using it, right? Come and say, no, that's how also this was it's now that's our movie. Now let's dissect this. Number one, first person in receive Shemayim Maya. First guy in research, he trying to find out untied clothes. So once you know, where exactly do I know that? So much more Mishuma services. United because I have a Shadani, so how do I know that if someone needs to have all these Chinese sons and Shemayim, if siblings, I will do as touching himself, I share your remove Hashem. So literally it says, do not forget unsacred items of yourself that will be raised celestial. You must not seeking literal possible. Tell us talking about produce that is going to have stripes. What's the definition of produce that is going to have stripes? So it, Botado, the Torah says over here, do not go ahead and do not go ahead and the prophet that office, so the Gemara says, no, well, I think tells us describe Philo, it says Philo by Go, and it says Philo profane by Shema. The Shambas which my people used to okay? And they said, here, hallelujah. It says Philo by Yuma, it says Philo by Taba, and you say, Mala, under yourself, just like if someone is not allowed to be true, whether it's a sound, and I'm going to come up all the calls, they're put to death. So, Tzir Shabbat, Philo, interested in the pedal, it's also Nisan Yushamayim. Incredible. I the rest of the ones I can hold up to neighbors to no sir. Why don't you make it no sir? No sir. Sacrificial leftover has to be so why don't you say a lot of also by no sir? Why not make it zero shuts? It's probably not allowed the place, I'm not the place. Now, no sir is punished by choice. You can sacrifice the past. No curse. So why don't you say that Genesis like no size curries? So to it. And countless curries with commercial fields. Dabra Mishuma already so it makes more sense to learn out Pebble from Truma than Pebble from Zosa. Why? Between Truma, Tutsalar. Number one, Truma doesn't apply to Tutsalar. So, right, Truma doesn't apply to Tutsalar. Pebble doesn't apply to Tutsalar. Putra, both of these cases. There is a way to remedy. There's a way to remedy status. Like Rashi says over here, Rashi says you got 6 lines of Shuma with fruits of the heart. Similar to that, Shuma, the same Shuma, let's go. But in like this, no one like the Libar, who shot Hekrabah. Remember, in the whole month. No star, when no star stars, when it's heavy box, when you are around these personal altars, what is exactly when you're around these personal altars, which you often anywhere, which means no star can apply anywhere. the shepherd is pseudo, then the shepherd is pseudo, then the shepherd is pseudo. What the true about most are a shepherd is pseudo. Second distinction, right? Second commonality is butcher. You know, right? Remember, so Teva can be committed to how it's a Shuma ultimately is committed to a Kohen. No Sarah can never be committed. Once it's no Sarah, it means prohibited. Furthermore, for Rabbi, both Rosh and Fuel by Teva and by Shuma is in plural, by no Sarah is singular. Okay, the Rabbi, people, Shuma Putzart, Putra, the Rabbi, Halos, people, the Yosa. People below. So first of all apply to positions, right? So both has plural Russian. Both apply to positions, both do again Teva and Shuma. And people below, so that's in order to go become a little bit Shuma. Neither people nor no star apply to Teva or Shuma. Therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between Shuma and Teva. And therefore, it makes no sense to compare when you consider Shava between Teva and Truma than between Teva and Yosef. Hold up, I'm not wrong. Yosef, one second. Yosef also shares many similarities with Teva. Also, chicken muscle, puzzle, Yosef college name, Psul Hamayim. Remember, both Yosef and Teva is a Psul Hamayim. Itself, the iron itself, is inherently invalid, right? So again, no sar inherently invalid. Havel inherently invalid. Not just about Truma, plus a lot of good food to see Truma cycle. Since interestingly enough, Truma, because remember again we're talking about Truma itself is inherently permitted, right? But when I say not going to fill it, so the worst difference suggests why not compare Tevel to Nosar? Because Tevel and Nosar have this commonality. So ultimately, again, both of them are inherently invalid or inherently compromised. Furthermore, Amo Heather, furthermore, again, Amo Heather is well, neither can be remedied like you can't remedy Nosar, you can't remedy Tevel. Truma, like the case of someone like opponents coming, like he did, ultimately, again, we can go through the things that make himself. Rashi says over here, for the same Rashi. You know, say them caravan, Rabbi, somebody Truma Gish was caravan, okay? So the message is what the message of it is. You're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and Truma. Okay, Tevel and this as well. The message coming right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Yosef. Therefore, making the same Shabbat plural Truma would not make it between Tevel and Truma. Tevel is Truma and Tevel is Yosef. Therefore, again, that would mean that just like Truma is Yisrael, right? So to again, the consumption of Tevel will also be Yisrael, right? Not like no solution. Rabbi says, you will grab and feel grab. The usual reason is for Tevel. Truma, that kind of no sense. It's like Tevel and Truma both have the Russian plural for fame and the plural. As opposed to Yosef, which has the singular, and that seems to be a more telling halak bridge between those two concepts. Alright, incredible. The Gemara goes back to Kohen Kamisha, where do you go to the Kohen's stomach? Right, so again, you saw the list. Kohen's stomach goes ahead and eats Shuma Torah. So Tomei Kori, we say that it's Shuma, we say that it's Shuma. Where do you know that? The Amr Shua, united point solution of Shuma Torah, from where do you know that Kohen's stomach will eat Shuma Torah? How do we know that Allah of myself should be used? How do I know that Tomei Kori eats Shuma Torah? That Allah of myself, this idea is show us Mishmatim, or Yisi Allah. Plus it says, it will be again, guard my body, or you said, you will not carry or not bear any sin. It says, hold it in to nail ultimately, again, this refers to Truma Torah, not to Truma Tamei. Lezer, United States, which are the Tamei, Lisa, so what's his name? For instance, the Mark Fisher here is only a Kohen Tamei, eats Truma Torah, that is Miskiddush. But if a coming point is Truma Torah, there's only Miskiddush. No, this Shene'emar Leisubo, here comes the Death. What do you see here? Omega was like in fact, musician Truma, which is already what's an example of Truma which is already that's Truma which is already so again, if I love Lisa, when you speak about the consumption of Truma can bring you to that's coming point who consumes Truma Torah is higher Misa edition. So remember, so our list, we're just going for a list, right? But we are assembling our different things as forms in this category. Ultimately, we're going to use the addition. Good, let's go back to this. Zar Shachas non-point 8 Truma, I use the addition. Zar Shachas Truma, so now the teacher is doing enough, says, of a 9.8 Truma, gets Malchus. I'm going to have to Rasi, Rab, Lema Marisa, Sip of Kol Zalo Yohakodesh, and we Hashem Hashem. The Pasuk says that we know not the the verse says, so again, and the Pasuk, interesting enough, the Pasuk before it says, Shamas V'lo Yisrael Hate Who Mesa. So Mesa to a Zar. So why did you say here for the Zar, which the Gemara says, if Sika equals out. Well, right? In other words, the pasuk begins with the expression of Sibo, and then it says, so it doesn't flow directly, it doesn't flow directly, different juxtaposition, the sound of the stream is going to be higher. Okay? So what's the issue is the kasha. These are the people who are trying to do so. Let's have Truma. It's Truma. Because if you create something like that, it's still really high. So, which means you know, it's Lisa, not nice. So you're bringing up again, you're bringing up additional. You know, nice to go and you're bringing this right. You can't do the drug. You're trying to do the drug. It's kind of who you call it. That is a terror. And that's what you call it. Okay. Listen, it happens to be, I think this is the local amazing possible that the sound of this high resolution. Okay, yeah, that is right. Anyway, Kamish Shimish, so Kamish Shimish. Almost those that have a phone to this why we need a fear, but I don't need a this is exactly the United Commission should be so highly all the phone is coming. Yeah, all the reason is highly so. Now that our on the last really touched in the small, but when you can do a stream touch. Okay. So what's the island? Not so to again, the person who's coming, the opponent is coming, does be a hold on. I need to be I said, what's that? See, I have before. The daily, kill. Why not get to see each other? Now that I love Christ, I can't it's such because what is it? It says people outside, and it says people by. Oh, yes, yes, like you know, so it's like you just don't like that. But come on, this is like stop though. The Shuma Habib, more sense to learn how Shuma case from Shuma. Why? Because it's something good. Because interesting enough, all the cases of Shuma. As well as Shuma have to do again with the body of the individual. Any other things rush, because we go to the all the full of the mushroom of the coming to Upper Truma. So Coin was coming to the Avodah, and Coin was coming to Truma. Came to the Avodah. First of all, both of them were disqualifications. If you don't do the so ושניהם פסולים, like both of them are needed, ויש לנו חלק נקבע, עוד גזענות, וסיבוב הבלשה, also both people אדרבה, you know something, not so fast, let's learn how the point does get over by the also after the Kodesh, Min, Kigol, Kudosa. And all of these other Kodesh, Kodesh, which they remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with cascade Kodesh. Both of them deal with the inside, right? Or inside of this Kodesh. And both are separate. When the Osar, which says, you will do nothing, sorry, you will do nothing, once again,
Yo, what's going on, Mustafa? Hey, Pimp. How was work?
I suggest as little things of the one is coming from standing right? So too, a point is coming because the Avodah is also valued in salvation. It's incredible. Next in line. Tvoyom. But it still requires nightfall. He does this kind does the Avodah.
I agree. Well, did you hear back from any of the places where you applied?
How do I know that this is I'm going to make a notion you to your God, do not think.
Well, that's great. So first, I'll tell them about to take a nap in a little bit. Is this your friend here?
Yeah, his name is Safe.
What up, Safe? How you living, dog?
Or I should say, it's high. I don't know.
This man Khadija's
Does he speak English? Okay, he says no. I know, he just said no. Okay, very well. So you heard back from some of these jobs. How many did you apply for yesterday? No, you know exactly how many. Come on. Okay, well then today you've got to do 15. There you go. Focus on it. Keep me updated. I'm here for you. Tell Saf to do the same. He could be your roommate in the United States. All right, well, tell him what to do. Tell him what to do to get a translation job. And then you guys could live together in the United States. Oh, okay, yeah, so then he's not going to do that. Okay, that's cool. Well, you get to applying. You got to apply to 15 today. Oh, yeah, you'll get to that. You'll get to that. But do 15 today. So hit it.
Right? When they get all this kind of solution, right? So to a coin that does their own proper investment, proper program is kind of Nissan, Amana. Amana is actually remember, myself, as not does the Avoda, only less great ways of such a fascinating again. What is I love every single thing. You don't have to worry if you're born a Jew or Jewish guy, you're Jewish, and that's beautiful. It's a foundation, a fantastic foundation. The next step, like what you got, what garments do you want to wear? That represents something. From the world of the outside, from the part of it, right? You know, it's and clothes are very much about people's spiritual, like the gut, like the actions I need to accomplish. What the gut, what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the gut, you don't have the gut, if all your record is your need to if all you have is your need to you're a sour, you're like a baby. Like a baby, spiritual baby. Baby comes in and says, yeah, baby, so it's beautiful, fantastic, but baby, you actually do nothing. So how's the baby going? Every single hit has a need to life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice clothes? What are your routines? What are your accomplishments? What are your consulting? What's your stuff? And every single thing that you do in life is another dagger. Is another garment that you put on. Clothes, not make. Clothes make us live. Listen, this is interesting. Think about it. One is an example. There's such specificity regarding the clothing. Such specificity. So, one level is cut down because people are very people like this. And one people it's kind of all that stuff. Like, people are pushing you on it. But those are not what it means to do is growth and I want to see the clothing. You need to right? No clothing. No clothing. Right? You need the clothing on the street. You need to on the street, right? You need a message shop which is getting like everybody else. So what happens? You let it go first and last, right? Why?
Yeah, but I can tell you have terrible influences. Who is letting you on the internet? Who is letting this person on the internet?
But he really only fully self-actualizes.
Who are your parents?
Your mom. I'm always conscious.
Then we'd be siblings, son. Just letting these people on the internet.
This is a very good point by Johnny's fan, the idea that you're a millionaire, you bought a mansion,
Like it's gonna be a pair of pants that come home. It's gonna be a sweater of
wife's not okay with that, granted he has 7 children, but it's still
like
the sense is
more.
you've got a harem.
Walking about broken people.
Yeah, it just seems to work out. That's a good, I would
Are you fucking serious?
I'd almost offer Shane a place to stay in Los Angeles. Yeah. So I don't even know what this is.
Now it's just like a genetic code. At least now that the blood in your skin is the blood in well, Rothschild is not going to let me talk to you for a second. We still take a break. Wash your hands, and then you won't die. And you won't die. Okay, so it's pretty explicit. Wash your hands with meat, you won't die. Don't wash your hands with meat, you will die. One more, please. Kure Rosh. I'm sorry. Shkia Yain, it says Yain Shek out. The point is right, why did you get Rob? I just visual. It says Kure Rosh. What about, so again, Shkia Yain, it says Yain Shek out. Plus it is explicit. So it says, do not drink wine or intoxicating beverages. Kure Rosh. How do we know that 20 can't over long? Let's say, Rosham Moyigale, Upera Boyisham. The Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and say this, but the rest of your hand is carried. Roll long, sit pasray, Yayin Moyishti. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This issue, Rosh Shti Yayin, compares letting his hair grow to drinking water. Not Shti Yayin, but you saw just like drinking wine, ultimately, you saw after you Rosh. So again, letting the hair grow, when you have all this long hair, that's looks like that. So what's the fun? Why?
Is there an airplane flies over ice? How they're trained?
On people level, what is it? So that's the solution. That one of your challenges is being very easy. Some go to your head. Go to your head. So ultimately, the start is ego. So what happens is everything you take you where you want. The parents how we go. Then it says, funny what you do is I'm going to go, not where I want to go. I'm going to go for 12 months. Wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? I'm not just seeing what I want, I'm going to accomplish what the rate and point was ahead. By washing away wash the pictures. When you get that slowly slow, why take it? What's the most basic level? You could be concerned about your things on as a nice and stuff else. Why you don't want this one? Doesn't change one on one. The 90 something about that. Why don't you go and do that? I know it's shot. What am I about to do? Such close proximity to the heart. Your joy should emanate from one place to another. That's close to this question. There should be no external meaning to about joy. Tremendous idea. We need wine to different things in life. That's the nature of it. Like you said before, sometimes we need wine to take the edge off. Sometimes we need wine to amplify or allow the sins of sin to come out. When you have such profound closer structures, how do we
Even though I just saw this in that video, can you imagine? Because he's 10 bucks. I have employees, I understand. If one of them came in and I phrase something, look at it. It's hilarious. You know, everyone would just saying that would be enough to be like, I get fired. Laughing at the neck brace. No, man, I took the moratorium off Reddit. Well, that's not true. I read it, so I see shops. I haven't seen much saving okay. Yeah, I haven't seen anything good. It's been 2 weeks without change. I know, it feels weird. We're getting used to it.
I was just about it today. But yeah, coming on site, can't be doing this person.
Alright, so this was posted by New Time. It's called Every Homeless Comforted for this exact reaction. Posted by New Time with Joanna's Instagram. Embarrassing is especially glad to not be in LA anymore. It's not wanting to be here. Let me tell you, this is the way. This is what do you think? Like, does she care a lot about live scooters? What is her? She's so yeah, they're bagging now. They're in Texas. And they, this is part of the package. Cowboy boots, what else? Country music. Yeah, so you have to take it for selling. She's clear with because right. So it was the Jordan collector. You post the picture, but then after negatives, absolutely not. I've been here absolutely right, and on top of that, stack that over with you. His audience is like, I mean, the entire audience wasn't it like probably your audience is teenagers, and we all think that what's going on? What's going on? Rocky, oh, yeah,
So actually said, this has to be first for them I know it was more actually says, and it wasn't shit, and it's supposed to this is someone first of all himself who's a upstanding Jewish and this time is not so who really feel almost like they feel this wonder like battle of the well, we love the church, but it's nice. Right? Yes, I'm not going to check it out. See it. Maybe we'll like, yeah, like that is kind of right? You see managed to reach an app, and a lot of people don't see it. That's just the show real good guy. You think all these books behind him? I wonder if he's read those books. Those Caleb books, he makes them. Again, much more Russia requires. Okay? Go ahead. So it is split the skull. Split the skull with these are actually split. It's actually Shia LaBeouf plays Austin. Yes, that's a better. Yeah. It's like that. So the first he keeps doing stuff like this where so again, he takes a picture of himself, like subway, and then he's like it's gonna be shaved 17 days. Yeah, it's a kind of this and then do thing. All that discussions with that so again, that Cheddar Day just got paid. I've been fighting stuff like this now. What's up, guys? Let's look at the words. So remember again, it's like any area, but then maybe it's like yeah, I got that some stupid thing he's plugging you put it behind your ear and it's all let's go to golden.com and get yourself a golden ear. Ever since I put in my golden ear and started drinking that's right out of the can. I am the best podcast host in the world. I never said anything about it. It's part of my glass for my guys. Yeah. People are like, what is that? What is that? Oh, it's looking golden. My guys. First it says, sorcery should curse the one who gave the first sorcery its power. So a person curses the with sorcery. One of the things about Rabbi Yakeyu Kosimo ultimately is sorcery go ahead and curse again. This is what we doubt. Therefore, again, he's a concept with sorcery. Okay? Next, listen, this is not going to be the fault about the Torah. One of the catches our attention is not a I'm not talking about that, so I'm going to self. I'm going to that when the fight is self, what is only self, but it's actually putting out the fear, what she was. But it wasn't shit. Family that kind of was a complicated. So it needed to both complicated. What happens let's say the widow's house? And so the person chooses that so what is this punishment under Shiva? So I forgot how so I tried with the some monthly Yehuda is for even not to be Yehuda Shem the ball of mass hail to you. Supposed to be the possibility says against one Yehuda was kept against stop engaged in the language. Recent period of stop and Yehuda page Kodesh has love the ball of mass and the order of so this is the finish. So you think of Hana, so you see it's congregation. So as that, what happens to the Jewish Roman congregation? So again, no one's up to the goes back to what that makes it I'm away. How can you tell you? So if Hana told about the Jewish, that's a Paul. So it's also has been actually about the Christ. That's the actually again, that's race. Like there's a genocide going on right now. And to know some of your being done to the Israeli army is not something that you should take time to think about because you started off this interview with us talking about your faith. I think that's exactly what I'm talking about. This refers to the Jew restoration. That's what it means to revelation. See, that's what it says afterwards. Yakris Hashem Ish Hashem Hashem Er Ka'ula Yaakov and Magish Food Production. This is what the story is. Become comfortable. This translation no year well character on the son will not be found. So there's a little bit translated. So it comes up and it's not Jewish. And the ability that his son will not be amongst those who are weak, like those who are great in the Talmud. And go with the verse. So I can talk about the non-Jewish. Hopefully, there is one of those. And let's say that well, let's go more like coming with is a Torah. So you have no friends and not each week of that. Son will not be there. Son will not be there. So it's a son. First of all, number one, assessing the no person should become tough. Given the opportunity, we will do a lot of things. Unfortunately, also to us right now, really, the other reason is the sun will not be
Yo, fuck you. No one wants to talk to you anymore.
people around. This is irrelevant. So he knows about the topography. It doesn't know about the even numbers. There are certain things that fundamentally are immorality. So not this fascinating. Like it's not for like a alliance that's going to like lease or like something else. Remember again, this is kind of imposing that. But if the Canonic doesn't get the person to go that, there's no follow up. There's no follow up. The thing is, world. If I do this, profit. I can be a point. But if I do this, if I am wrapped up in immorality, manifest by other having relations with this part of the living, my definition of those that impact my ability to rage and desire. Plus, the Rothschild those one of the things I saw was written on the skull, nothing. Those are old nothings. This will happen to you, and nothing. I see the one of the incredible things. The kilos of the trader, after the loss of so red fast kilos the skull over here was fantastic side. For the city unit, those for all that on the skull praise. Those this and something now. So what do you do? Cover up. There is what very slow. The other, no. Cover up very slow. Amar, I want to show you realize this must be slow. You are struggling to learn slow how much this I'm going to show you. You're said, you're going to be very light. Just like nobody puts the time to carry your so your body is going to be thrown by the sun. That's very important. But nevertheless, grandfather Rabbi prayed this. Welcome, a lot of because you know what? It's not right. You deserve, all this stuff, and still can. As he deserves some level of fucking so what is grandfather are very creative. So Shakti Kappa goes there, this sits up. So when I that, he doesn't get there. Put in the body. works. Okay? Aside this, Chazi say, Chazi say. So what happens? So the grandfather, right, came up, his wife came home. And she saw a message. There was a skull in silk in a box. Okay. So she decided to put it in the shoes. So she said, other day, I think this is such a nice thing. This must be the skull of your husband's first wife. I mean, again, it's not a second marriage. Like, his grandfather did his marriage before. The neighbor says in front of the Rabbi, this must be the skull of his first wife. The local Comanche lady. And what happens is, clearly, the husband cannot forget about his first wife. So what did the wife do? Shagarta with the Lula, skull, threw it into the oven, and it was and also, when the grandfather physically back, I'm not able to see the real souls for all that. And now I understand the real so, the one who loved the name, who loved the very normal. The Jews, again, very open to the skull was they should have personalized it. But, so the Jews would have personalized it. They would have personalized it. They would have they made difference in the all right, this is how you manage to match job. The manufacturer this is not a woman, it is decided because of match job. Four things. Four things. And by the way, what's the match job? We'll see in this moment. So match job is you know it is Yudah, again, remember, the Jews have to become very pretty sure that the Jewish men are not going to be around in the United States. So they tend to use the pocket. Number two, shishcha. Number three, gimel, goya, is and ultimately allocation magic carried ultimately its own. Okay, that's what I call it. Not shgar. But rather it's not shgar. Again, you do on the ship of Royals. So he takes out each of the guardians and shoulder. Why do you on the ship pieces? Less moves. Because the consumer doesn't like it on marriage. We're more related to the imagination. Instead, it makes more sense to put it down. So, perfectly in the way, shiny bad elements. Almost constitutionality. So, nice is still having and we still having not marriage. How about the local what's now? Now I think that kid, I'm not myself. Thank you, the Jewish man in the act, he's committed to go ahead. Murder says, I do it. Murder says, I'm not this love. How about him? Somebody comes to ask this love, he knows. He does not have to instruct him. So Rashi says over here, knowing about him what the base chastise, and you couple, he will remember our family as let's say again, let's say you guys having a relationship with Jesus, right? And now what happens is choose it shows up in days. It's days. Ruben is having days. Can I kill him? I'm not saying this is not his question. Actually, for example, the first thing to learn from the boat is motivated by the whole sense of religious how it's going to be because remember again, the person who can carry his house is sure. He's not just excited for these cultures, this is how almost in Sina. Remember, we always tell people when somebody comes to me and asks, says, should I do this? Tell them no, don't do it. This is unique halacha. If someone asks of your organization and says, you're not liable. Right? But when nice things will never be trusted, someone should actually do this. So Gemara says, Ikmar, over that matter, above the law, in the law. Somebody asked, like, should we come from here? You think I'm chatting with the princess, and I'm a Hanoi. So can I do it? No, no, you don't have to do it. But law, not only that, I was really hard, but this was, yeah, like, I was ready for this moment. How do you know this? Well, one of the kinds of things, I just really just have to say, so we're getting silly, was a hard position, had a relationship with the husband, and engaged as a public this is the story that is like this country, a boil, a land which is I know it's talking about. So much just to show you what a dangerous thing this whole thing is. So finish Zimri behind the thing. That's never got. Let's say Pinchas killed Zimri after Zimri already finished that. Let's say Zimri finished his husband. And then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas was the one who was watching. Pinchas never got. Yeah, but Zimri behind the thing. So Zimri never got. So you know that furthermore, but Pinchas is trying to come from Zimri. Zimri comes around and goes Pinchas. Zimri will not be tired. Why not? Pinchas has been given a road. So it just seems more fascinating. Even though the law says that Hanoi is allowed to kill someone who is having relations with Aramis, but again, it's not part of the legal system. It's Allah was saying to the point that Hanoi has the bit of a road. So if the Jewish man defends himself and kills the Hanoi, but terrible. Had Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas, Zimri would have been incredible. Zimri was like, they don't know what you're saying. How much should Rachel show it? When did all of this happen? Balak, the king of Moab, went ahead and hired Bilam to kill him. Bilam was unable to successfully defend him. So what's the deal? Bilam says to Balak, listen, lure the Jewish men into Moab. I think for a fact that immorality would be a killing spree. So please go ahead. So what happens? So Moab, essentially, the Moabite people, they Jewish men into Moab. Tried to be felt as this lowest one ship. So what? There are more shopping. All of ships are shopping is the big inside. So the tribe is in trouble with Zimri. Oh no, ain't going to be in the first side. They don't show Joseph. She said to Zimri, Zimri, you're sentencing us to death because we're doing immorality. You're just sitting there doing nothing. You're sitting there being quiet. About us and what you should do. How much is half dollar elephants? Zimri had 24,000. So hold up, it's a trust. Anyone over the it says, hello, Hashmili, revelation. So Simi wanted to like make a special. So because they have something to have relations with me. I'm wrong. Low Pascal. I'm a low Pascal. First of all, Simi is back in our princess. I'm a princess. My father said I could only have relations with Amrullah, I'm Nasi I'm also a tribal prince. The local, not only that, I'm a great emotion. I'm a second-born son, second-born child. Emotions are pure. So you see, I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So what does it do? Puffs up in Melissa, so Zimri Via is our Amro Ben Amro, you are Sula of the church. Moshe, tell me, is this moving Moshe or if you say that she's Asura to me, that's Israel who allowed you to marry the daughter of this so he says, tell me, is this woman Mutter or Asura to me? By the way, before you say Asura, which now you're going to say, who allowed you to marry Tzipora? Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Israel? Incredible. It says, it's further than Allah. Moshe Rabbeinu, Yamam Kiyam so go through not the same. So I would consider both in has been a lot. Has been a lot of saw. I asked the Gemara what is because I see over a lot of nice in this kind of I don't know. Literally is the brother of my grandfather. Pinchas was the son of a mother, the grandson of Aaron. Most of you was the father of my brother of my father's father. The captain by the Hedige during the declaration. And he taught us, most of you taught us, in the kingdom of Sinai, Apollos Akusis, Kindoim, Pokipo. Moshe, he taught us a halach, literally, a halach on the Moshe in Sinai. The kingdom of Sinai, he taught us the family of the man that he is not you're allowed to share. Again, we're all about things like that. So we ask everything else. On the level of this is right. He says, train up in Yarko, the one who reads the letter, even with a hobby time. In other words, us. We don't want to learn the halacha, so therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out this. Shmuel says, no, it's something different. Shmuel says, literally translated, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding, there is no concept. Neged Hashem, opposite Hashem. What does that mean? Makom shenichtu Hashem, baby talking to us. So 20 to this point, we're not going to do this follows. You trust us, you don't have to. So much room to acting without consulting. And you also can't act. Someone can't act without consulting. You can't just act without consulting. In the school of Hashem, you act and you act. So the Gemara says, I'm going to Yitzchak, I'm going to Lazar, Rabbi Shem, Malach, positions the Apple. If I saw that Malach is coming to the morality, Malach was just destroying his killing. Yaakov from Haida, God says, "Oh, I got a passion." Conversion of the sea.
I know a lot of you are not visualized, but where the lights don't go up,
Because when you feel like Hashem, what about the into this nitrogen side. You do have to bring it to this nitrogen. Actually, that's the design based on nitrogen. So this is very interesting. So, by the way, this is the thing about it. What's the logic of not doing that? This nitrogen is where we go and prolong life. Weapons go ahead and there's a lot of things that are separate. Very good. So what did you consider? Cut out, let's get something else here. Now, you must understand that what is happening, right? You could not want to go out with shivering. So let's shoot up. We need to go. Let's do the spirit. So what I know what we do. But my mission was 3 days with my house. 82 days. Now, so the spirit means and he means like a shaft of the spirit to walk. This are all come out. David should be he goes to the area where she Amar, hey, come let's see this shift. Maybe it's not only shall I should shave it lately in any holier than he says like this, shave it. So why should shave it lady means that? Not from shave it lady. Why should we enjoy life any less than we? Wow. Right? We must honor. Nichalo. Ashul Hasil Sraka. Saying, look at this, Ben Chebra, Pinchas is here. And really he's here to satisfy his own needs as well. Renegade. Livnas, the words of Livnas, Yitilo Pushin and Sakal. He said, we have to in that the hobbies the people are submitting more issues of really he's a national 6 miracles. Number one, Echad, Shahayro Zimri, Rishosh Loki, Sahur Responsibility. Literally, Zimri is having a religion. One was a plot. When I thought about seeing this stuff, Shahayro without a little deeper. You should find out, like, especially some things that's what she did is a social He is a righteous when it says, one by your color. His color, hello, and his color. Little bit again that Pinchas is judging the problem. Yet the rebuke person has to be people. Two people, two big leaders, everyone else being held responsible. It's a picture of what they're trying to do. I love the one. That's funny. It's disrespectful. I'm a land equal. Hanoi, then Hanoi. He is the son of Hanoi, the son of another country. Lima, then Nation. He is one of the he's on the roots on that. Son of one who is so that's what happened. Out of the African out of the Torah stuff, this is a super that's the reason. Come on, man. What did he also change it up? How are you out? And 12 is to read to excuse other trespasses. A lot of people have that's what motivated me back. Has such incredible God asked for this treatment of Jews. The Bible says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He is a Kanoi This sort of a kind of, it's just like living with shoes. Did what they did for the dignity of the system. Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of himself. So I know because of him, what he did for the dignity of Israel. When you stick up for the dignity of another Jew, when you are there for another Jew, when you're willing to put yourself on the line for another Jew. The other tribes began disparaging him. He said that who is actually he said of his more unlike was the bubble. But all our nothing should be started this time so his mother was from Israel. So he's not considered here. Not considered. Israel, Allah Pinchas, not having the Israel. So Pinchas' mother was one of the daughters of the family of Israel. He tried to start this guy. Look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Abu Israel. And this guy, the grandfather, what's supposed to be trying to bring? So the pastor comes in with the then a lot of He's also the grandson of Aaron. Where's the father of Moshe? Actually, Moshe. Little the day to remember, he loves the busy Shalom. Hashem is a covenant. So Hashem says to Moshe, go and extend this covenant. This covenant of peace, of Shalom. Shneamar, Lachem, and more, therefore, don't tell Pinchas, it's quite fascinating. Trump is still there. He's your act, right? Your act, you're treating people from slow. You should be a follow. In fact, that's what you need to stand up and do that. That is Zimri did not just have one activation. He had a lot of activities. 400, right now, we must have 400 activities. Actually, that's like the base of the cells. Okay, so currently, again, the high school, husband was filled with Shadow's base. You'll say, Shadow shall not have. Again, where's the teaching
if that's a great, that's what I agree with. That's a great.
the city and the husband
That's where it kind of feels like right on the streets,
what to
not a
do
chance
as
to
well
be
as
like
multiple
this.
times up the
Morality, that
morality all around. Look, husband, in fact, great ladies and business who done still not fast solution. Why this brought the idea like post the husband was so much father post allow these people to be destroyed or by me. Post be shuffled also on them. Let them be slaughtered for herself. Now she did and well. She was going to keep herself for the destruction of Christ. They honey with her money, she the night. Literally, if you look between the reeds, and the reeds in the swamp, Rashi says, "There's honey overnight." If you look in the security places, that's where you'll find the night. And there's books.
yeah, I mean, it looks better than
One I just I look for the security place between the reeds. I buy the honey top of the place. I buy enough soap. What is she doing over there between the reeds? What is she doing there? She's doing prostitutes out here. She was so immoral. I'm gonna be open. I'm interested in what they were. Yeah, sorry. I'm interested in five names. Zimri, and Solo, Sholo, and Agnanis, Shmuel, Ben Zimri, Ashnasa, somebody asks, then Salu, Asheristi, Abonos, Shom, and ultimately again, then Saul actually says over here, is the God has Sheristi will be Samu Rushel is like because she married the Israel Rush, because the iniquities of his family is spoken. So he's not good. Shaul, Asherisha, Ashbozadi. He really let himself out. Then Agnanis, Ashasa, Maisi. Go back to Agnanis, actions like the Mashro, what was actually played, Shmuel, Ben Zerisha. Incredible. Also, his name was actually Shmuel, Ben Zerisha. What's that? This book got something actual name was impossible. It's in right? Ultimately, again, Gemara says, right, the city was in the scripture.
I would, if I had a studio like that, obviously it would
really was
shopping, if I had a studio like that,
we just ran his name by Canada. Those are people that by the way, like the name itself is so cool. Shumi L, is like Shumi L. As a result, Shem is
it is weird that it looks so big.
someone so
It looks
good
good.
and dropped to the
It's just
depths.
weird. Like, especially
What's
where
the
it is.
best thing that's happened to see over,
That doesn't feel good.
which is not how really
Really?
person is.
Yeah.
It's one of those last
They should. They should.
I'm probably asking for the most.
That's what you need.
So one might think about the most. One
That's what you need. Anything after the fact doesn't really sound like too much. They haven't dedicated to much like like coffee in Boston.
so you have to understand every command to Austin.
You got a spot? Switch back in. It's a fucking 9-hour shift. Just like you're not
Not bad, small decisions. Up to that moment, somebody would take the same steps. he'll usually go from Julia Benson Shaddai to Sydney. There's a whole bunch of other things that happen. But we're sucking at the same. We're sucking at the failure. And that's why, again, maybe like a constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to come? Garrett doesn't anymore. It's constant awareness, constant vigilance. Okay, it's not going to protect you from existence. We all make mistakes. But at least if I'm always aware of what direction I'm going, put myself on like that, seek myself. Like it was like, oh, wow, okay, that was someone for today. Tremendous stuff. See everyone.
He's got an acting career, and then they tried to conduce him, and then he watches this. God damn it, dude, where's Mark? I'm I should text him. I'm curious to hear what he thinks about this. Texas, he's really some great thoughts on it. He's watching that's going to conditions for them. It's so hot. Yeah, but thank you, doctor.
So again, we had this word called Rothschild, where you got insurance. So services. You know, over that's customers and certain for example. So again, it's also that's we can find somewhere insurance is that's the first thing. First we go there and First says sorcery should curse anyone. Curse sorcery is power. It's right in front of you. So a person who curses the Bolo Sholo with the sorcery. I want to be able to have a word on me. Not able to see well, ultimately, because sorcery goes and the curse against the institution and what you doubt it. Therefore, again, this with sorcery. But then, what's that? This is not going to be the call about so of course, one of the catches are not going to use Christmas. I'm not talking about something itself. Now, I'm not just talking about itself. But it's actually put up here. But they put them Finally, that happened. So it's a complication. So it is sometimes both people. But what happens is what happens is let's say we're not selling you will sell it this we're not selling and so the person is just not going to say no it's not so what is actually under those circumstances shooting out is not for that that's how much so the says I'm trying to get up time saw the following ugly Buddha even nas Buddha Buddha Kodesh Hashem Hashem Baal Bas El the possibility says again Buddha will help engaged in the foundation which is the story in Yerushalayim Buddha things Kodesh that's Baal Baal Bas El which is again the order of so this is the tree. So you see, it is the first question. Someone asked you out. What happens to Jewish men and nobody's calling you. Yeah. So again, no one's talking to them now. So if Kahana told oh, there's something like I'm pretty lovely, but God remember what's so apparently again must have but you don't know what's that. So I'm going to go from it's what even that's something like that. Zoom, Zoom. This refers ultimately as a result to our or yeah, coverage. So again, so for now, people say, I'm last week, the ball basketball, and which was really good with the daughter of my family, this refers to Jew restoration from that's what it means revelation is the word of the community. Revelation is not Jewish word. See Hashem, what does it say afterwards? Yahweh is Hashem, Ish Asher Yaseh, Er, Bahula, Elokim Yaakov, Man Yishmit Kol Hashem Tzedakos. So this is the punch. So what's the punch? Here we go. The uncoupled, the Jews, right? This translation, not the Jewish word. Lo yeh lo ken b'chachamim ba'olam son will not be counted. So again, it's literally translated. So uncoupled revelation for this not Jewish word. And the son will not be amongst those who are awake, like those who are bright. In it on the hip, and no one will be verse. So I think punishment for uncoupled revelation is not Jewish word. Ultimately, it's what I told you. There was one more line. Coming to is a poet. So yellow pen, magic sun will not be in this company. Those who get sun will not be in the company. Those who sun is kind of number one, excessive the other reason for this sun will not be people around this is irrelevant to sun. Those who know about the there's a series of fundamental moralities. So man goes ahead and wants to read up on more competition. Like, it's not more like a rival that's punishable by least or remember again, this is canonic Pokemon. But if the canonic doesn't get the person to go back, there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. You get to think world. If I do this, I can be a pro. If I do this, if I am actually up in immorality, it manifests by having a relationship other than my definition is going to impact my I'm going to keep out I'm going to keep out of you. To say, let me plus all dogs those one of the things I saw was shows this will happen too, and another thing. Zikidot to be prayed on. Ashter Abu Blossom to Shakshas to have Shakshas. So, bread from the father, Zikidot is really the grandfather. Very prayed on, and skull. And the skull ultimately again was cast to the sun and used but the city union, Zeus followed that house. Now the skull was being praised. Zeus this and something else. Now, they didn't realize that this was the skull of the young. So what did they do? Cover up various other things. Got to be true. Very skull. Bahadar Shuffle. Cover up Bahadar Shuffle. Very skull is that kind of ground. And again, they got that. Okay. Amar Hai Google wants to show you to realize this must be the skull of the CK who has stolen the skull of the Hashmir and the Sharing Shalom. Rabbi said, Rabbi said, you are going to be buried like a man. Just like nobody takes the time to bury a man, it's not thrown by the side, so to your body is going to be thrown by the side. You're not buried. But nevertheless, grandfather Rabbi prays, well, the last four are the best years. Nevertheless, you know what? It's not right. So young deserves, all this stuff. And they still can. And as a kid, he deserves some level of fun. So what happens? What is this? The grandfather father is raising this. So Shakti Karpamishira goes stay this sift up. So we're going to be back to the US again, Jerry. Put it in the box. Okay. I say this. Chazise. So what happened? So the grandfather, like, the skull is sealed in a box. Okay. So she decided to put it in her bag. We was just say. So she said, they were talking to him, we were talking, okay, I think this is like the nice, this must be the skull of the husband's first wife. I don't think it's not just married, but grandfather was married before. The neighbor says to the contact, this must be the skull of his first wife. The Lord commands you, like, and what happens? And clearly, the husband cannot forget about his first wife. So what did the wife do? Shagar to the Tanura, the skull, threw it into the oven, and it was he also, when the grandfather figured it had, Homer ended the city with Zeus for all that. And now I understand the meaning of skull. Zeus is going to be up there, you won't be buried no more. Until then, the skull wasn't served. That's just the word. Basically, does so the gates of the national life, that's not the gates of the national life, they made their gates in the city. Allah, this is how you should not go. This is an English woman. He is founded because of Nashga. Four things. Four things. Now, by the way, what's Nashga? We'll see in this book. Nashga is this anointed is Buddha, and this is interesting. Again, remember, he gave the Hashem that Jewish men would not have religions like morality, marriage, all these things. So they talk these relationships. Number two, Shifcha. Number three, Goya. And ultimately, she's married, ultimately it's adultery. Just so that it's Nashgas. I'm sure all you say it's not Nashga, rather it's Nashgas. Again, he agrees on the first degree, he is shit of Goya, Sona. He takes out Ish, married to the Sona. Why do you say so? I'm sure Ish was less than it's not even Kusi, but that's not marriage. They're moral, never not in relationships. Therefore, it makes sense to put Ish instead. Makes more sense for you. So, the first thing you say, how you buy that on the market, like you should have a formal concept. But the mindset is still how to use the and it's still how to not get into relationship. But married uses is Asian. With this stuff, how about the broken monk? I'm supposed to say now. Now, still be here. Guys, other things the point the Mishnah says that it, another self, is the catches the Jewish man in the act is produced go ahead and trust. Gemara says right away. Gemara says, I'm not this dog. I bought them all. Somebody comes to ask this shaila. You do not actually instruct them to do this. So Rashi says over here, annoying about liberal debate, Shasnas, Mitkabo, Ibor, Shlo, Yama, Elu, Hanani, Asmo. So let's say again, let's say we is having a meeting with Jesus. Right? And now what happens? Shit. It shows up the base. Ruben is always can I kill him? I'm not sure. Basically, there's not instruction. Actually, comes out because the money involved is just acting motivated by the own sense of religious how we can change this. We don't discuss it. Someone comes to me and asks, he says, should I do this? Tell him, no, don't do this. Don't do it. This is unique halacha. If someone acts of their own volition, says like criteria, you're not liable for it. Right? But the nice thing is will never instruct someone to not do this. So the Gemara says, someone asks, like somebody comes to me, like somebody comes to me, with the police, not a family. Can I do it? No, do not do it. First of all, not only that, I was saying, yes. Siri was a tribal princess had an interest in her cousin engaged actually in public action and thus killed Siri. Because killing the icons, kills them both. This is the story that provides this kind of Boel, Alanis, this is another shows you what it did to see this whole thing. She pierced me, never got what it did us, killed Siri, after Siri and other finished the act. I was saying, Siri finished the husband. And then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas was the one of much. Because never got never was never got Siri turned around and told Pinchas, Siri will not be dying. Why not? Because just seems so fascinating. You know, Rabbi says, Hanoi is allowed to kill someone who's having relations with Aramis. But again, it's not part of the legal system. It's not like the to the point, therefore, that Hanoi has to be a below. So if the Jewish man defends himself and kills Hanoi, it's part of it. But incredible, right? Siri turned around and told us Cindy was trying. Incredible. Umar was like, I don't know what to show things. How much sugar for sure is what do you call this? Balak, the king of Moab, went ahead and hired Bilam. Bilam was hired for success. So what is Bilam? Bilam says, your Jewish men essentially the more like so the fact that you came to get trouble with Zimri. Although, they going to be the most that the Yoshik shows it. So he said, Zimri, you're sentencing us to death because we're engaged in morality. You're just sitting here doing nothing. You're sitting here being quiet. Also, what is Zimri do? How much is half an hour for himself? Zimri gathered 21,000 people. Gathered 21,000 people. For all of these, anyone who would present, he says, Amrlo, Hashmili, revelations of God. Right? So Zimri wanted like, to make a spectacle. Because the something to be revelation of the Amrlo, Basmela, Amrlo, Basmela, from So she said, listen, first of all, God, and I'm a princess. I'm a princess. My father said I could only have relations with, the Melech. Okay. Amrullah, aku nasi, Amrullah, aku nasi I'm nasi. I'm also, I'm a tribal prince below, not only, right? I'm a tribal member. I'm even greater than Moshe. So, I'm the second one son, second one child, and Moshe is a third one child. So you see, I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So what does he do? Of something in his son, he's in the by the hair. The year it's a lot. Amro Ben Amro. So a seal of Moshe, tell me, is this something so he says to Moshe, tell me, is this Mutter or Usher to me? By the way, when you say Usher, you can say, who allowed you tonight to Torah? Who allowed you tonight to go to Israel? Incredible. It says, this other than a Hamor. Moshe Rabbeinu, Yamam, Yamam, just treat out Yamam, so go and do it. What's the first one on the back? You just go straight down that main Moshe Rabbeinu is the one I asked the Gemara now, what did Pinchas say? Amar Lo Ma'aseh Miska Halo. Although Ahi Abi Abba, little dear the brother of my grandfather. Pinchas was the son of a grandson of Aaron. So Moshe Rabbeinu was so father of my father's father. So after my time, we definitely have Sinai. He taught us. Moshe Rabbeinu taught us. When you came down from our Sinai, Apollos and Kusis, Kinyoim, Kokipo. Moshe, he taught us a halach, literally, a halach of Moshe and Sinai. He came down from our Sinai, he taught us to properly halach. Because the man that he was seeing like he's not a good woman, he allowed to have sex. Look, see, yeah, we're all talking. Yeah, under the one is right. He said, train up Yarto, and one of the letter, you will have the time. You should be us. And therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out. Shmuel over Shmuel says, no, it's only different. Shmuel over Rosh, and Chakma, and Shmuel, and Yitzhak, and Yasha. Shmuel says, because that's something different. Literally translated, there's no wisdom, there's no understanding, there's no counsel, negative action. What is that? From what which needs to do Hashem, aid and hope in power. So according to this verse, Matthew reads as follows. Because what's happening? So much is not the law. Because of me now. Because actually we have this social. And you also can't act. Only can't act without this social. You can't act without this social. Because when it is clear, you do not worry about this. And it's still Hashem, you act, this is so the Gemara says, this come under the Nazar. Rabbi Chef Pop, Malach, the Mishkis Bahan, because son, Malach is coming. Because when it's a full Hashem, Vaya que me toca, y no hay que acabar not have a spear with him. We always have a spear because we need to remind us of the season there, which we not bring weapons into this into this nation. So you do not bring it into this nation. You can't say the person who plays Zion, the base American. So this is really very interesting. So by the way, this is the thing about morphological happening in weapons because where we go to promote wicked weapons, go ahead and show you like there's a lot of this thing. Very good. So what did he got up, let this kind of spear. Now, Pinchas understood that he was out, right? Not going to go out of shit. Now, so it took the spirit in this and he used like the shaft of the spear as a walking stick. We should only come out. David should be able to shoot on Shimon. He goes to the area where Shimon is. Amar, here come my see this shit. Maybe God will be so shit. Why should Shaken Lacy be any older than Shimon? He says, Shimon, you guys have a right to leave the way out. Very well, just the around. So why should Shaken Lady be that? I'm from Shaken Lady. Why should we enjoy life any less than wow? Right? Amar, Nichalo, Afulas Sraka. Right? Look at this. Everyone because this year. He's going to satisfy his own needs. Well, none of it. Nichnas, Nichnas, the king of Kushin and Sanam. He said, let him in. Because that's what they have. Even the holiest of people are committing relations with God. Really, six number one. That part. Shahayro Zimri Nefrosh Loki. So this works. So literally Zimri is having relations with God. One would have thought Zimri sees Pinchas takes it. One would have thought that Zimri would stop. Yeah, Shahayro down the road. Should find out. Like, especially in the that part, it is a good social issue. It was a social issue. One is the and certainly pierced the field. Again, the whole sexual other nations. That part, so when you speak in the room, that question about Malach is here. Malach is He is a righteous indication of all first one, about as well as I know the six reasons when it says, I am of people by power. One was it says, people stood by power. Interesting enough, I remember also, this Pavel, right? As you see, it's Ella by Pavel. So literally again, that Pinchas was judging the Kodesh Baruch Hu. He had kindness, and he had like rebuke person had two people, two reindeers, and everyone else being held responsible. So picture Malach that shines in the so Malach want to push them to come. That's funny. I'm like, Hanoi, then Hanoi. He is the son of Hanoi, the son of another Hanoi. The ultimate Hanoi, the food that was in the shape of Hanoi. He's the son of the Hanoi. Right? Remember again, he was the shape of Hanoi before. After he was the
I'm sure we can ask for help. I know
Well, it
that
says,
Janae,
I know you, the
I
son of
also
a
like
man.
not
Raise
wasting
your
our
favor,
time.
then raise your
I mean,
He is one
this
who goes ahead and
talks about the
literally,
motherfucking
he
power
is one
serve
who removes,
festival.
he is one who
And
removes the
you're
one
not
man,
like,
the
it's
son
just
of
like
one
that.
who removes the one man. So that's what he's out.
You know what I mean?
Not only
Yeah.
aftermath of the rebellion, the Torah to stop
Live
the
wonderful.
language
This guy's
of
awesome.
this.
Did you hear?
Because it's a interesting and amazing place. That's what the Bible shows. There's that movie, everything. It's like really bad. And 12 is the excuse of the trespasses. You see that we are included by love and acting in the fixed and facts of like pushing
You're
down.
right. Yeah, dude. That's true.
That's the motivation. That's the motivation. Such incredible God asked for the mistreatment of Jews. The Bible says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He was a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi. Just like Levi and Shimon did what they did for their sister. Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of God. He's also like, no, because he's doing what he's doing for the dignity of God. He's always speak up for the dignity of another Jew. When you are there for another Jew, when you're willing to put yourself on the line for another Jew. Focus is that. So the other tribes began to start drinking this house. They said, listen, all our massive machine at Israel, they started this up, started so Pinchas's mother was from Israel. From Israel. Either Rashi says over here, Rashi says that Adi Imon Israel, the Amazah Adi Pinchas, Malkach Mikinos Israel. So Pinchas's mother was one of the daughters of the family of Israel. Tribe started his grandfather was a priest for Abu Israel. And this guy, the grandson of a priest of Abu Israel, had what's particular tribe of prince? So the consequence of and then it was that he's also the grandson of Aaron. Lives the front of Moshe. Hakim Moshe. That's what says Moshe. They knew literally again, remember, he knows the reason Hashem is in us, the covenant of peace. And Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, go and extend this covenant. This covenant of peace and shalom to Shneimar, Lachem, and more. Therefore, go tell Pinchas, even Moses, the covenant of peace. It's quite fascinating. I don't know what the kids yeah. You will have this kind of you have this show your act, right? Your act which you did for God's Israel should be a kapara and be open. The fact that these customers need to stand up and do that. That is this or might say, Sargim as nine, oh, I Imo Dala Nelson, Suda Abismar. Quase que somos. Sargim as nine, Amish, Nala Alco Imo. What does this mean? Versus Galo Nelson, Suda Abismar. Apparently, Zimri, they not just have one exploration, they have a lot of that. 400 right down the middle, so this is about 400 and 100 speaking of 400, when you engage in rap, the hit to look in us actually does it. It was made with the information part. I was actually and we didn't have multiple so what you get out, Shemala Al-Qur'an. She should we didn't have 60 applications. Actually, it was like the dates of these levels. Okay, so how do you get it? So you agree, so we actually want out the Isaac Kalugam Leonai. Because he was filled with Sarah seeing so much that she became like a Moshe's case. Kaya Yosef, Heber Shema Amos. Again, where is the about it? Description of it was so legendary. His sin and cousin appears the foundation very much more radical for himself was engaged in acts morality multiple times throughout the day. His morality all around. Connotations. Not cousin Shema. In fact, the English is was not what was his name. Shvila noise. Bas Shema. Lamani Shema. Why was he? Why did they call it? He's about the idea. She liked her father. Remember again, the father told her. I don't think she was generations of trends. Number cause each under the idea, post the husband was so much father, post allow these people to be destroyed from or by me. As she says over there. Post the shuffle also on the let them be slaughtered. She was showing them one as well. She was going to use herself for the destruction of sons. She was being cunning or money. She will not. Look between the reeds. Between the reeds and the swamp. She says, being cunning over the night. If you look in the second places, that's where you'll find she will not. So if you want to find Shri, now you look for the secluded place between them. My Bible, my Bible, got some. What is she doing there between the meats? What is she doing there? She prostitutes out of there. She was so immoral. She was issues yes, she was 5 years travel Zimri, who had Solo, Sholo, and Aknanis, El, and Zimri, why is it possible? Ashnas and things like the somebody acts then Salu, Al-Shabisti, Aholos, Shom, Shpakto. And ultimately, again, then Salu actually says over here, is the Garas, she is to be Sapu, Rushel, because she married and as well as because the iniquities of his family is spoken. For example, Shaul, Al-Shabisti, Aholos, himself out. Then Aknanis, Al-Shabasa, nice. Open a kind of actions like non-like actions. Umashlo, what was actually his name, Shmuel ben Zisha. Incredible. Although his name was actually Shmuel ben Zisha. What's that? This was got something really think about it, his actual name wasn't custody. It's Zimri. Right? Ultimately, again, Gemara says, right, the city was a descriptive name that represented multiple acts of morality. It really was extremely outraged because it was assassination. Again, what is the Nasi of Shemit? He just read his name by Hannah. Those that you can credit, by the way, the name itself is so good. Shmuel means like Shmuel. It says peace. The spiritual is hungry. We have to respond. In other words, try to make my life constant to my chance that I show what you all want. I want to show them how to. And as a result, Suri Shabbat. Hashem is my life. Hashem is my life. So much show me how I make a show me Hashem's love. I live a life of harmony and constant. Suri Shabbat. Hashem is my life. See something amazing. It's someone so old that we can drop the rest. I also say this is a lesson you can see over which is what how to lead a person is. If we like the fact that says, I'm asking how you use so one just to put our one moment everything you do, every action, enough that at small decisions, sits me up to that moment I have to make a really right decision and suddenly again I sink to you don't usually go from fully obviously Shabbat to sitting just there's a whole bunch of other things that happen that's why I can really like a constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to go? What can we gather? This constant vigilance. Again, it's not going to prevent you from making these things. I'm always aware what direction I'm going. Put myself on like that. Seek myself. Like it was like, wow, okay, Shabbat myself, I want to today. Tremendous stuff. Everyone had an incredible day. Look forward to seeing everyone. Also, We understand that the human, right? Obviously, we can't identify who really is because we're able to identify it. Then Allah Almighty in the problem. Shiloh, who are the actors? Who is the who is this group? So he may not be sharing Shachita. It could know that we're talking about the living recognition of just regular happy people. But it's a bad way to do so. So living is the actual century and he's going ahead and he's bringing in other people who are just cheating, just innocent people. And literally, you don't know who's a that's not the receipt. So of course, you kind of come in and say, I'm somebody's pocket. So what are you going to do? What are your options over here? The options are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, in that scenario, we're going to put no one to death. You see, but how do you know the leader of those people? Otherwise, the actually comes to that scenario of where one person is like that, everyone else is crazy. Like, you can maybe say that there's a very certain person who will put everyone together, and if people will put everyone together, in a jail cell or whatever it is. Incarcerate everyone together and just keep them bound for their stomachs exposed, saying that the majority of people in this group are missing doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Hosea Shenis Ale Khan? What is the case of the murder who gets mixed into the whole other people? What is that? Says Gemara, still the Amari about Amishwal, Hava, the exceptional Mikmazino, Shenis Ale Khan, Shenis Mikmazino. Okay, so here's the case. This is Ruben. It's Ruben is in who's Hosea, murder, or Shimon Mikmazino. So Mikmazino means that this judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now what does that mean? Let's just say, what's the proceedings? So basically, you knew how they were going to rule about the circumstances. They knew what they were going to find out of you. But they did not get around to actually proceeding the verdict itself. Right? So in other words, such things like when we saw this, when we had in the I mean, all of these, the occasion is very condensed. But on the one hand, you put it immediately into them that same day. When we already got here to sleep on it. So we don't usually have a case where it's still that person is going to be even going to religion, but they're giving their lives to see the best. So what happens is this escapes and he gets mixed up in a group of other people with voice. She's obviously a Shimon Israel. So even is something to die. His judgment was not yet solidified. He gets mixed up with people other murderers. His judgment was solidified. The problem, of course, is that what? We don't know who's who. So what do we do in this case here? So watch this. Rabbi Safri is when you hear so under we are switching to the shop. They went on the June two times. Actually, finalized Wednesday, probably at 7 p.m. Second and fourth installment. Right between our other show. This switching to Tuesdays. But anyways, that's not what it is. Look, you can fucking switch it up because last week we recorded to the show. You got injected right after we finished. Yeah, you notice that is bullshit. Number two. So behind, and it's great, like the big story, we missed it. We're all excited the last episode. Oh, I know you're going to talk about the baseball. No, we wouldn't. You missed it. It's like, it's a very timely thing. It's true. You got to stay on it with the team problems. Nobody's part of the team. But that's not why they're here, Gerardo. You're here to watch them as a show. Yeah, already has a hard investigation. You didn't get that finalized.
So start the timer and a G clip. So
we're going to try to understand the only people who are in this situation is
injected gunslinger forward.
But you don't very even what's I really say no. You should not allow that to happen. One simple reason. What do we know about this guy? What do we know about them? They're all killers. Like all murderers. So we are not good. On the other hand, we can't actually execute the warrant. So remember, right? We did not have this verdict against him. That's a technicality. They didn't get a chance to pronounce the verdict according to Ruben. But when So if that happens in a very cool. So in this sense, you already have that temper of emotions. So when you withdraw to sleep, so you can withdraw the family down below, give it not sleep. So he says this. So let everybody go through the stages there because they know this. First off, constant oscillate people. If I don't promise what you do, you go ahead and you put them into a person incarcerated, feed them barley and their stomachs. Children has. So they say, so this is the first presentation in this month that we have made, and therefore it turns out, it really turns out that Halacha Mesa, what it was done to is, the ability to pass the verdict in this country. So the Rabbi says, because you can't pass the verdict, therefore again, you have either essentially close to not guilty, because you have a not guilty party, mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty parties, and you don't know the truth, there's great expectation acceleration of that. But he just says, absolutely. I understand you're very controversial. I got it. But at the same time, you're all murderers. You're all murderers. So when you do it, kill them last and you have people in the enclosure and stealing the car. Okay, so that's the situation. They're sorry, trying to say no. But ultimately, I want to put it to you. So the second says, you don't care who it is. Exactly talking about social behavior, right? And that means clean the whole public evidence. Everyone will agree that he's going to be popular. Everyone will be popular. Why? This is last statue, the Jews, only the Gentiles, the Romans, English Harari was just beginning to show that Torah was less than that. So the Lord says that is simply not true. Right? And the Lord says, what can I say? Everybody believes that the Torah cannot be called Torah. And the last of the start here, I definition is also in Halacha. Is one of two states. The highest or the bottom. And you remember it's many places, right? There's a higher below you. There's no other place in the world you're going higher. And there's also like this. The last thing you're now doing, by definition, says what? If we're talking about a person, a human is getting mixed in with the whole background. And really doesn't have to be like this. Everyone else has to be like this. It goes without saying that everyone will agree that of course the cover is going to be first because you can't execute the cover when you live in this part of the state. It's like everyone says, Halacha, what's the key here? Halacha, the shortion of the night, you know? So it's Ari Bishra, like it is fascinating. And it all says, the case of the people, nothing to the people, and what they have to do, Oxen, it's against ultimately again. As actions, I love for myself, the other ox, so let me measure it. So the glory ox, like the sun ox, the glory ox, the ox was going to the final facade was never delivered. So what happens? It gets mixed in with other stuff. She was like, okay, that's the halacha. Then the ox, like, then the other oxen, like, oxen, divided it up. There you go. Rabbi says, Misas Byron, Misas Hashar. Rabbi says, was it that judgment of the ox, judgment of the oak. Or you know, really what? Very come to yourself, the Bana, don't come to yourself. Rabbi was like this, and also you see that itself, the judgment of the ox, the judgment of the side. Therefore, the Halacha is like this. In the same way, that the owner of that property in extension, so the shore is not therefore the shore that doesn't have this divinity gets mixed in with the rest of the group that we have a divinity. We have an innocent shore mixed in with a group of guilty shores. There's only one option, which is right. So as you exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay? So the Gemara says, that's the operation. So it's going to be a social effort. No one could do it. That's right. But in the summer, constant oscillating of realized that there was not making choice. Just a lot of the next again, they don't know. This was the time of your life. I'm sure you'll be back to your us. This is a person. Is about to be, is about to have delivered, you got to win the race, it's about the corner, you got to deliver, you got to move to there's a whole other group of students in there. You don't know who's who, but among those things, you don't even think that those things don't show. You really don't even have to mind. Let's go get the right here. Back to the still considered to be like the biggest party. So the biggest person considered to be the members. There's only one choice you can do. It's always that one. Everyone says, come on. Come on. I understand you can't actively do something anyway. I tell my son, you have a group of members. They're going to go to pass the group. You can find let this come and explode. Let this go. It's not a person. It's not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would be that one. Rather, it's the case of Shard. And we give it Shard like he's going to come in. But some of the other things are talking about that one. Like 88. Who else is everyone can tell me I love. I'm not your how about Malak the Baby? So this is the basis. So therefore, love is able to do this in itself. Because whenever there is a distinction about the Yosef says, even in Abba Halak, Abba Halak was like even in Abba Halak was the I love that Yosef. So what is it? It was Abba Halak. It was like this baby Shmuel. Baby Shmuel. And they said, that's so version. People don't know who's who. So this is even if the person that got me singing is Abba Halakha, still the Halakha parts. That's usually so getting so obviously Abba Halakha. Dude, that was so fucking funny. Nevertheless, like you said, impossible to be ready to not get you. Abba Halakha. So what is that? We got a fight with Abba Halakha. Rabbi says, fuck you. Stein showed hope. The answer, constantly, Sahara. שהקולגות של חוסן ובצעדים ובחייבים מתחת ובהר בגלל שהיציד המרכזי והסיפור ואור הבא כל so that's what it was. This is about the attorneys. Such as like the process of what I love what I saw. Even everybody is going to be present. Listen to this is also. Yourself from fighting to say when obviously the logic that when they think that when it comes to capital gains, your drug choice can be happening.
I was just afraid. He's built like this baseball field.
So everything. That was good. And he was a real producer also in Cuba. Whereas in here is actual but I mean it's hardship instead of
This side of it.
if you have a cow that kills someone, the right thing is to do first. Do not say when you love God, love them. As you first deliver the offspring is Muslim. The offspring is Muslim. The reason why you have love also, but if you only do first after the offspring is the also is highly valued. Let's say the offspring of the cow, let's say the offspring of the let's say the offspring of the cow gets into the field, not very valuable, and can keep the city together. Constant. And that is very good all of these sucking cows that have never struggled by them. Whether it's in the red, the blue, or something like that, maybe she was like, yeah, and stone Omar, the next one would make the old dog, Rothschild, that's what I think. Tomorrow said, if you have a chosen one, you first see his offspring, you first do his dad. Before the marriage, there should be the offspring. The Apaka, the Apaka, that was about like this. There was something about that big word for what you know, what is it? That means that it's pregnant. Outdoor. Now, that's the citizens Bureau says. Because Robert Abba, also, he Baba loves it. He never says, but if you have a cow, pregnant cow before, both the cow and the offspring are going to be us. Why? Because we feel that fetus has been participating in the act of glory, in which case the fetus has the status of the mother. So the blood and your cause also it's about dog here, so you can live a pregnant cow. The pregnant cow is silent. So what's the cow? Both the cow and the offspring are us. And what's the husband that has a right? Why? Because we keep both the mother and the fetus as having the same size. So that's what you see here. You see here that these pieces there that are kind of pregnant. Fetus share the status of the mother. So the mother born, so the fetus has the status of the born as well. If the mother is sodomized, so ultimately then the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well. Therefore, it can't be offered up as a korban. So yes, you know, the picture is saying everything is depending on did the cow deliver before or after the desired healing. But in reality, this is not after the desired healing. Because the rest is Ela, actually, Nigma, Ela, Ibra, love the Muslim. I don't know, it's just like this. If before the desired healing was passed, the mother became pregnant, and those offspring were caused. Pregnancy happens after the pregnancy happens. So the mother born, then the person is like this. If the mother became pregnant and she birthed children, whatever it was delayed, like it was delayed, then Allah so the offspring is Muslim. It is Sharik married, but Allah again. The offspring. Sorry, it is Sharik married is of the Allah, but after the birth, then the cow becomes pregnant and the birth, blood also, ultimately the offspring is also. So the Imam says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more. How do you come about numbers? Let's say like this. Let's talk about this. Yeah, this is sort of cow, right? That was predicted of yours, right? Okay, that matter again. A cow that is sodomized. So that's what you matter with the kids. Either way, mother is the cow, right? Mother has to change the status. So now we're saying like this. This is the best thing. So this, the mother is supposed to born this. Right? The mother had coordinated that. Now we're saying this is solid. But after glory, the mother is pregnant and birth, moving birth before the further. So then the offspring is Muslim. If the mother became pregnant and she became pregnant and birth after birthing, or even became pregnant before the birthing and birth after birthing, then the offspring ultimately are going to be awesome. So the mother says, no, let's analyze this, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? What has to happen? How these things work. Well, let's get a little bit right? And obviously, in order for the mother, right, in order for the mother to become pregnant, in order for the mother to become pregnant, so Allah says then, there has to be fast. So the Mason now, the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So now, luckily, we call this zet story. Two forces creating one child. So let's say stuff. This is interesting. So now you might operate under the assumption that the status of the child is automatically determined by the mother. But there's a problem also. Like there's a problem, and the father's status is only mother. So the mother this whole thing makes sense to everything that said Goren also. Right? And when you have two causes, you have to go forward these causes. Right? The two causes. A mother cause, a father cause. The mother cause is guilty. The father cause is innocent. Sometimes this is one of the view that says that as long as one of the court cases are working, as long as one of these contributing forces, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable and liable that that liability is passed down to the offspring, then this whole thing makes sense. Whole thing makes sense. When other things will say, hello, when I'm going to say that only water, like there is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is like when you have two contributing forces, one of them is innocent and one of them is guilty, one of them is guilty, that I look for the lens of their offspring, not bears the guilt of the guilty contributing force, what is being said. Right now, actually, Rashi says, the heart Kishinon to the Ahad Martin, Laki Yukubiyama, La Shahat Min Asaf Alibah, the Efet of the Sudar, Relation Yabal. So again, if you want so this whole thing makes sense, if you don't have like going Pasha, but if you don't have going Wata, then the Maisa Rashi, you absolutely coming down from the answer, which is Allah Rabina is very clear. He says, Imam, if I say, Ibra, Yaldo, Rada Muslim. It actually movement in a Ibra, which movement in a Yaldo, Rada Asa, Ubayla, let's rephrase it. And also, if the verdict has not yet been passed, like some right one, not only Ibra Yaldo, so if the verdict has not been passed yet, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be murdered. And this is in line with the idea, very simple idea, that when such liability occurs, or when this culpability is set in, it's only when after pregnant. After pregnant, since you will be mother only when the act occurs. And if you don't liable until this pregnant, so if I have a so the timeline is like this. The mother birth, then you can give birth, all before she's pregnant, and all the offspring is absolutely no problem. On the other hand, the actual but let's say right, pregnant, not dead. Birth, naturally start off as father us. And that's his ultimately again the offspring is going to be us. I know what about sex that always possible terms. Two bars, yeah, that's what is never so therefore, again, the mother is telling you when the man is that the right thing falls from the highest upper level. And yet, it's going to be a level of life. Right? So the key is considered to be a less of a level. And therefore, the inside going to share the incredible. So let's say there are no questions for developers which is first of all, number one, in a case, let us look at some statistics. In a case where I love the that makes it right. So that we have all. Like, I don't say, so then we might, that's a state of other people from station with my so what do you do next? I start to do that. You was accused of murder. I think he was going to rule the city late. The patient didn't get the ability to really answer on his phone. He gets mistreated with the whole federal after the murders. So what's the deal? That's not supposed to be constantly. I'm not constantly. I used to say that. But you can't pass the benefit. And therefore, again, you do it by camera, is accelerate camera. It's not like going there. So that's what we end up asking really like really like that. Yeah, well, okay, fine. So in that case, it's different. That's the right thing. So okay, so let's try to do this was. Let's try this was. Let's say, so in part one of the Mishnah, you have someone maybe very, really well advanced, interested with the rest of the camera activities. Next distinction is as follows. So let's say you have two parties, almost the exact. The difference is they have different backgrounds. And you don't know who's supposed to get which background. So what's called a first of all, what you do, you administer the most lenient death penalties to the entire family. Now, what was our problem? What was our problem? In the focus, we just consider to be a more common or a more lenient from the death. Okay, so you learn something happens. You know, it's a shmanya, which is super is. You still better cover, but you still better cover. Here's what's fascinating about this. Essentially, what this is, no one is experiencing this, right? So how would you listen to this? Or right, get the experience of each other, but yet they have different resources. Everyone has different principles that you have. So right? Using the most brilliant form of doctrine. So what's interesting about this is as follows. You notice that when you need hasra, the hasra is usually depending on the depth in which you want to execute the person. So how do you put someone on lesser depth than you, or you're getting different stuff like that? This is two of us going to be so, which is Yisrael better cover, and Yisrael better cover. Hasra for something more cover, more what you do, by definition, what you is something more big words. So once you receive hasra for cover that penalty, or not be able to be one for the rest of that penalty, I was really often asking them, what is this here? Because the issue of spouse, interesting, the communities here is where you marry the person's spouse. He said, even if you do this, you're going to be liable to the death penalty. But if you say you get interesting, because the high time of it, you reflect the following. You decide you should have you research the data in the recent also elegant, for every kind of resource. And for every death penalty before, and actually points out that we are affected by this loss, and actually should have you research, it's the notion of Shirah Hasra. That one of the sacrifices has already received. This is that's the one who incites others to worship Allah. Really accept everyone else needs Hasra. A nation does not require Hasra. Where because Allah says you destroy the fourth pack of nations. So interestingly enough, everyone else, the missing also kind of number one, you can only do the translation of 22. That's number one. Number two, the other thing, you also need since the Hasra. And I don't know what's Hasra. Also, this is again, this is 101. So you said someone, the one that has to be done in the everything has to be Hasra. And what's that? What things that I said? You just have to say, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by nature. They don't have to say what type of execution, but they just have to say something. You can say, no, but you don't know. I feel you believe there is a research. Not true. Not enough to say humanity. Says, what type of resuscitation you think it's going to be liable. So what's also so what's the matter? This is I kind of point out this is a focus. Some of our focus is the Hasra. So the common sense, everything you have to say is even if you do this, you're liable to death penalty. But you can say, no, it's not going to be good for you. So you know it says, kind of common that's the quotient. So kind of common learns stuff in the quotient. Now, what's interestingly enough, what happens in the quotient? People don't have to get the quotient. What happens is, who's the quotient? This is the guy who is publicly violating Shabbos. Now, what's said, I remember what happened to the Bushers.
If I was
They
in
put
that
him in
studio,
jail
I'd be like, it's
because
got
they
your
did not
name.
know what they knew the song was the cat. They knew that he was doing it for the
Slam it
exactly
in.
what? They didn't
Slam
know
that
which
dick
one,
in the door.
which means
If
that
one more person shows
when
up
you
late,
take
I'm
him
slamming
in
that
a
dick in the door,
straw,
guys.
what has to do?
If I don't
They
get the
have to be
dinner
a
I
straw. They
want
can't
this
come
week,
to a straw.
I'm
So what
slamming
happens?
that
They're
dick
not
right
so
in
we
that
get
door.
coaches,
If I walk
coaches.
around scared to die,
Stop
I'm
doing what
slamming
you're
my dick right in that
serious.
door.
If you don't do this, you're going to be
Got it.
forget.
It's on.
But clearly,
I
what
know.
didn't
I'll
they
be
say?
fine.
What didn't they say?
Your boy
What
doesn't
point
always get
was that?
very catty.
Why didn't they say it?
Yeah.
They didn't know.
Lots of catty
So
for
sometimes,
nothing.
what do you see from there?
Yeah.
You see them with a
So
proper
catty guy
straw
for sure.
does not require much
Throwing out a
information
little
of
games of
the
what I do.
matter of that color. All it requires is the
I'm
information
making
of
talent.
that color. On the other
No,
hand,
I
when
never,
you know when you said no, the coaches for Rothschild,
I never,
nothing about the coach.
I don't see
Nothing
much as a
about it.
coach. I
Like,
coach
okay,
the back.
you're not going to wrap the coaches part. Coaches wasn't accept. A lot of Chinese, there was not in that cloud. Not in that cloud, but a lot of comments again. Literally, because they did not know what to do. Like the first time it's
I don't
happening.
say
But this is
much
not the
because
norm. The
I
norm
don't
is
fucking
an Asian
track
group has
out there,
for
so
that penalty.
very
Allah for they
intimidated.
have to say explicitly which that penalty will lie eventually.
I'm very
Coaches
intimidated.
is an exception to the rule.
I'm sure
Incredible, incredible. Yeah, let's go back there. That was the by the way. Allah for myself.
Yeah, they know.
Allah for myself.
Workers have Lakers team.
That's why I say passing. That Asra, Asra is not like you just don't have to say we're going to do this. We're going to do something like that. See that straight I don't know what but just if you do this, you're already liable to do something. Incredible. That's what I do. And it's very good stuff. So it's really good. So then of course, after you establish that principle, that by definition, Asra was cover from what you said, by definition is too much from what you cover from what you said. After that, then the problem just really that was so again, which one of these says more, or which one of these says more. Okay, so that definition had about that. So the message is always. So you say, let's go to the color. Nothing else is clear that we learned today, and especially in this color. So you have a group of people who are highly certified, because you have to extend people highly in the skill. So listen, now, the assumption you might work with like this, the Rothschild, the sweating in this color means the majority of people in this group are high skill, and a minority of people who are high skill get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens, the Shimon says, yes, we need to skill. That's what we do. The Shimon says, they should be judged with skill. Why? Why? Because of the skill and sweeper, so sweeper is more hammer, skill is more cow, and whenever you have a mixture of people having these, what you always minister, the more cow,
Even the other team
more cow. Whenever you do that, Abo, make this up. So if you do that, so you just have to start with this, Father, do not, don't ask me that way. Like, not to do it that way, for that one reason. My reason is to come up. Why do you have to even get into a case? Ultimately, again, that straight up is more color. There's a simple reason. Like, okay, everybody's coming in. So watch that. Basically, two solutions. You have a minority of this weapon who get mixed in with a majority of this weapon. Like, the minority of people carry straight up, get mixed in with the majority of people who are carrying this. So the shooting says, everyone agrees that you give them skill or why, skill is more powerful straight up. Contrary to shooting some of you guys, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the cover get skill? Why should they get skill? Why? Well, because the majority of the people are scholars. That's why they should get skill. Every aspect, how should we play this case? And it's never been instructed. So the better way to play it is a minority of the scholar get mixed in with the majority of the scholar. Like, so minority of people are high skill. Get mixed in with the majority of people are high skill. And sure, she says, this now looks like a bit of a skill out. Just wait to come here. And she says, the group is the majority of the skill out. Like, you know what? Even if it is coming up in minority, but for the group to be judged as skill out, because skill out, you know how very straight up. You have the okay. You have the 8 of 6 that come say, Like he was asleep, trust me, I'm going to come to you. She was trying to sleep, because come to sleep is more common, sleep is more common. So sleep is not so that's the one thing so far. We're talking about a minority listening to a God that is nothing. And she was giving about nothing to do with what's more power, because we know it's awesome, that money will become a very it was awesome, it's awesome, that money will become a very shit. This is that money talking about the shit. Usually the underexposed, and we all, so much, it's probably really shit, you hold like shit and more power, and you say, no, you are more power. Okay, so therefore I can't not focus about that. We'll see the number about the actual hierarchy. Once we get to the research doing this, we see the actual hierarchy of all of this. It wasn't true. So that Gemara is off. It's something fascinating. Gemara says it also knows, by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? That he shouldn't say that Allah when I saw Skila, like all parts of this stuff that gets me through the people of this stuff. So the judge, yes, you're not just but you shouldn't say give it for you. Skila, why? Because straight from your father is Skila. You shouldn't son say, Father, don't say that. Father, don't say that. Don't say that. Because you think you're doing this because he's wrong. So I was like, other than Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda. So that's Shmuel says Rabbi Yehuda. He says Rabbi Shimon. Shut up. You're very smart young man. Papa for Ahmed. Well, why are you talking to your father? Everyone says we're going to see over here. So ultimately, again, Shmuel thinking when he needed to ask, well, how does he got exposed to his father? So listen, number one, generally say, you see something, say something. You see someone say something, whether something custom, go ahead and say right? But sometimes if you see something religious, it's important to point it out. And let's say that what I want to point out over here is how you want to point it out. You have a festival, it's slowly that you got a certain, it doesn't say something bad of you. It doesn't say this is funny, like you're giving a class guy. It doesn't give us better. What does it say? Shmuel. Sorry, you got it. You'll come back here. So this is sometimes the guys that coach your team. This happens all the time. This is the shit that you do. This is the other point. The other point, folks, the answer was not to say why would you the other point, folks, was to show someone how great you are. And when you show someone how great you are, and when people believe in themselves, then they come to understand that certain behaviors are in fact such a profoundly solitary. So Shmuel is very shocked by the way that Yehuda spoke to his father as Shimon. And how did he come to pass? Not by demeaning him as Shimon, by saying to him, but you, Yehuda, Shimon, you are sharp, you are smart, you are tough, and you are great. You need to know that you need to be better. You need to act the other side. This is the way to witness her. Sometimes in life we have to say things to people, and it's so tempting to kind of come out sharp and to cut them down. So two things are saying, if you ever go to sitting on the down, so we all have, it usually doesn't work. No one's ever beaten down with his heart. Not that I've been beaten down and feel like these things, now I'm really ready to become the best person of myself. But generally, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They skin down. But when you hurt people up, like you're hurt. You're like, you're amazing. But let's talk about this thing that just occurred. Something that is coming at it on the level of, I believe in you, I think it's fantastic. And that's why you just be better in this particular thing. It's always the matter what they have up there. So the Lord says, you can use it. So this was a leader. You can use it to your father. Why not? The Lord says, Messiah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, let's say, I see my father. I see my father. Violating the Torah, violating Torah law. No, Abba, about the Torah. Such is the father. You violating Torah. I'm only going Abba. That is such a say, Father. It says like this in Torah. He has a people have the same thing. So, I mean, I say, Father, you need to choose. Father, it says in Torah. I'm like, what? You need to choose Torah. It's not the same thing. Okay, so I'm not saying father is his brother. It's not saying again father is his brother is his brother. It was Ella over the Avo Mikra Kasim Asar Kafu. That is something says his father probably knows the pasuk. There's a pasuk in the Surah, and this is how the pasuk is. In other words, the son gives all information, and ultimately again, we can ultimately understand what it is that he is in fact doing. So it says that that is the way, again, that is codified in Shulchan Aruch. Again, remember, the son sees the father doing something wrong. The son is obligated to point it out. But we have to be this on his but a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing, but rather sharing information with the father, sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father gets understanding of his own volition, so what he is doing may be respected. What's that? We're going to end up with something very important. Look at the end. Look at the end. Look at the end. I think it's not the Aleph, perfect in line with definition. This is tremendous. You know, if you're not down, if you're not down today, you're not doing, but we see ourselves. You know, you never feel like you're this is saying. Right? Maybe the benefit is like, there's a website, 60 other software. And we know this every single week. We are exactly where we need to be. On the website, wake up and start circle down. So give us tremendous physical health and we start to run through it. A lot of times, like, you see things through the beginning of the running, you know what, this is never going to be it's never going to be okay. So let's say, if you can make it where you need to make it to, as possible as well. It's going to be every single week. A lot of us have the conversation, especially when we're talking about the responsibility. It's going to also always get us exactly where we need to be. Choreograph the event exactly how we need to choreograph. At some point, at some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. What's that? I got to give it a chance to So let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this ministry today. Our annual commentary class for Tafshin Hey 5785. Close to the Shpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shemar Drashos of this year as a Zikris for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Habadin and Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Bernie families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechron Levrach. That will be sponsored for today. Adam Plonka, in memory of Moshe Ben Amram. Moshe Rabbeinu. His yard site is today on Zion Adar. Such a beautiful dedication and close by Hashem. We have the ability, opportunity, and privilege to be able to learn the beautiful Torah Kedosh each and every day. Look at the merit of our time for all the Nisham Slav Rabbi, families in the Chama, all of those who need refuah should have together to call the Holy Yisrael. The control of America shall bring the rest of our hostages home. And may our holy soldiers be successful with all Naaseh Yidei. With that, let us begin with a beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf 80. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Gemara. On our Tesla, it is 79b. So just to orient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very interesting case. The Mishnah spoke about a Rothschild, a murderer, who got mixed up with other people. So quite literally again, the group got mixed together, and apparently we don't know who is who. So the Tanakh said, "Kula B'turim." Everyone is Potter. Everyone is Potter. Comes on Rabbi Yehuda says, "No, what do we do? Konsim Osim people. We go ahead and we bring them over to an enclosure, a closed space, especially for us out, feed them body, and allow their stomachs to explode. Essentially, kill them passively. Kill them passively." Which the Gemara asks a very simple question. Manachir, by the way, what exactly is it? We understand that this movement, right? Obviously, we can't identify who it is because we're able to identify it. Then, halacha l'maisa, we wouldn't have this problem. But the shiloh here is, who are the achirim? Moving is being mixed into a group. Who is this group? So, Ilay Ma'achir and Shelim, So Pshita, if you tell me that we're talking about that Reuben gets mixed into the regular other people, and if that was the case, then Reuben is a Rothschild, he's going ahead and he's getting mixed in with the group of other people who are just sharing, just innocent people. And literally, we don't know who's Reuben, who's the rest of the innocent people. So of course, it kind of makes sense that everybody's potter. Because what are you going to do? What are your options over here? The options are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, that's now we're going to put no one to death. The Sue, the holding of the Udah, closeness, furthermore, let's analyze this. We're actually talking about a scenario of where one person is going to say everyone else is an innocent person. It's like if you're going to say that under those circumstances, you're going to put everyone together in a group or you put everyone together in, in a jail cell or whatever it is, incarcerate everyone together and just feed them body until their stomachs explode, knowing that the majority of people in this group are innocent, doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Rotzea Shenis Ali Kafir? What is the case of the murderer who gets mixed in with a whole other group of people? What is that case? It says tomorrow, already about this one. Although the Rotzea Shenis she is already promotes him in the Shinigmar Pilanos. Okay, so here's the case. The case is Reuben, right? Reuben is an individual who is Rotzea, a murderer, and Shinigmar means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? I should say, wasn't completed. So basically knew how they were going to rule about this particular case. Basically knew that they were going to find him guilty, but basically did not get around to actually issuing the verdict itself. Right? That's another section. So what's the halakha? You couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Remember what we got? You have to sleep on it. It's clear that Izzy is going to be convicted. Izzy is going to be convicted, but they didn't get around to issuing judgment yet. And what happens? He escapes. He escapes, and he gets mixed up in a group of other individuals. So Ruben himself is the guy whose judgment was not yet solidified. He gets mixed into a group of other murderers whose judgment was solidified. The problem, of course, is that what? We don't know if we so what do we do in this case? So watch this. Rabbanon Sati means when we do also Rabbanon, but if we don't so the Rabbanon hold you cannot go ahead and has to finalize the verdict on someone unless, of course, they are present in front of the case. In other words, or essentially, say it differently, you can't pass a verdict in abstention. Abstention, because the defendant is not there, therefore, Payson is unable to go ahead and pass the verdict. So because you're unable to pass the verdict, you kill your other option. What do? As well as butter. In other words, you can't execute. Remember, number one, number two, we don't know who Ruben is in the context of the group. So what are we supposed to do? Now again, so we know everyone in this group, by the way, crazy part is, everyone in this group is murdered. Everyone in this group is murdered, right? So everyone else besides Ruben already has a verdict cast against them. Ruben didn't yet have to finalize the verdict. He can't pass the verdict in abstention. So the problem is, we're stuck. We're stuck. So therefore, the Tanakh says the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to go free. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Turning Kami Namiva, Kevin Grotsky. And Yehuda says, no. You cannot allow everyone to go free. For one simple reason. What do we know about this Chagam? What do we know about them? They're all killers. They're all murderers. So we are not free. On the other hand, we can't actively execute them. Why not? Now listen now, remember, according to the Yehuda, even Reuven, right? Who did not have his verdict passed against him. That's a technicality. Right? Basically didn't get a chance to pronounce the verdict in front of Reuven. But the nice, it's not like there's a suffix about his status. Because you know how basically it's going to rule. So Reuven says you literally have a chevra of murderers. So what are you going to do? You're going to let them go free. So Reuven got me now, he goes, David Rothschild. So Reuven said this. to let everybody go free. You can't do that because the murderers Hilchah Kofin also the people. Therefore, what do you do? You go ahead and you put them into an enclosure, essentially you incarcerate them, feed them barley, and their stomachs will explode. So kill them passively. Kill them passively. So it's like, so this is the first interpretation of the Mishnah, Rabbi Avo, and therefore it turns out, it really turns out that Halacha what it comes down to is the inability to pass a verdict in extension. So the Rabbanan said because he can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have even essentially who's quote unquote not guilty, because you have a not guilty party mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty parties and we don't know who's who, there's no choice but to exonerate the Chevra. Rabbi Yehuda says absolutely not. I understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. What do? Kill them passively by keeping them in the enclosure and feeding them barley. Okay, that's first interpretation. Rish Lakish says no. But Adam declared Amalok would be the two. So Rish Lakish says that can't be the case. If we're actually talking about a person who's a murderer, right? And got mixed in with the whole other Israel, everyone will agree that he's going to be partial. Everyone's going to be partial. Why? Look at the last fashion. All of the Ikachad, the Nidma, in the Farai was supposed to be going to be so Rabbi Avo says that is simply not true. Right? Rabbi Avo says like this. Halacha myself, everyone agrees that his verdict cannot be passed in extension. Right? And the lack of a Gemar din, by definition, means also, in halacha is either one of two states. You're either chayiv or you're partner. Right? You're either nochitz or inflations. Right? There's the power of only in the kitchen. There's no other place in life where therefore again, and we've always said like this. The lack of a Gemara din, by definition, says what? You're partner. This means therefore, if we're talking about a person, and Ruben is getting mixed in with the whole Febra, and Ruben doesn't have the Gemara din, everyone else has the Gemara din, it goes without saying that everyone will agree that of course the Febra is going to be better, because you can't execute the Febra when you know that there's an innocent party mixed in there. Okay, so therefore, you know, what's the case over here? The Shar Shalom Nikmar Dion, Shemis Ari, the Shar Makirim, Shenikmar Dion. Oh, fascinating. And it always says, the case over here has nothing to do with people. Instead, what does it have to do with? Oxen. It's the case ultimately again of oxen. I love for myself, you have an ox. Shalom Nikmar Dion. So as a glowing ox, right? Sure, not good. As a glowing ox, the ox is going to be condemned to death. The final psak was never delivered. And what happens? It gets mixed in with other shvarim. Okay, so that's the halacha. Condemned ox, right, are sick. Condemned ever oxen, and an ox that was naturally had its margin got mixed in. Here we go. Rabbanan says, Nisas Chayim, Nisas Hashar. Rabbanan was saying this, we've seen this before, that the judgment of the ox is reflective of the judgment of the owner. Namely what? They come to the Shastra out of the Fana, they'll come to the Tuli. Rabbanan will say like this, and also we see this because the passage itself equates the judgment of the ox with the judgment of the Baal of the owner, and therefore the halacha says will be like this. In the same way that the owner cannot have the Gemara in extension, so to the shark cannot have the Gemara in extension. Therefore, if a shark that doesn't have its Gemara gets mixed in with the rest of the group that did have a Gemara you have an innocent shark mixed in with a group of guilty shvarim, and there's only one option, which is what? To go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay? So the Gemara says. So the Gemara says that's the Rabbanan. Last line. But either Sabar, Tolson also the Judah says no, that can't be the case. Because Halacha Lamai said again, they're all guilty. The fact that Halacha Lamai is a technicality, though, because Sharm didn't have his Gemara. Doesn't change the fact that are in fact guilty. Therefore, again, you can't kill them actively, but you can kill them passively. So we'll say it's a fundamental machlokes. Fundamental between Rabbi Abon and Rish Lakish about how to interpret the Mishnah. Rabbi Abon saying that halacha l'maisa, this is including the person. Ruvain was about to have his verdict delivered. He got away from the nation somehow before his verdict got delivered. He got mixed in with a whole other group of convicted murderers. We don't know who is who. The Rabban will say, you can't convict the person in absentia. Ruvain doesn't have a Gemara king. This doesn't have a Gemara king. Effectively, halachically, he's still considered to be like an innocent party. So you have an innocent person mixed in with a group of murderers. There's only one choice to do with the group that he's watched. Exonerate everyone. Rabbi says, come on. I understand you can't actively execute everyone. And for myself, you have a group of murderers. Therefore, kill them passively, bring you into the kippah, keep them barley, let their stomachs explode. They Lakish is this is not a person. This is not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would agree to Rabbi. Rather, it's the case of shard, and the din of shard like the din of Torah. Good. Sum it up. Rabbi says it's how close the cap of pay. 88. He helped me. I know the Tanya Allah. I'm Rabbi Yossi. Afidu Abba Chalafta B'nei. So this is this. Therefore, Rabbi says the two things make sense. Because remember again, it was a statement about the Mishnah. Rabbi Yossi says, even if Abba Chalafta was a great sign. Like even if Abba Chalafta was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? We have Rashi. You have the Tanya Allah. In the Rish Lakish in the Shmuel. Kamosik, Ihavi, Dainu Akirin, the Mastisim Delosim Kamar, the Iros section is Arid, the Hokar, and the Basof is Arid Kamar, Hazutan of a Vice Haki, the section is Aribak in Kulak Turin, Amr Yosakidu, Abba Khalafta Bidin, Kulak Turin, Samaya Fidu Kamar. So it says, and listen to this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, now what Rabbi Yossi should be saying is like this. Rabbi Yossi says, imagine for a moment that the person who got mixed in the group is like Abba Chalafta. Abba Chalafta is a big sign. So we can say, even if the person, let's say, everybody was a murderer except for one person. People, we don't know who's who. Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, still the halacha applies. Now, what that seems to be saying is, he's saying himself, well, obviously, Abba Chalafta is not murderer. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yossi says this group dynamic still would apply even if Abba Chalafta was mixed in. So you must say, what does that mean? Who would that apply to? Amar Rabba says, Chachikol, this is what it means to say. Shnaim shayu omdim, listen to this. The Yatza chutz minenehem, v'hara. Sorry, the Yatza chutz minenehem, v'hara, shnei p'turim. All right, so once this Rabbi Yossi is referring to this. You have two people standing together, right? Even if was standing together. Now, from their collective space, someone shot an arrow. What don't we know? Who shot the arrow? Now, the arrow went and killed someone, but we don't know. Was it moving or was it shooting? Who shot the arrow? Now, we know with absolute certainty that the arrow emanated from the group, but I don't know who the arrow emanated from. Gemara says, both are going to be pater. Rabbi Yossi, because not Jose not the same as Rabbi Yossi. Afilu Abba Chalafta Beinei. Oh, Rabbi Yossi says even if one of the two guys was Abba Chalafta. In other words, I'm not a thought like this. If it's Reuben and Abba Chalafta, and from within the group someone shot an arrow, and the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, but we don't know who it is. So be tempted to say, oh, it's for sure Reuben. It's for sure Reuben. Can't be Abba Chalafta. Like Abba Chalafta would never do such a thing. Nevertheless, even if one of the people is Abba Chalafta, ultimately both are pater. Both are pater. Since we do not know the definition, who went ahead and shot the arrow, if by definition we have no choice but to examine it. Now, let's say this is all part of the same motif, right? Because this is what Rabbi said in the Mishnah. Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by definition, we're just always reticent to execute. And in general, Allah is reticent to execute anyone. Allah has come up when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous, we just can't carry through. Even in the case, two guys within Abba Chalafta is a Gadol Adar, they're standing together, an arrow shoots right from between them, kills Shimon. You'd be tempted to say logically, who's the killer? It's got to be Reuben and Abba Chalafta. Even in a case like that, we won't execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. To go to Josh in just a moment. Amar Rabba, Shalom Hook on the facing camera. If you go Shnayim Omdim, two people are standing right, and an arrow shot forth from between them. and Yogin Isa Mehen Zarko, I don't know who shot it. Turin, sorry, Shnei Turin, both are Potter. Rabbi Yossi, Afilu Abba Chalaf Tereneir, Shakal Yodin Shu Chosid, Velo Zarku, from the Kaidin of the Idak Mishu Hayt Hazako. ובהר בגלל ניגוד המודע, שהניגוד גם הקוראים שלו סליקיפה, לא עלה על הקוי אליו לקרוא את העניין בקצור נפשי ומסניס את אבי כתוני, ושש נגמר דין התפוסס, so the point of the video is a lot more nice. Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree with things like this, right? Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree with things like this, that a lot more nice, everybody is going to be potter. We'll see that there's an interesting response to this also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't we say that if Abba Chalaf is there, Abba Chalaf is potter, right? What's the logic? So I say, so obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, we have no choice but to pass everyone. But there's also something else that's interesting. You might hear the Mishnah Pirkei says, "Al kamin ba'atzmacha adil mosha." Do not believe in yourself in the day until the day that you die. Because the person does believe in themselves, so a person should believe in themselves. A person should believe in themselves each and every day. So isn't that how kamin ba'atzmacha adil mosha? What I say is a person should never think that they are incapable of performing any action. Sometimes like you see a particular idea and you're like, oh, well, I would do that, I would never do that. Don't say that. Because given the opportunity, people would perform almost any idea. Baraya, if a Baruch has to prohibit it, it means that man has somewhere, somehow, a natural proclivity to do it. Right? If you didn't have a proclivity to do it, you would have to ask it. So there's this tremendous response, like even Abba Chalafta was one of the two guys, even Abba Khalaf was not incapable of shooting the arrow and killing someone. It's tremendously so because sometimes we become a little bit too self-assured and a little bit too confident about things that we would quote unquote never do. And let's say in our own lives, I mean, if we look at our lives, I would imagine that I've done to myself. There are things that I have done that I thought I would never do. I thought I would never do. I thought they were beyond. And so now, Baruch Hashem, I found the fullness. I dug deep. Right? And I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves kind of trespassing lines that we never thought we would, but we do. And the more on guard we could be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that the truth is given the opportunity, I would do almost anything and everything. The more real we are about ourselves, and the more vigilant, the more on guard, and the more we can protect ourselves about crossing those lines. Incredible yourself. One of the brothers like the Shurship imagination, which Irish not opinion. Now again, going back, circling back. So now we understand what Rabbi Yossi is referring, right? So Rabbi Yossi in the Gaisa, when he said even if Abba Halak is one of the two people, that's a very different case. That's talking about two people standing together, an arrow shoots forth from between them. The arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, even if one of the guys is mamish like a double adar, so you say, of course, it's a double adar. No, because identity and ambiguity, and therefore both ultimately again will be pottery. Now circle back. The church need by Dinos is already the Shar Hated. If you haven't had the Shar, and the Shar ultimately again had its enlargement, and we got mixed with other Shvarim. So the Gemara says, the Shar Hated Ma'alya. The Shar Hated Ma'alya means other innocent Shvarim. So a Shar that was condemned to death got mixed in with other innocent Hebron. What's the halacha? So good also. Ultimately, again, we'll stone all of them. So the Gemara says, Never say that obviously this is by animals. Right? This is by animals. This is not by people. So we'll stone all of them. But the Buddha says, no, closer also people. The Buddha says, no, we're not going to actively kill them. Rather, what will we do? We'll go ahead and just passively kill them. We can borrow them in their own body. My animals don't feed them at all, and they'll die. I thought I about Buddha and Harash and Isa, the Akataki, and that's true. That's true. So yeah, this is a reverse of what we were saying before. It sounds like now what you are suggesting is even according to Shita, whenever you have a case of a potential innocent party mixed into the group, you're never going to kill anyone. You're never going to kill anyone. You can't. So what's the case of not mixing also with people? That's the case of a shard. So you have a shard ultimately again that killed someone. And it got mixed with a innocent shard. So the Buddha was so Tanakama says, kill everything. Rabbi says, no, Machnisin also. So the Gemara says, is that true? But I listen to this. Harashem Yisrael interesting case. Let's say you have a cow that killed someone, and afterwards it gave birth. Imagine when it might be a Yalda, if the cow gave birth before its verdict was delivered, the offspring is mutter. The offspring is mutter. So the Gemara says, in the Shenigmar, the Yalda, Vada Asa. But if it only gave birth after the Gemara, then the offspring is going to be Asa. This Ari Bachim. Let's say again the offspring of the cow. Let's say in the case of the offspring of the so let's say the offspring of the cow gets mixed in with other cows. Ba'achir, and again the group gets further mixed together. Constant in that case, again, we put all of these sucking cows into a pen together, which step them back at the Lazar, Shin Omer, but being also the case. And second one said, Lazar Shin says, no, go ahead with doing the Bezdin, the Bezdin, and the stone in the Omer Mar. Imagine that we might do Yolga, Vlada, and listen to this. So let's go back for just a second. The Gemara said that if the cow that killed someone gave birth to his offspring, gave birth to his calf, before the Gemara came, and ultimately the offspring is put in. The Afagab, the Abba, now it's interesting about that case is, in other words, if you're talking about that he gave birth before the Gemara came, what does that mean? That means that it was pregnant at the time that the cow bore. Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says, the Gemara says, Muhammad Rabba, Vlad Hanogachas, Asr, he with Vlad yet Rabba says that if you have a cow, pregnant cow that bore, both the cow and its offspring are going to be Asr. Why? Because we view the fetus as being participatory in the act of boring. In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother. To which the Gemara said, similarly, Vlad Hanir Bas, Asr, he with Vlad on here, assuming again, if you have a pregnant cow, and a pregnant cow is sodomized. So what's the halacha? Both the cow and its offspring are asr. But let's say asr like for carbonic purposes. Right? Why? Because we view both the mother and the fetus as having been sodomized. It's interesting enough. So what you see here, you see from here that in these cases where you have a cow that's pregnant, the fetus shares the status of the mother. So if the mother gored, then the fetus has the status of the goring cow as well. If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately again the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well. Therefore, it can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet Gemara makes a distinction. It sounds like everything is dependent on did the cow deliver before or after the Gemara came. But in reality, this is not about the Gemara came. This Gemara says, "Ema actually nigmar dina tibla yalda." Blood of mother. Right? It means it's like this. If before the Gemara was passed, the mother became pregnant and birth, then the offspring is mother, which indicates to us pregnancy happened after the event. After the event. The pregnancy happened, so the mother bore. Then the Gemara says like this. If the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the Gemara came, before that really it was delayed, right? It was delayed, then halacha the offspring is mother. In Shenik Martino, but if halacha l'maisa again, the offspring, sorry, in Shenik Martino but if after the verdict occurred, then the cow became pregnant and gave birth, Vlada also, ultimately the offspring is also. So the nurse says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more. Honey Chalman Damar Zev Zeglan Oscar. Let's talk about this just a second. So if you have this case over here, a cow, right, that was convicted of goring, right? Or for that matter, again, a cow that was sodomized. It doesn't really matter what the case is. Either way, the mother is impacted, right? The mother has a change of status. So now what we're saying is like this. This is the best thing. So second case, the mother, it's called the boring case. Right? The mother went ahead and bored another cow. So now we're saying is as follows. If after the boring, the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the verdict, so that the offspring is mother. If the mother became pregnant and she became pregnant and birth after the verdict, or even became pregnant before the verdict and birth after the verdict, then the offspring ultimately again is going to be awesome. So the Gemara says, no, let's analyze this, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? I guess we should have a talk. How these things work. We'll schedule a different shit. Right? Like obviously, in order for the mother to become pregnant, so halacha Lamaisa again, there has to be a father. There has to be a father, right? So the Lamaisa, now the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So in halacha we call this zet goren. Two forces creating one product. So let's say so this is interesting. So now you're automatically the Gemara is operating under the assumption that what? That the status of the child is automatically determined by who? By who? By the mother. But there's a father also. Right? There's a father. And the father's status is totally mutter. So the Gemara says this whole thing makes sense because we're doing that says Zegorein Osir. Right? You know you have two causes. You have to go for the right? You have two causes. A mother cause, a father cause. The mother cause is guilty. The father cause is innocent. So again, if you go with the opinion that says that as long as one of the causes, as long as one of the garment contributing forces, right? Right. In order, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable, is liable, that that liability is passed down to the offspring, then this whole thing makes sense. Whole thing makes sense. It was other days where I said, "Hello, the man number said going mutter like a second." There is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is why when you have two contributing forces. One of them is innocent, one of them is guilty, but a lot of the ways that the offspring, last of bears the guilt of the guilty contributing force, what is there to say? Which was Michael Riemer. Look at that. Michael Riemer. That says, the heart is no good after my sins, lucky with the Yama, Rosh, after I suffer with God, the head of the Islam, God, Rosh, Yama. So I say, so again, if you also, this whole thing makes sense if you don't have Zegoren Passer. But if you don't have Zegoren Mutter, then Lamaisa, why should the offspring automatically be Passer? So which would be like, I'm going to know, it's very true. It says, if I'm sure need my Dina Ibra, Yoga, Rada Mutter. In actual need my Dina Ibra, which need my Dina Yoga, Rada Asser, Ubar Yarek. Versus you're right. Right, but listen, let's rephrase it. In actual unit, if the verdict has not yet been passed, right, I'm right, and what? Actual unit, if so if the verdict has not been passed yet, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be mother. And listen, now this is in line with the idea, a very simple idea, that when does liability occur, or when does culpability set in? Only when? After pregnant. After pregnant, since you know the mother already committed the act of glory. But again, you're not liable until this again. Say it halacha like so the timeline is like this. The mother court, then became pregnant, gave birth, all before the margin. Halacha like again, the offspring is totally kosher. Absolutely no problem. On the other hand, if I shalom mikmartin, Yidrach, and we should mikmartin and Yalda, well, let's say again, glory, right, pregnant, Martin, birth, in that case, the halacha is vada asa. In that case, ultimately, you're going to be offspring is going to be asa. What about Zeb going of mutter? Very different here. Ubar, yarachno. We'll say there's another piece. What's that piece? A fetus is considered to be an appendage of the mother. So therefore, again, if the mother is pregnant with the fetus, none of the Martin. And when the Martin is passed, so that Martin falls upon the entirety of the mother. The Uber is reckoned as really like a Yara feeling like a thigh, like a leg of the mother. Right? So the fetus is considered to be a leg of the mother. And therefore, Halakha Lamaisa is going to be shared with the mother. Incredible. So we'll say, so there are a number of important halachas that come out of this, which is first of all, number one, in a case, so let's just go through this case very quickly. In a case where Allah said you have a murder, you got mixed in, right? Let's say, Rabbi right? Shalom Nikmartino, you got mixed in with other people's roads, Nikmartino. So it's like, so what do you do in that case? Right? So let's say Ruben was accused of murder. The Basin was going to rule in a certain way. The Basin didn't get the opportunity to literally ask him on his verdict. He gets mixed in with the whole type of actual murders. So what's the halacha? What is that? You cannot pass a verdict in extension. At least for now, that's how it has to be. Like you can't pass a verdict in extension. And therefore, again, the only thing you can do with that Hebra is exonerate all of them. Exonerate all of them. So that's indeed end up asking, you did really like that level. Okay, fine. So we'll say, so without the case, we'll be, let's go back to it. So we'll say, so the next part of the Mishnah was, let's say, so in part one of the Mishnah, you have someone who may be guilty, but his mind really wasn't passed, mixing with the rest of the Chazal guilty parties. The next case of the Mishnah was as follows. So let's say you have a group of guilty parties, all mixed in together. But the difference is they have different death penalties. And we don't know who's supposed to get which death penalty. So what's the halacha? It's very simple halacha. What do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire chevra. Now, what is that problem? The machlokas, which is considered to be a more cover or more lenient from the death. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Shmamino, if you see the news, Muslim double cover. We'll say, here's what's fascinating about this. What's fascinating about this is no one is disagreeing with the principle, right? So if you have a group of conflicting murders, all right, get mixed in with each other, but yet they have different resources, different verdicts. Every one of these different verdicts, keep them all, right, using the most lenient form of death penalty. So what's the thing about this? In order to get what you need hasra. The hasra that is from the death in which you're going to execute the person. So how can you give someone a lovely death penalty and ultimately didn't give them hasra for that death penalty? It's still a very important result, which is musra davar chamar, musra davar tal. Hasra for something more chamar, more stringent. By definition, works to administer something more lenient. That's the way it works. So, in other words, once you receive hasra for a hammer death penalty, it automatically makes you warn for a lesser death penalty. What is the you know, the issue of stamp. Interesting enough, Rabbi says maybe the case over here is where the agent warned the person's stamp. In other words, they said, if you do this, you're going to be liable to a death penalty. But what? They didn't say which death penalty. Interesting. You know, the high time of it, and this reflects the following. The sign of Ushar Tagin Yisrael Torah in the Mitzvah also Alabama. Torah was like halacha is for any hiding Yisrael, right? For any death penalty in the Torah. And Rashi points out that we are actually writing to us and Rashi Ushar Tagin Yisrael puts the Mitzvah Shira Zarach Hasra Rahmana Amar Rosak Mobile Hasra. So we have to see this. Like Macy's, that's the one who incites others to worship Rabbi Sarah. He is the exception to the entire rule. Everyone else needs Hasra, but Macy's does not require Hasra. Whereas because halacha l'maisa, essentially, we throw the book at Macy's. So it just means that everyone else, in the Macy's also other days. So number one, you can only adjudicate your case in the basement of 22. That's number one. Number two, the agent knows the English, the Hasra, and halacha l'maisa Hasra. So we'll say this is, again, this is Beis 101. You are actually saying, these are Beis 101. Or if it's someone, number one, they have to be judged in Beis 23, Sanhedrin part 1. Number two, they have to be Hasra. And we'll say, the Ad, Shiyu, Shukayim, Misas, that Tanakama holds. Furthermore, so what do we even have to say? People just have to say, Ruvain, if you do this, you are liable to be lost. They don't have to say what type of Misas based, but they just have to say Misas. You can say, no, but you don't know. Actually, the Asia Miso, you can say natural. It's not enough just to say generically, you're going to be put to death by days. In the guidance it says, you actually have to articulate what type of Misas based given it's going to be liable. So what's the point of contention? So we'll say, by the way, this is, just want to point out, he's giving a focus. Fundamental focus nature hasra. Tanakama says all the even have to say, even if you do this, will be liable to death penalty. But Rabbi says no, they have to indicate which death penalty. So the Gemara says, Tanakama though, from the koshes. So Tanakama learns stuff from the koshes. Now, let's say, interestingly enough, what happened to the koshes? We keep on references back to the koshes. What happened to him? Who's the koshes? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. I was saying, I remember again, what happened to the koshes? They put him in jail because they did not know what kidnapping. You saw yesterday that they knew that he was going to be put to death. Or rather, what? They didn't know which death was, which means that what? When the Edom gave him a straw, what hasra did they give him? There has to be a straw. There's careful something about a straw. So what happens? They went up to him and said, Ruben, Koshesh, stop doing what you're ceasing to desist. If you don't do this, you're going to be put to death. But clearly, what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know it. So Tanakh says, what do you see from here? You see from here the proper hasra does not require the articulation of the particular manner of death penalty. All it requires is an articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, when Yudah said, no, the kosher shall Rothschild. Don't bring a right from the kosher. Don't bring a raya. Right? Let's say, do not bring a right from the kosher. Why? Kosher was an exception. A Rothschild means it was Yotzim Rakbal. Yotzim Rakbal, that Allah makes again, literally because they did not know what to do with it. This was the first time this happened. But this is not the norm. The norm is when they didn't give Hasrar for a death penalty, Allah said they have to say specifically which death penalty you're liable to. Koshesh is an exception to the incredible. But let's go back to it. That was by the way, Allah that's how he has to. That Hasra does not have to be Misa specific. Like the witnesses do not have to say, you're going to do this, you're going to be subject up, Skila, Strafa, Hadra. They just need to be able to say, if you do this, you are going to be liable to Misa space. It's incredible. Let's go like that. And it's still a minute swapping. So let's remember again. So then, of course, after we establish that principle, that by definition, Hasra for a more common form of Misa, by definition, it converts to a more powerful form of Misa. After that, then the problem just is devils in the details. So again, which form of Misa is more common, which form of Misa is more common. Okay, so that condition had a much more test. So the Gemara says as follows. So Mishnah, let's come to the topic. Masnu Rabbi says, and it's dropping in its color. So let's say if you have a group of people who are chayiv sreifa, you get mixed in with a group of people chayiv skila. As I say now, the assumption of the Gemara is working is like this. The Rothschild and the srafin in this color means the majority of people in this group are chayiv skila, and a minority of people who are chayiv sreifa get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens? Rabbi Shimon says, Yadunu b'skila. Shasrefa kamura. Rabbi Shimon says they should be judged in skila. Why? Because that it's skila and sreifa. So sreifa is the more kamar, skila is the more cow. And whenever you have extra people, chayvim so you always turn the more cow. On the Rabbi Huda, Abba, go to Nisra. So Rabbi Huda says to his father, don't pass me that way. I don't have to be learned that way. For one reason. My day is the Sreifa Kamura. Why do you have to even get into a case? Ultimately, again, that Sreifa is more common. There's a simple reason. Table plate, Ruben is culinating. So watch what happens over there. Basically, the case over here is we have a minority of Yisrafim who get mixed in with a majority of Yisrafim. Right? So a minority of people Chayiv Sreifa get mixed in with a majority of people who are Chayiv Skila. And the Shimon says everyone agrees that you give them Skila. Why? Because Skila is more Kala than Sreifa. Comes along Rabbi Shimon son of Yehuda and says, Abba, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the Chavra get Skila? Why should they get Skila? Why? It's Rove. Because the majority of the group the majority of the group are misspelling. That's why they should get Skila. How should we frame this case? And it's covered in instruction. So the better way to frame it is a minority of misspelling get mixed in with the majority of misspelling. So a minority of people are Skila. Get mixed with the majority of the open a high straight. And the Shimi says this now makes more sense. The skila, shas sheifa kamura. The Shimi says the group should be judged with skila, right? Even though what? Even if the scholar are the minority, the group should be judged with skila because skila is more powerful than straifa. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know, seifa from the from say that do the straifa, shas skila kamura. The say that they should be judged with straifa because the Chachamim say that Sreifa is more powerful, the skill is more powerful. The paper plate, the Ruben is Rafi Nigru. It's even simpler. We're talking about a minority mixed into a majority of this stuff. It should be given Sreifa. Nothing to do with what's more powerful. What's more powerful? Because the role, which remembers is Hassan, Rabbi, there's Hassan, Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon. This is Rabbi talking about the Shimon. Lidita, the Amid Sreifa Kamuro, the Mars is quite near the Shimon. You hold that Sreifa is more powerful. And we say no, Skiva is more powerful. Okay. So we'll say, so therefore again, let's not focus. Now, we'll see the Rambam next about the actual hierarchy. Once we get to the resource based in, we'll see the actual hierarchy of all of this. But we'll say interesting exchange. Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. The Gemara says, if you notice, by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? That we shouldn't say the halacha of Isa, skila, the group ultimately again of this roughing gets mixed in with the group of Yisrael. So the majority are skila, minority are shrifa. Rabbi Shimon says give the group skila. Why? Because shrifa is more common than skila. Rabbi Shimon, his son, said, "Father, don't say that." That was his lashon. Father, don't say that. Don't say that because you're going to have to get into this. You just use road. So that's this. I'm going to make Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda. So now Shmuel says to Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon, Shimon, sharp one, which means very Rabbi Yehuda, you're a very smart young man. Papa Pe Aleph, Lo Kima Le La'avucha. Why are you talking to your father that way? And what says we're going to see over here, so ultimately again Shmuel is taking Rabbi Yehuda's and how Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father. So what says if you remember number one, generally say, if you see something, say something. If you see somebody say something, now it's never something possible to go ahead and discipline someone else's kids. Right? But the myself, sometimes if you see something egregious, it's important to point it out. And let's say that what I want to point out right here is how Shmuel points it out. Do you notice how Shmuel gives Rabbi Yehuda Musar? He doesn't say what's coming out of you. He doesn't say us is funny, right? And give him a crash. Right? What does he say? Shimon, Shmuel, sorry, Yehuda, you're coming trouble. You're big on trouble. So sometimes that's the this is not by keeping instruction people, but it's by building it up. This is the Aaron Accord approach. Right? The Aaron Accord approach to Musar was not to say this from God. Right? Well, why would you? Aaron Accord approach was to go ahead and show someone how great they were. And when you show someone how great they were, and right, you get people to believe in themselves, then you come to understand that certain behaviors are in fact beneath them. So such a profound result over here. So Shmuel is very shocked by the way that Yehuda spoke to his father of Shimon. But how does he call the task? Not by demeaning the task of Shimon, but by saying to him, Yehuda, Shimon, you are sharp, you are smart, you are coming you are great. So you need to know that you need to be better than this. You need to act as like this is a way to be. Sometimes in life we have to say things to people, and it's so tempting to kind of come out sharp and to cut them down. So the truth is also, if you've ever been on the receiving end of that, which I'm sure we all have, it usually doesn't work. No one is ever beaten down and says, "Oh, now that I've been beaten down and feel like 2 cents, now I'm really ready to become the best version of myself." Like generally, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They stay down. When you build people up, right? You're great. You're fantastic. You're amazing. So let's talk about this thing that just occurred. Just something that you're coming at it from a level of, I believe in you. I think you're fantastic. And that's why you keep being better than this particular behavior. So what was the problem? What's the capital K Aleph? So the Gemara says, you can't really, so Shmuel says to Yehuda, you can't really speak this way to your father. Why not? The Gemara says, Yisanya, Harishaya Aviv over Aviv Torah. Let's say I see my father. If you my father, violating divrei Torah, violating Torah law. Lo yomer lo abba, abarta divrei Torah. Son should never say to a father, Father, you violated Torah precepts. Lo omer lo abba, kaf kasid Torah. Rather, a son should say, Father, it says like this in the Torah. Israel says, isn't that the same thing? So, honey, huh? Right, so the father's eating a cheeseburger. Father, it says in the Torah that one should eat a cheeseburger. Isn't that the same thing? Okay, so I'm not saying Father doesn't eat a cheeseburger. Instead, I'm saying again, Father doesn't eat a cheeseburger. He says, Ella, Omer, Lo, Abba, Dikra, Kasim, Batara, Kafu. Rather, a son should say to his father, Father, you know, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is. So in other words, the son gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what it is that he is in fact doing wrong. So as I said, that is the way, again, and by the way, that is codified in Shulchan Aruch. That again, remember, if the son sees the father doing something wrong, the son is obligated to point that out. But a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing is wrong, but rather sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father then understanding of his own volition that what he is doing may be ineffective. One side, just want to end off with something very important. Look where he ended. Look where he ended. Look where he ended, I'll say. At the Mishnah, Pei Aleph, Amud Aleph, perfect in line with that music. This is a tremendous Mishnah. You know, in our daf journeys, there are days that we say to ourselves, we are never going to finish this in 7.5 years. Right? We're going to be in a different cycle. The one side, same thing always happens. At the end of every single week, we are exactly where we need to be. On the one side, we're just bust surface done. It should give us tremendous music in how HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs the world this way. A lot of times, like we see things and you're wondering, you know what, this is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say if we can make it where we need to make it to, as bust surface done, as human beings, at the end of every single week, Allah has kind of become the strength of our HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That the devotion will also always get us exactly where we need to be. Choreograph the event exactly how they need to be choreographed. At some point, at some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. Mosai, yes.
does have unique vibes too. I mean, their face is all crazy, and he seems like he just woke up. This is very funny. If I had another invite member shop at this TikTok place, those guys, call Wood, stay around on social media posts I don't know, Fred, he's working some things out. Yeah. He's called Chris. Should be like, this one's supposed by haphazard. He's talking about himself. It's called. Oh no, but your kid's having a bad game. He's fucking up his cylinder or something. You're like, you don't think everybody's like, you probably not be like, oh man, it's a different place. Yeah, but he's like, come on, Ted, please. Dude, I need this for me. So dads, they can be terrible. Oh, bro, they can be terrible. Oh, man. You know what I mean? It's just crazy how. And then the ref wanted to fight. I was like, this is crazy. I remember coming back here and I had to call timeout. I was like, everyone needs to chill. This is rap. Everyone chill the fuck out. Like, you're not helping the kids out. Yeah, I'll call the dad. Call the dads out there. Like, this one dad kept yelling at his son who's on our team. Throw the ball harder. I'm like, but you think he's not trying to throw harder? Right. I told you. Put more stress on him. Like, I'm just thinking. And then what did the guy say? He said, oh, you're right, man. 2 plays that are throw it hard. Guy fucking. There should be a Netflix doc on baseball. It's fucking wild. I know. Wow. What? Oh, really, dude? Going on the routine, though. Yeah, he's a big, chunky, slow kid. And he can say it out here. Oh, in other words, he got work to get his big jacket, his basket, he's getting all slower, so everyone's showing down. Like, you know, light his night, sometimes you go light his ass up. And the teachers look at him. You'll say that from them. Oh, yeah. Baseball's no joke, huh? You know, light his ass up. Oh, yeah, get back to the court. You're kind of a baseball guy now. Oh, to the full court. They start like either making a documentary on baseball dads because of Shop. Yeah, this is how far this guy has gone to. Guys had a bitch up Shop and the baseball thing. And I heard like a little kid and he was crying and someone's like, what's wrong? And he's like, somebody ate my sunflower seeds and Shop has a bag because they eat it because he's told him. The water tank was coming out of throw away the water tank. You gotta want to see. Let's see. What do we got next, dude? There's a lot of chins this clip we can do. This is a promotion. Papa liked this quick thing posted by Large Arcula 6262. I think this is liked by Brendan Shaw. Of course. Dated, that's a great impression. You know where I can find these Asian bills. What's called? You know how many times I've got that out on these podcasts? I'm asking for Asian bills. Is there anyone locals in your area? This is posted by Silenced Outreach. Just a blue collar guy, me. I think it's an ad for direct SO gas. Yeah. For sure, it's just Photoshop. I got bigger shoulders. Landing page. Yeah. This is, he's trying to give it, I mean, isn't it kind of sketchy to, like, really want to give a truck away? Like, you're paying sponsor money to sponsor posts on Instagram to give away a truck. Isn't that weird? That is weird. I don't know what the end game is or how he's making money out of this, but I'm sure there's some sort of scam, right? I really think it's just for attention. He's like, I'm the guy that's giving away trucks. Maybe, you know? Yeah. I just don't get it. Anti-electric. Yeah. Don't make no sense. This one's posted by Joseph. It's fucking 2 inches. The after hours is going well. So, any guys is getting weighed. There's like a weight competition of some kind. They're doing a weight competition. We're not doing that. No. They're not bad guys. I mean, I'm already beating them. You're losing a lot of weight. I'm almost dead. I should walk into the after hours and be like, yeah, 60 pounds. Cheers, guy. Hey, Nick, let me see those pecs. This one's posted by Papa's MMA show. Minimum Sky 2305. He doesn't really make an appearance all the time, but I do see that Coke, so I'm pretty excited about this. Hell yeah, dude. Look at that thing, dude. Delicious. It looks so much better than 3 grades. It is amazing. Yeah, Rain's the best drink, but Diet Coke is the second best. What do you not see? Oh, there's some shirt shop back here, but guess what? The Long West shirt shop. You know what I mean? Maybe I hope that's something because they're drinking so much that they got you're right. Maybe when they drive home, they'll drink a shirt shot. Yeah, they drink a lot of Rain. Shirt shot. Back there. Sure. Exactly. Because you can get drunk on Rain. Take a shirt shot, you're good. I mean, you get euphoria. I mean, you know, you drink one of those things, you're good for the rest of the night. It's that good. It's all facts. Glass half full, kids. Let's keep it positive. I can come on here to absolutely destroy these best cards in the fight nights. And just everything I've been doing. I'm trying to be cool right now. Shevchenko for a while. The women's MMA right now is at such a low level. There's barely any strikes thrown in that entire thing. With Jose Aldo and Sabine. And this is what happens with champions. It happened with Leon is once the game plans out on how to beat you, all those guys can just mimic that to some certain degree and usually have success. We'll see what kind of success Monchev had. It's all to be predicated on can Monchev get him down and Monchev and get him down early. It's so funny for him to say I could be destroying these cards. I could destroy your podcast. Listen, when Karate Chop gets down to business with Leon, he's gonna fucking. He's gonna watch the tape, dude. Blankabev is gonna get Karate Chop down, and what's his name to be? Say Kuchik. It's all over. It's all over. I'll tell you, Korean Edwards doesn't want to see it. Fucking Shevchenko. There's not a chance. It's that Valentine's gonna fucking let him walk away on skate. You know what I mean? Shit, you said Shevchenko ballet. That's so funny. It's in Russian. It's in Japanese. Shevchenko ballet. At first, that's Russian. Yeah, welcome to Brendan's MMA Hour. What is it called? The Brendan Show. Or, no, the Shop Show. The Shop Show, yes. Yeah, that's what we should start doing that, dude. Expert analysis predictions for next year, 2026 Papa. That's only the Shop Show left. He has been ghosted by everyone in Texas and LA in a desperate last plea for wellness. He goes on a trip to do ayahuasca. I mean, that's a good trip, yes. I don't think he would let go of his pride that much. Yeah, I don't see him doing it, but I think it's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. During his trips, he sees his life through the eyes of a homeless cat. He becomes self-aware. When he gets home, he books out the Arlington and for one last show. He leans into it all, acknowledges all the lies and how ego-driven they say, into ridiculous things. He spills the whole beans on the whole road universe and confirms things that we've all been saying for years. Didn't spell it right. The whole thing collapses. Lawsuits. The jail time cancellation, they all go down for the degenerates they are. The Schwab Show, he actually renames it this. Because all he does really like it. Does really well, gets tons of big guests, and finally they feel like they can say what they want about moving it is murdered. Best dishes every day after day. Every day. Best dishes ever, day after day. The only comedians close to Joe that come out unscathed are Shingles, Mark Norman, Schwab's new success, and income allows him to buy the ship at discount price. It's basically $50,000 at this point. Calls the club, Gringo Poppy's huge success. Chang's becomes the broken verse more than Schwab, and Papa does AMA's often. That is a crazy prediction that has a lot of interesting stuff in it. Yeah, I like that work. But I would say like 2% is going to happen. Like it is going to be 2026. Yeah, that's still like 2% that's going to happen. I'm not sure Papa, and I'm being serious here, is capable of self-reflection or thinking about things in a way that's like critical reasoning. I don't think he has that. It'd be cool if he did. And obviously, a tell-all book would be hilarious, but he just doesn't have the faculties to do that, even if he wanted to. Part of the reason why he's stuck in this universe is because he doesn't know better, I think. I it's a wild assertion to say that he's going to turn his back on those friends. That the only friends he has left. I don't know if that's like it's like if that's a red pill blue pill situation where he's like, or what's the one that makes you see reality? Red pill. Whatever one that you can jump off buildings and shit. That's it'd be funny if Shab was in the Matrix and fucking Morpheus was like, you can take the blue pill and your life stays the same. You still have a podcast, your friends with Joe Rogan, blah, blah, blah. Or you take the red pill and you start to realize you're protected. And Shab looks at him straight in the eyes and he goes, I never learned how to take pills. So I can't take it out. Because he can't, you know how you learn that you can't drink your water. He tries to crush it up his throat. He's like, sorry, can I have like is there a child's version of this pill? Did I have that? And he's just like, never mind. No chance Shop takes either pill. He's too stupid for going through. I think Morpheus will keep him busy with just that task. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not a chance any of this happens. He's too connected. And I feel like there is a world where there's enough magnetism towards like turning on everyone that he would do it. Like if you made a fixed amount of money, he would do it. Yeah, he has no principles really, so I'm sure if you offered him like $1 million, like a lot of money, he'd do a tell-all book about it. Yeah. For sure a book's gonna happen. He's gonna write a book. I hope so. So, and guess who's gonna buy it? This kid who has 2 thumbs is buying child pornography again. We've got 2 jokes that says all times. Talks of Black Boss is posted this on Papa doesn't drive his own cars for promos. So that's it. And it's I don't know the car, but yeah, I mean it looks like that's what he's doing for sure. I'll say this is probably the best ad I've seen. Drive Festival guys. Yeah, that's weird. I don't say they can't be taken out. Just come here. All right. Oh, there it is again. This one's posted by Joseph is 5'2". Brian says Texas is great for cars. If you're gonna acclimate to Texas so fast, going for it. Well, look, you're not gonna look back. Yeah. That's what it says. You know, it's like 3 months a year ago. I can't believe I didn't do this every year. There's no. It's not how big like I am. Yeah. There's cars. The car's not everybody. Yeah, like I made driver just speak. You're moving to the Mecca. This is that video when I was in Texas and we were all set to go to my friend Tim's house and have a little barbecue. And well, we had to turn around because the hail was hitting. No, it was hitting my car. Damn, it's the helicopter. I was in a helicopter. It's the helicopter. Because the hail was hitting. Helicopter. Oh. This is a CTE conversation. This is a conversation between C and T, and you can eat your way out. No, it was hitting my car. It was going to damage the car. It was hail in the summertime. I was like, you just say it without extending the words. I did it like 3 times. He was keeping us busy, and he just wanted you to know there was. Okay, let's say that was my context. I said, this is that one podcast, dude. Believe isn't a homeless cat still a beast of a guy posted by 773-202 Luna. Let's see, change it. Is this podcast in a lead story? Right? It's like the breaker in a lead story. Yeah, it is. Yeah, CC. There should be a third C. Oh, yeah. That's weird. Unless it's GC. Maybe just fucked up by putting the C. It says community. That's pretty fresh. Is that there? I kind of yeah, we'll get that. We won't. Is that a group thing? He is shot for that. Just asking for that. And it says it's sad. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of cool how this is, their body naturally rejects the shoppers. Oh, yeah, yeah, they don't know, but they know. Yeah. After all that, there are levels to this shit, right? It's all good. It's all good. They're like, guys, come on, this happened before. Just let's move it on, dude. As far as they go, beast number guy. How would you respond to that? Just take the force out. I ain't not a you, beast. You never met. Okay. I get yeah, take that as a negative. I call you a beast. Like, Malik is a beast of a guy. So, then we thinking too much. Yeah, let's just go. That's so funny, dude. That was great. That is funny. Oh, man. They should have 3 seasons there. They would understand. I think Malik, like, he maybe knows, but he's like doing the math in his head. Explaining this is just too much. You don't. I love this shit, but I'm not sure how you come off if you explain this in real life to me. I never tried to. Yeah, I never. Yeah, you gotta be it. It's almost like someone's got to want to be in it, or you got to talk about the first little fight club is called Giraffe with the King. You tell that to just someone in your life, and they're like, Reddit. Yeah. I don't even know. I tell people like bits that we can only be on the podcast. You know what I mean? But I do not. Reddit Shop does this thing. Does this thing. Yeah. I've done it before. I'm not proud. You know what I mean? Right? Never do it again. Yeah. I'm going to wear a t-shirt that explains it. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of words. Not a lot of words. It's going to be spelled correctly. I had to explain the fucking golden jackets. I'll tell you what, I want to throw those away. Tell you that right now, man. Yeah, the golden jackets, right when you walk into my fucking, just 2 golden hour jackets. Yeah, and a clipper jacket next to it. So when I'm like, I got a clipper jacket, this girl says, oh yeah, bring that golden jacket. That's not a clipper jacket. She didn't hear that much. She's like, oh, it's cool though. It looks cool. That jacket does not look cool. That's cool that she thinks it's cool. Yeah, that's great. She could have it. Maybe she should. It could be worth a lot of money someday. Yeah, because it's like a big. What do you think of a lot of money? Like $3 at the thrift store? I don't even think it's worth $3. Yeah, it's definitely like in the. Is there free racks at the thrift store? It's truly bad. Actually, you know what? I've gotten some. Yeah, I needed for some reason I needed flip flops for some skid and somebody wanted to shoot. And I was at the thrift store and I saw these flip flops. I picked them up and I went up to the front and I was like, "There's no price tag on this." And the lady looked at them and she's like, "That's because someone just left us here." And I was like, "I have them." And she was like, "Yeah." But I just took home someone's flip flops for a skid. Someone boss. You leave the store, they come back like, "You guys find any flip flops anyway?" Yeah, sorry that happened. I think what they did was they were like, "Oh, I don't need these flip flops. I like these shoes. Cool story, bro. I'm wearing these shoes out." Maybe they bought them. Maybe they stole them. Who knows? Shout out to Malik, dude. You're always welcome here. We don't think you're a great guy. We haven't met you. Yeah, you are a great guy, and I have not met you. Oh, no. You're a great guy. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I would never call you a beast because I'd be saying it ironically. Yeah. I would never call you a beast of a guy because that's fucking wrong. That's what they thought, right? I don't know what they thought. I think that they're just reacting off him because he probably knows that it's shot and he doesn't really want to talk about it. So when he's like, I don't know about that, they think, oh, okay, maybe there is something there. They're smart guys. They were just saying, great moment. Maybe he's like changing it up. In the moment, he's like, this is time. Afterwards, they're like, that was a great show. They said, you didn't know. And that's enough. They may also know that they're going to get views off of the shadow stuff. So that's maybe why he said it. It's impossible to know what's going on in this universe at any time. No one's ever honest. Everything's a lie. You don't believe anything anyone tells you in Cat's universe. Daddy. I hate saying daddy so much. This is my TDR1. I don't like this. The fish we found is a dentist. It's a fish. It's less gross than the fish. Dude, that is disgusting. Now that I know it's a fish, I can think of it. They're saying that this is pregnant. That's funny. Out of the lips, the lips look like pregnant. That's hilarious. I feel that somebody fucked a feet. You know for a fact, only Brendan was out there. I'm not saying anything. The schwab. Did you catch anything today? I caught a schwab. 20-pounder. I fucked a schwab. I mean, caught a schwab. Wow. This is posted by Sorry Phone 1676. No caption needed. Sounds like the audio's terrible. There's lawyers that have to defend like Ted Bundy, or I don't know, he represents himself, but like Jeffrey Dahmer and shit like that. Why even have a lawyer? Well, you get a public defender. Some of them, some hire real guys. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's an interesting thing. I actually I have three friends who one of them had a love for it. Yeah, one of them was defending on gang news. And you get these kids who shot somebody across the street. He's going away for 40 years. He's 18, he's 17. Why is this guy suing it? I don't know why that's funny. I mean, they don't have a guest, so it's fine that there's no one on the couch, but just no one being on the couch is funny. I think there is somebody on the couch, but this guy is zooming in on his phone. Okay. He's 18, he's 17. Oh, there's a dog on the couch. How do you do it? There's not much you can do there. I don't know why no caption. I think he's saying that he knows like people. No. Okay, whatever. What a caption, dude. Sorry, phone 1670. It's not that caption needed. We're not that homeless. This is posted by Toxic Plasma. Says, did Papa take a little legal line drive to the nose between the eyes? Okay. Hopefully not. It's like, I didn't know Shakespeare's posted on here. Way to go, Shakespeare. Never go full simple read act posted by Terps 073. It's a simple jet. That's rampant out here. This was supposed to be one in 1864. Papa slowly stops dyeing his beard, but then starts regretting it. It's true. Very, not a guy. Honestly, I have no opinion on that. So I don't think I'd ever do that. I'm cool, I do. Yeah, I think that's when I'm 34 years old, got my ears grown in like a motherfucker, dude. Insane. Can't wait to be salt and pepper. Yeah, I already got some of that. Salt and pepper's good. Salt and pepper's good. I do like having red hair. And I have any hair, really. That's nice. Yeah, you got the cute guy. Exactly, dude. When I shave my fucking beard, I look like weird. Oh, have you done it? You don't look like Joe Rogan. Oh, I wish, dude. That's a fucking band right to you. Yeah. I'm gonna be a band, dude. It's a band. Posted by Peter Petrovsky, dude. Godzilla Part 2, Part 3, Section 8. Should we watch this? Sure. It's 4 minutes old. I know this. No. Jesus fucking Christ. Geometric patterns may not have an understanding. There's a bunch of other shit that's around us all the time that's just not here, but we don't have access to it. And you do DMT, you go into that other place, hallucinogenic effect that's so profound that it literally is like a transcendent experience. It changes your life when they're in the rut, which is the twins they're mating and breeding and smashing heads together, right? Then you hear them scream at each other. They are definitely ready to know that. You gotta figure out how to hide it. Just like on a keto diet, it makes your body boils and touch my Jesus Christ, what the? This is like very Aqua Teen Hunger Force Cartoon Network. I like the weirdness of it. I think if you showed this to somebody in your life again, this might lead to them being worried about you. It might lead to more kids therapy. Yeah, I think that would. The therapist would be like, all right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about shops. Terrible people. That's not us. Somebody else is telling him what to do. He doesn't like it. He didn't like it. Oh, yeah. It's like a Led Zeppelin fan. Like he comes from that era of singing with a lot of his singing is sort of like that, like Renaissance fair almost. Like, you know what I mean? Was he medieval? Medieval, yes. He's a Viking. Viking. Oh, come on. That's a crazy detail. Wow. That computers. I don't know. That life becomes fiction, dude. Yeah, dude, that was stranger than nonfiction, dude. Facts. I mean, I've said it already in this podcast, there's no decision. Yeah. But you saw I was looking too. At least. Facts. All right, that's our show this week. See you later. Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. But you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio, or camcords.com for your middle school band camp. Whatever your dream, Squarespace is how you make it happen, all under one roof. Get yours before it's gone with offer code Make It Real for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply. Back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we watched Kill Tony, and it was different. They were on dead minutes. This show in June will be switching to 2 times. Hey, this show's making me go. Why is that? It was on Jesus Christ. Look, the shop sinks into me, and there's nothing I can do. I just let it take over. I can picture you being my best man. You know, listen, let's say Sandra. He's a great gay. Never met him. I'm so glad he got you found each other. Busy. I'd love to do that. I don't know if I can control it like this. You know, we always thought that Jara was a great actor. You turned him into someone that I can proudly say is not blockbuster. I'm surprised that he's marrying a girl. I guess gay. That's maybe Miguel's part. Manuel's speech, and he calls you gay. Yeah, none of you are right. Let me tell you something about Gerardo. He'll keep you busy. Your whole family just doesn't understand what's going on. That's no was I didn't know when he said that you're his girlfriend now. Oh, that's fucking nice. I'm doing this. Then a priest face. He sees my hand. You're just like, see exactly where's the ring? This wedding is about me. You're all fit. I'm done. That's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. So start the timer. Let it check that. Alrighty, the first one we have is posted by A. Mark Wigsky. It's called Brendan Let's Fat. By the way, if you hear gunshots and shit around my apartment right now, you hear the sirens. Yeah, it's basically Chen's place. That's not what I'm saying. I live in the ghetto. Chen lives in the nice part of town. Oh, yeah. Brendan Let's Fat Kid get off on him. Brendan Let's Fat Kid get a hit off on him. Because, I don't know why it's already started. Let's see. Back to you. Yeah, I got that. Let's see. Put him out the other day. Exactly. Why does it do this? This is annoying. Brendan needs to figure out their shit, dude. We got this show all figured out. Brendan doesn't have shit figured out, dude. Man, I mute again. How did I mute again? What the fuck, dude? I can't go up? That's exactly they're slow. Buddy, if this kid gets a hit off you, we're not pitching anymore. That's wild, man. I go, if this is a fat kid, slow fat kid gets hit off you, this isn't for you. That's a movement. What? It's challenge. Tighten the fuck up. That's what it's that. That's like an outlier, you know? That hit you can be ruthless. Yeah, I'm gonna try to use a little bit of it. If you can take it off you, in other words, you got work to do. These big giant kids, man, speed's getting all slower, so it's really slowing down the pipe. Go light his lighting, all these things on to light his ass up. And the teachers will do it. You'll say that from the. Oh, yeah. I'm taking it. I'm not following. I mean, excuse me, sir. You're right. But hey, Dad, he's not a dad. Yeah. They got he beat the air, and then Roy Nelson knocked him out pretty decisively. Yeah, I would argue that fat people always win. Yeah, you talk shit about them because that's a part of his insecurities. He's always losing to fat people. Yep, that's probably the real reason. Yeah, he's like, you cannot lose to fat people, and that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy to his kid. He's gonna always lose to fat people. Yeah, yeah, true. You know what they say about the tortoise and the hare, dude? The slowest one always gets the race done, right? Slow but steady wins the race, yes. I'm trying to be here. This one's sponsored by Gunslinger 4, Coach Schwab, in parentheses, or in quotation, you think we're really going to see him? Or is this just some good selection? Is that him? I can't tell. I think so, because maybe the tattoos. It looks like he's tight, too. Yeah. Someone trying to deck him. Oh, okay, good. It's scoop it up. He's trying to scoop up the bag here. Right. Of course, his glove is all different kinds of colors. Is it? Yeah, watch. Oh, wow. Blue on the mid area. Looks like it's blue and pinkish. It's like a general needle. I don't know. It sounds like some weird, like, old instruction video music, maybe. This is kind of fascinating that we are watching him at baseball practice. I never thought in a million years that I would be doing a YouTube show where I am watching a famous man record himself at his son's baseball practice. That is strange. I can't get past that. I never thought he'd be standing up. You think he's telling jokes? I thought he'd be sitting down and eating sunflower seeds. I definitely. But where also, it would be cool if we could see where the cubby is. Or maybe it's just a practice field and the cubby's not there. He's definitely saying, scoop up the bag. That's what I think of when I see definitely stepwater action. He's calling a couple of the kids gay. You're a dad and you see an MMA player get gay. And he's all the child were like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean like gay, don't mean race. I mean, you shouldn't catch the ball. Couple, you're gay. A lot of it. I mean, we give him flack for talking and walking strange in the Green Republic, but he's basically walking and doing the same mannerisms. You know what I mean? Right? You don't see like, oh. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, what was it? Walking back and forth. Yeah, I got the Johnson. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely, I'll say this, he's taking it seriously, very seriously. The other guy seems really good at hitting the ball on the kids. He's got it down. Like this is, I would fuck this up. Yeah, me too. He's a good coach. I would hit foul balls at practice. Yeah, man, I would strike out as a coach. For sure. Shop, honestly, I'm kind of impressed by this. Besides the weird kicking thing they did just there, everything else looks pretty good. He looks pretty upset at somebody. Yeah, he was mad, that kid. He was like not expecting it. That made he probably made him look bad, maybe. He went to go into the kid shop and he was like, this fucking kid. He's talking shit about kids. Or maybe he's talking shit about people. And they're all like, yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, but he's talking about kids, really. This one guy threw a baseball at my head. What did you do, Sean? I let him go out and fucking kill him. He was tiny. He has the kid. Do you have a gun? Hey, do you think, okay, look, devil's assistant. Is Schaub's job necessary here? I don't really remember baseball practice. Was there a guy that would just throw it back? Yeah, there was, right? So you can see them just the worst shirt of all time. I guess anytime you see hangers outside, it's kind of like a conflict. Sorry, inside. It's like the inside dog, the outside dog. Yeah, the inside or outside clothes. I mean, this again, when you or I move again, this is absolutely a possibility if we do the yard sale. Or things that the worst thing is that drippy donut. I wanted to explain to him why. He loves donuts. I get that part. Why drip? What's up with that? I don't know. He probably learned some slang on work with me. You know, about drip. You get some thick boy drip. You know what I mean? That's what it is. That'd be cool if you got a donut when you bought a shirt. Like, that would make sense. Like, the first company to sell you an actual edible donut while you were purchasing merch. How do you get the donut? They got you at a yeah, it's the donut. Yeah, dude, come on. I'll tell you, this one's posted by 7-digit. How to make your 9-year-old hate baseball. Oh my god, I gotta do this. The other day, you're not getting all you have kids. The big fat kid that's slow, boy. But if this kid gets a hit off you, we're not pitching anymore. That's where I'm at. And that's also why his attitude's that way. Part of it's on me. I go, if this fat kid, slow fat kid gets hit off you, this isn't for you. How much more therapy do you think you would have if you had a podcast with Brandon Shaw? Probably a lot. You have to talk about it afterwards. Like feeling of anger and resentment. Like how to deal with someone that your therapist is like, is he still not paying you? But you understand you pay me, right? There's a bit of the where are you getting laid to pay me? Your job is podcasting with a creep. See, till I paid in sponsorships. What? Me and Chadwick tighten the fuck up. That's why I was that. That's why I was that one day, you know. And it wasn't he saying like people take this way too seriously? Yeah, he's got all the worst stereotypical dad things about sports. Check out big ruthless. Yeah, off the field, very nice to the kid. And I can hear it. Of course, Tino's. Yeah, he's a big, chunky, slow kid. And he gets a hit off you. Oh, in other words, you got work to do. He's big, chunky, his basket's getting all slower, so everybody's so identified. No, light his lighting. Oh, it's the signs of light his ass up. Teachers will do it. They'll say that from the. Oh, yeah. Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? No. Light his ass up. Oh, yeah, you're pretty hardcore. You're kind of a baseball guy. Sometimes fat kids, especially in baseball, would be so good because they can hit the ball way farther. Stronger. Part of that fat is muscle. And I did tennis, and there's a fat kid that was the son of the tennis coach, and he was fat. But he was so good at tennis, he would never move. But when you play him, he would hit the ball so hard because he knows tennis that it would be like 40 love. And he get that. Oh fuck! If you can ever return it, he's fucked. But you can't because it's like coming at you 100 miles per hour. You're 10 years old. You're like, he's a great fat kid. Yeah, I told my son. I can go there. I like how he said hardcore. Yeah. Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? Light his ass up. Oh, yeah, you're pretty hardcore. Yeah, kind of zesty. A little zesty, but a little hardcore. Yeah, that's the right kind of baseball you do. I took a phone call, and I want to psycho stuff. Rothschild, I did not show. I just told teenage Pete, how was that kid? 8, 9. See, I was trying to explain it to you, like, he said, whatever, we're not this week, but we still have to hit outside now. Like, buddy, the games of practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practice again. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're going to have to do way more than this. Yeah. You're not even remotely close. Right. Practice. Talk about practice. All these idiots practice. All
Good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here today. Our annual accountability sponsor, Rothschild, Muslim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos to Zechus, Soros, Tolos, and Yisrael. Accountability sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Arim Tova, Stephen Tarizin, and Rabbi Nami of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, then Yosef HaKohen, on the occasion of his 12th yard site, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebracha. And our Dachshund sponsors for today, Mel and Karen Ram, the evening Nishmas Mel's grandmother, Esther Bas Nachum, and Lebracha. We also have the night of our Dhamma, all of the Neshamas from Florida, the families in Hama, all of those who need refreshment, we have on the Karach, as well as all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The fall of Nazi. So we got let us begin today's battle in Ches 79. We are to have a Res Hashem on Ayin Ches on the base 78. We left off with Rabbi Nechemia, which is all right, pretty far up from that, but all right, that's fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines down from the top. Rabbi Nechemia, it's supposed to remember again, just kind of starting like point in the middle of something, which we already ourselves a bit. You know, I was talking about the concept of incarcerating someone because you don't know what to do with them. So remember again, what's the relevance? What's the relevance of that for us? The relevance of that for us is as follows. We're dealing with a case over here. We're living injures Shimon. And Shimon looks like he's going to die and hasn't died yet. So we need to hold on to Reuben until we figure out what ends up happening with Shimon. So we're trying to figure out, where do you find the car? What is the source for this concept? Ultimately, again, is that you hold on to someone or incarcerate someone until you know exactly what the outcome is, what you're going to do. So the Mercy Rabbi Nechemia, Yolich Megadif. So Rabbi Nechemia learns out this concept from Megadif. Megadif was the blasphemer, the person who first attacked the Shmarach who did Farhesia in public in the desert. The Lo Haviyada, Ibak Chalahu, Chavshua. Because again, Rabbi Nechemia says, Megadif is kind of an example. Why? Because the whole chapter in Megadif was no one knew what to do with him. So therefore, what did they do? They incarcerated him. They held him. They put him in a holding cell because Kilo Barash Mayasa, they did not know what to do with him. So Nechemia says, oh, that's the Makar. Sometimes when you don't know what to do with someone, by definition, hold them, incarcerate them until you figure it out. So the Gemara says, Rabban on Megadif for Shah Haisa. Rabban says, no, you can't bring the right from Megadif. Because Megadif was an outlier. Horah Shah literally means, like a temporary allowance. But for our purposes, what it also means is it's an outlier. It's not a paradigm, it's an outlier. Why? This is very interesting. Keep this side note. Remember, they're going to say there were two instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. Actually, let me reframe that. There are multiple instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. There were two times where someone did something and Moshe did not know what to do with Israel. One of them was the Mechoshish. The first was Mechal Shabbos, violating the Shabbos to violence in public. And the second was the Mechladek, was the person who blasted HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. Yuraim says as follows. Yodei Haya Moshe Rabbeinu, Shavakoshish Benisa. Moshe knew that the Mechoshish, regarding Mechal Shabbos, Moshe knew that he was Chayid Nisa, Shneimar, Mechalaleha Mos Humas. Because everyone knows that the punishment for Shabbos desecration is death. Hello. What did Moshe know? Moshe didn't know which death penalty should he get. Shneimar, Kilo Parash Maya Savo, Avalagadiv, Lo Nemar Bo Ella, Lo Nemar Bo, Ella Farsham Abiyashem, Shlo Haya Moshe Yodea, Bilhu Ben Nisakot Karkin La. But by Megadiv, Moshe had no idea what his punishment was. It's interesting. Now Moshe knew obviously something has got to happen to this guy. He did something terribly egregious. What is his punishment? But Moshe had no idea. Therefore, they had to go ahead and incarcerate his punishment. Because Moshe had absolutely no idea what to do with the Megadiv, he cannot serve as a source for this concept of Hashua, of incarceration. So Bishlam with Rabbi Nechemia and then we say straight underneath. So what's this saying? Here's this interesting. So now going back for just a moment. So, we had this concept. of means that Basin evaluates or evaluates. So remember, we saw this in the Mishnah, that I will see this in the next Mishnah as well, that halacha l'maisa, in order for someone to be viable, Basin has to evaluate if the injury was strong enough to cause death, if the weapon used is capable of causing death. So the Gemara says, I understand why the Torah records two different contexts of injury. Chad, one case is the chaya. So what is talking about a case where Basin originally says, so Ruben hit Shimon. So that is Basin evaluating the situation. They evaluated that Shimon is going to die. Shimon is going to die. What happened? The chaya. Shimon lived. And what's the halacha in that case? The halacha is that Ruben goes free. The chad and the other case is where Ruben again injured Shimon. Shimon, Baruch Hashem, while Shimon looked like he was going to die, then Baruch Hashem, he has a recovery, or I should say, a partial recovery, that in that case also Ruben goes free. Why do you need two of these evaluations? One is talking about a case where literally again, Ruben injured Shimon. Shimon was going to die. David evaluated that he was going to die. Baruch Hashem, he recovered. And the halacha therefore is that Ruben goes free. The Chad, I'm doing the Chaim who makes. And what is talking about a case where Ruben injured Shimon, and then what happened? So David said, okay, he injured him, but halacha the Mesa, he didn't injure him in a way that's threatening to his life. And then Shimon ends up dying. Even in that case, Ruben goes free as well. Right? Why does Ruben go free as well in that case? Because halacha the Mesa, at the end of the day, Basin originally evaluated that Ruben did not do something that potentially caused Shimon's death. Rabbi Nechemia would say, I'm doing the Chaim, Ruben is still charged for that. No. Halacha l'maisa in the case where Basin evaluated it. They said, Shimon's not going to die. Right? And then he died. Of course, Ruben is going to go free. And there's no Shaila over there. Why? Shari Yotza is based in Zakai. Because again, once David already went ahead and said that Shimon is not going to die as a result of these injuries, Ruben is stuck here already. Now again, maybe tied for damages. But Allah Almighty is not going to be brought back to David for any kind of injury. Okay, let's say first one line. Interesting case of here. Ruben injures Shimon, right? And what happens? They evaluated, and they said that Shimon is going to die of these injuries, or this is the type of injury that could bring about Shimon's death. And what happened? Shimon lived. What's the halacha? Kotrin also. Ultimately, Ruben is patur. Again, we'll have to see exactly what patur means. Patur, obviously, what does patur mean? It means patur from death penalty, right? The shaila is he going to be hiding damages? All right, we'll get to that. I'm doing Misa, v'hakim mashayam. But conversely, let's say that Ruben injured Shimon, and then what happened? They evaluated and they said, okay, Shimon is going to die as a result of these injuries. And then what happened? And then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improved. What's the halacha? Only also Omed Sheni the Lama. Very interesting. At that point, I will say, obviously, if Ruben injures Shimon and Basin says, okay, Shimon is going to die, there's no financial judgment against Ruben. Why not? Can't live with Rabbi, right? You can't be chayiv both Misa and Momo. You can't be chayiv both penalty and monetary compensation. Now the second piece is very interesting. So Ruben injures Shimon. Basin says, okay, Shimon is going to die. So therefore, again, we're waiting for Shimon to die. They will execute Ruben. There is no monetary judgment against Ruben. In this case over here, interestingly enough, then Baruch Hashem, Shimon has a shtickler for Shimon. He has a little bit of improvement in his condition. In that case, the Raisa says, we bring Ruben back to Beis Din, Omdin also, Omed Sheni, Lamaman. Okay, Baruch Hashem, that Shimon's not going to die. No problem. Baruch Hashem will bring Ruben back to Beis Din for a second judgment to assess monetary damages. Good. So the Gemara says, the Acher came hit days. I'm sorry. The Acher came hit days. So let's say, what happens afterwards again? So now, this is an interesting case, right? So Ruben injures Shimon at first glance. So basically says Shimon's going to die of his injuries. So obviously, we're going to wait till Shimon dies to execute Ruvain. Then Shimon's condition improves. So Allah, so what do? We bring Ruvain back to Beis Din for a second evaluation for monetary damages. Then what happens? Shimon becomes ill again, and his condition worsens, and he dies. So what's the halacha in this case? Halach achad omed ha'imsai diren Nehemiah. When Nehemiah says, okay, in this case over here, we're not going to put Ruvain to death because there's too much going on over here. So we'll go after the second evaluation, which is damages, and Ruvain will pay those damages to Shimon's heirs. The Chum say, "Ein omed after omed." Chum say, "No, we don't go ahead. We don't do valuations after valuations. That's too confusing." Time you another brayso. I'm dua l'misa omdin osa l'chaim. So this is this rule say, if Allah Chalamaysa, we get Egyptian, and again, and Beis Din judge Ruvain that he's going to be put to death. And then what happens? Omdin osa l'chaim. If Shimon's condition improves, we change the evaluation. All right. L'chaim in omdin osa l'misa. But interestingly enough, if Ruvain injures Shimon, and Beis Din initially says Shimon's going to live, and then Shimon's condition worsens, we do not change the evaluation. In other words, essentially, what we're saying is like this. We'll change the evaluation when it benefits Ruvain, which is a line in general with the general motif that we are reticent to put people to death. That's what's happening over here. So therefore, if Ruvain enters Shimon and Beis Din says, "Oh, this Shimon is going to die," and if Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation from capital to monetary. On the other hand, if Ruvain enters Shimon and at first glance Beis Din says Shimon's going to survive, therefore this is a monetary case, not a capital case, and then Shimon's condition declines, we will not go ahead and switch the evaluation. What happens if we originally evaluated the situation and we said that, okay, Shimon's going to die, and then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improves. So we'll go ahead and do another evaluation for monetary damages. And if Allah comments afterwards, Shimon's condition worsened and he died. So that law is Mishali Nezek Tsar Yarshi. We'll go ahead and we'll make, so again in that case, since there was already a monetary judgment against Ruvain, we'll make Ruvain pay the damages to the inheritors. Ne'emasai Mishali, just in general, by the way, when assessing damages, we'll say, especially in these kind of cases where there's an injury, maybe he's going to die, then he gets better. How do you evaluate the damages? Ultimately, from the time of the injury. So we don't, this is interesting. We don't assess damages. If let's say from the time that Shimon's condition improves, and we switch it from a capital case to a monetary case, rather we assess damages from the time of the injury itself. And ultimately, again, the Stam Mishnah follows Rabbi. Okay. So the way that I'm not asking is just in this case, this is actually an interesting case about changing the status of valuation. So the way that I'm not asking is going to read this. He says, "Hamakis chavera be'evan be'evan from Yosef omniosa. Magul lachayim no sechem shikvar v'niftar tafidu chala hamuka v'niftar meismachas hamak harizepatos." So this is like this. Ruvain enters Shimon. If Beis Din evaluates the condition and say, okay, you know what, Shimon's going to live. He's going to live, obviously we'll say, and obviously Beis Din is consulting doctors also, as they're not making their own decisions based on this. But Allah Beis Din says, Ruvain is going to live. Fine, so what do? They assess damages against Ruvain, and we're done. And even if the next day Shimon dies, and doctors determine Shimon died as a result of his injuries, that's it. There is no capital liability for Ruvain. Once the judgment has been done, that Allah said this is that Ruvain is high financially, the case is closed even if Shimon subsequently dies from his injuries. I feel good. It goes on. The Mamdul the Misa. Now, Allah if Ruvain enters Shimon, Beis Din assesses it and say, Shimon's going to die. So what do? We incarcerate Ruvain until Shimon dies. In Mace, we are in Hamakah. The Hekel in his chapter of Fushlim of Allah in this case, so if Shimon dies, we'll put Ruvain to death. If Shimon experiences a refuah shalema, we'll get to this. What is actually something in yesterday's daf? What is the definition of refuah shalema? Definition: that Shimon walks on his own volition outside. Right? In that case, Reuven is totally free. No sort of free. So that's how I'm asking. So again, I love when I say if based on necessities that Shimon is going to survive, we make this a monetary case, assess damages against Reuven, and Reuven goes on his way. Even if Shimon drops dead next day, and it's clear that it's a result of his injuries, the judgment is done. If on the other hand, based on evaluated that Shimon is going to die as a result of his injury, we incarcerate Reuven until the time of death of Shimon. Then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has a reflection. The reflection is defined as walking on his own volition, of his own power, his own power. Outside, then we release Reuven. Now, let's say that one piece. I don't know. I can't this a little bit. How long, does this go on for? Right? In other words, what does this mean? That we the Rambam says we incarcerate Reuven. How long do you incarcerate him for? Until one of two things happens. Until Shimon dies or he gets better. What sounds like interesting enough that if Shimon lingers as a result of his injuries, we keep Reuven incarcerated as long as it takes to go ahead and be Mabar and clarify what this is. Okay, so let's say so that is the halacha ultimately again by based on evaluations and assessments. Mishnah. This Kavi is a very interesting case. This Kavi interesting case. Reuven intended to kill an animal, but he ended up killing a person. He was going hunting, right? He was going hunting, right? And what happened, right? Deer season, right? He decided he was going hunting, and he ended up killing a person. Okay? Or for that matter, again, he intended to kill an akum, but instead he killed a yid. He was going to kill a Nathal. Nathal in this context is a non-viable child, right? And he killed a regular viable person, right? But in all of these cases, Potter. We'll say in all these cases, it's Potter. Now, why? Because remember, again, in order to be high, in order there needs to be intentionality. And intentionality is defined in this first piece as if you have in mind to kill someone specific. But if again, I want to say in all of these cases, Reuven did have in mind to kill someone specific, and then that mindset did not materialize. Therefore, he's going to be Potter. Next, this Kari Makosa Amasna, Alohayu Bakadela Hamis Amasna, Bahalkola Alibo, Bahaisa Kide Lahamisa Alibas. Reuven goes over to Shimon. His intention is to hit Shimon on the leg. Right? Very hard. Again, but that type of injury leg would not have Shimon death. Reuven did not aim his punch rolled very well. So what ends up happening? He ends up hitting Shimon on the heart. And when he hits him on the heart, Shimon dies. Shimon dies. So you're allowed to say, but the intentionality of the blow delivered, had it been delivered in the way that it was intended, would have caused injury, not death. But because the blow was not delivered in the way it was intended to be delivered, it causes death. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Pater. Once again, you see in every chayiv for capital cases, there has to be intentionality. Intentionality, we're going to see really means two things. Number one, intentionality for a particular person, and intentionality to deliver the blow in a certain way. Next, this guy like also Alibo. Reuven intended to hit Shimon on his heart, top of buying test. But the truth is, and it was a hard enough blow that would have killed Shimon. But what happened? He ends up hitting Shimon on the leg instead, and this type of blow normally when delivered on the leg. This type of blow when delivered on the leg normally would not be a death blow. You don't have to have bad what happens to this. But nevertheless, Shimon got as a result of it. Potter. Because we'll say, now why is Reuven Potter in this case? Because again, we'll say, what we begin to see is, in order to be chayiv in a capital case, the injury delivered has to be one that in normal circumstances is capable of causing the death of the individual. So in this case over here, this type of blow on the leg normally would not have been able to cause death. It did in this case, and therefore it is going to be Potter. Incredible. This carrying the hakos al hakodo to the high bagdil hamis. Right, hakodo v'hol lo ala katon. The high bagdil hamis is a katon. In this Potter, it's supposed to be similar to this over here. So Allah for the here. You intended to hit the adult level, and this type of blow would not normally kill a goggle. But instead you ended up hitting a child, and again this type of blow could kill a child and did kill a child. Once again, pattern. This kavin hakos is a katan. V'hayibak hamis is a katan. Listen to this case. Reuben intended to go out and deliver a blow on a child, and this type of blow would have caused the death of the child. What ended up happening? The whole Allah ala gadol, Reuben ends up hitting a gadol. Now, under normal circumstances, this type of blow would not kill the gadol. But in this case, mace killed the gadol, potter. Again, on both sides, same theme over and over. About this cut, so again, on both sides. So what you see over here is this seems according to Mishnah. In order to be chayiv for killing someone, what do you need? Number one, intentionality of the victim, or intentionality as the identity of the victim. In order to be chayiv, in capital case, you have to kill the person you intended to kill. That's number one. And number two, the blow, or whatever it is, the mechanism of death has to be something that is capable of truly bringing about the death of the individual. Okay, next. But if Ruvain was going to injure Shimon. His intention was to injure him on the leg, and this type of injury is something that would have caused the death of Shimon. And what happened? And he did. He injured Shimon on the leg. And what happens? The whole Allah. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Reuben was going to injure Reuben was going to injure Shimon on the leg. And the type of blow delivered would have normally brought about the death of Shimon. And what happened? But instead, Reuben delivered that same blow on the heart. And what? And Halamaisa again, killing Shimon. Why? Why? Because it was a death blow. Since, again, had the injury been delivered in the way it was intended, it would have caused the death of Shimon. Therefore, this is called a death blow. And even though it ends up on a different part of the body, and it results in the death, it is going to be chayiv. Very interesting. It's the same idea. Reuben intended to kill an adult, and he injured the adult, and the death blow was delivered in a way that it would have caused the death of an adult. And then he ended up going and killing the katan died. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, Reuben's going to be chayiv. Now, we'll say, now this is interesting. Here, we'll have to see exactly what this means. And again, the Gemara says chayiv. Shimon says, "Afil is having larag ezeh, v'harag ezeh pater." Shimon says, no. Even if you had intention to kill A, but instead you killed B, ultimately you're going to be pater. Okay, so let's analyze this. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Shimon idea. What is Rabbi Shimon going on? Is Rabbi Shimon going on the Reisha, or is he going on the Seifa? So the Gemara says, Ilay ma'aseifa. If you want to think that Rabbi Shimon is going on the last case, where Rabbi Shimon is placed in the Mishnah, the problem is it should say Rabbi Shimon Poka Mibayim. It should just say Rabbi Shimon Poka. That's it. You don't have to say this Kavi Marok is ever hard as that. Just say the Tanakama said that you intended to hit a katan. And the death blow delivered was strong enough to kill a katan. And instead you killed the gadol. Tanakama says you're chayiv. Then if Rabbi Shimon's arguing with that, it should just say Shimon Poka. So rather what? The Gemara says Ella Harisha. Rather Rabbi Shimon's living on the Reisha. What's the ratio? This is fascinating. The ratio was this carving larog is having the bar and the adam, like moving an intention to kill the behemah, but instead he killed a person, or he killed an apple. And instead he killed a Jew. Or then the father and Bahar gets back to him. He had intention to kill a non-viable baby, and instead he killed a viable baby. In all of these cases, pater. Now what can you infer from this? One is Kavi Marog Gezeh, Bahara Gezeh, Chayiv. Now we'll say, interestingly enough, which you can infer according to Tanakama, which is indeed what the Tanakama says they were on. The only reason why you're pater in that case comes to Tanakama is because your action ended up resulting in death of an entity in a different category, right? You had intention to kill a behemoth, you killed an adam. You had intention to kill an akum, you killed a yehudi. You had intention to kill a nefel, you killed a ben chayam. Okay, so your intention did not materialize. But listen to this, but according to the Tanakama, if I intended to kill Reuven, but instead I killed Shimon, I'm chayiv. I'm chayiv. Because the Tanakama says the threshold for liability is intentionality to commit an act of murder, even if I end up killing a different person, as long as that person is quote unquote in the same category as my intended victim, I'm chayiv. I'm chayiv. And now comes on Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, no, you're not. Rabbi Shimon says, "Afilu nistari lara gezeh bahara gezeh pata." Rabbi Shimon says, no, that is not true. That is not true. In order to be chayiv for murder, three things have to occur. Number one, you have to deliver a blow that is capable of causing death, and your intended victim must be killed. But if you end up killing the wrong person, you cannot be tried for a capital crime. Now again, there's still other forms of liability, but when I say you can't be chayiv for murder, so also, so I just want to point out, this is a just so you understand, this is a raging machloket. So what's happening here. According to Tanakama, as long as you end up killing someone in the same category, you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. Okay, if it's different categories, Adam behema, Akum Yehudi, Katan Gadol, Nefal Ben Kayama, two different categories. Okay, you're not going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. But within the same category, even though again you end up killing the wrong person, you're going to be chayiv. Shimon says, no, that's not the way it works. In halacha, you're only chayiv for a premeditated act of murder with a death blow that is capable of causing death, and with the victim you intended to kill. Incredible. Raging machlokas. So Pshita, so the Gemara says it's obvious. Chayiv Reuven v'Shimon. Listen to this. If Reuven and Shimon are standing together, the Amar, Arla Reuven Kavakavno, Shimon lo Kavakavno, and what happens? Let's say again, Reuven and Shimon are standing together. They're floating, like a murderer. Murderer comes along and says, listen, guys, I'm going to kill one of you. I'm going to kill, right? I'm going to kill Reuven. And by the way, I only have kavanah for Reuven. Inini muchan mezuman, right? La'avar avera shechasel b'torah, right? And I only have in mind to Reuven. It's my kavanah to Reuven. And what happens? He ends up killing Shimon. I know Plutai. What's our case? That's my progress. Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. According to the Tanakama, you'll be chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, you're not chayiv. You must listen to this. This is wild. What happens? What happens if the killer says, "Really, Shimon, guys, listen. Today, on my to-do list is to kill someone." I wasn't really specific as filming it, right? So it's maybe either one of you, and he ends up killing one of them. Mine. What is that look on that case? Or what would happen over here, where let's say again the murderer lacked specific intent or intended victim? What would happen there? Inami. The other possibility is what happens if the killer intended to kill the person on the left, because ultimately, again, he thought it was Ruvain, but it turned out to be Shimon. So interesting enough, in that case, he had Kavanah for that goof, for that body, but it turned out to be the wrong person. So what's that halacha? So Tashman said, Shimon Omer, I'd show the Plorian Miskabe. Shimon says, ultimately, one is only liable for death until literally the killer says, I have Kavanah to kill this particular person. My time to Rabbi Shimon. So again, it turns out that according to Rabbi Shimon, the only time you're going to be liable is when you have specific intent for a particular person, and that specific intent materializes. That's when you will be chayiv. So listen, by the way, my time to Rabbi Shimon, what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? So the Gemara says, I'm going to start the pasuk says, "Va'arav lo v'kama lo." The pasuk says literally again that he will lie in wait for him. Va'arav lo, right? Ultimately, like he plans, he schemes for him. Become Allah, and then he rises up against him. So the Gemara says, "Achi is kavin lo." Ultimately, again, until he goes ahead and has kavanah for him. So the Shimon says essentially the pasuk says that Allah Lamaisa, you're only going to be chayiv in the capital case until you have specific intent for the victim, and that specific intent materializes in exact accordance with, I should say, your actions materialize in exact accordance with your intent. Rabbanan Amir, right? Part was already in the book. So also, by the way, Rabbanan said that pasuk of all of love come above, which was like that pasuk really seems to like really intentionality that you're only going to be chayiv excuse me, if you intentionally go ahead and murder someone, which again, you have specific kavanah for someone, and that kavanah materializes. So what did the Rabbanon use it for? The Rabbanon use it for different cases. If it's prat, the Zorik ever ago. That comes to exclude a case, and I want to say, I come along, and there's a group of people standing, I throw a stone into a group of people, and the stone kills someone. So the Pasuk teaches me I'm not chayiv for that. Now, the when I say I'm not chayiv, I'm not chayiv death. Like I have the penalty for that. You notice, by the way, what's that case? For that, let's say, by the way, just like on a moral, ethical level, to case, right? I take a stone, I throw it into a group of people, the stone falls on someone and kills them. The Rabbanon will say, I'm not chayiv for killing someone. Why? Now the verse, by the way, what's the case? What's the case? If you done it, even with the tissue pusim, the effort you saw me and people may be pusim. So he's talking about a case of 9 pusim in 1 year. So okay, that makes sense. Why? Because again, there was a rule of pusim, and therefore one would not be chayiv in a capital way for the death of a pusim. Inami pal the suffix in cautious even if it's half and half. Even if it's half and half, ultimately again, it's a suffix around whether or not there's capital liability. And therefore, again, I'll be part of what's used the petition Yisrael, the Kusi Echabinei. Wow. What's the case? The case ultimately again is where there were 9 Israel, there were 9 and 1 Kusi. One Kusi, but nevertheless I'm Potter. What's the shot? Navale Kusi Kavua. That was again because since the presence of the Kusi is established, therefore Allah Almighty is Kavua. Right? It's established. We have a principle called Kavua. Listen, again, this is the famous case of you find the Kisi fleet, right? And there are nine kosher, nine non-kosher stores, and 1 kosher in the reverse case as well. So what's the status of the Kisi fleet? Depends where you find it. You find it in the public, you find it in the store. We have a concept called Kavua. Anything that is established within the group essentially switches the group dynamics and makes it 50-50. So even if you have 9 Jews and 1 Jew, that Jews is established in the group is considered to be like half and half. And now, nevertheless, if I throw a stone into that group and the stone kills someone, I am not liable for that. So Mishnah, I mean, this so again, so therefore, what we have over here is just to point out, we have left with this raging rate. I cannot really even underestimate the raging kite or the ragingness of this debate. Right? So again, I will say, literally again, I have in mind to kill Ruvain and then end up killing Shimon. What's my liability? According to Rabbi, why? Because I had in mind to commit an act of murder, and I ended up murdering someone who is in the quote unquote same category as my intended victim. Therefore, I'm chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, I'm potter. I'm potter from death penalty. Chayiv and a lot of other bad stuff in life. But again, potter from death penalty. Why? Because according to Rabbi Shimon, in order to be chayiv for a death penalty, number one, there has to be a premeditated act. I decided to kill someone, and my intentions must materialize upon the intended purpose. Let's analyze more. So this Shlomo, that means coming out of is that one is a chayiv. So very Rabbanon will say that if I'm in mind to call it and killing Shimon, I'm chayiv. Said if he not so anoshim, did not fully shahara. So the Pasuk says, because I told us like that if men are chayiv and they end up going ahead and shoving the pregnant woman, and she ends up miscarrying. If I remember Lazar, the mitzvah shel mitzvah kasim. I was talking about the men are fighting and they end up causing the death of the third person. Right? So he remains fighting the shooting. His intention is to kill shooting, but he ends up killing someone else. So therefore the Torah says, the same imason yeah. When I saw the nefesh, because it says he remains fighting the shooting, and he ends up killing someone else. Reuben is liable in capital sense, which means that even though Reuben had a right to kill A, he ends up killing B, he's going to be liable. Elder of Shimon, what does Rabbi Shimon do with that pasuk? Which the Gemara says, moment. But the Shimon says it doesn't mean capital. So what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. According to the Shimon, if he means fighting with Shimon with the intention, that's Shimon. He ends up killing someone else. So it's not capital liability, but rather what is there? Financial liability. Rabbi says in this case, over here, where the Torah is talking about the case where Reuben's fighting with Shimon. Like Reuben ends up like falling onto her pregnant woman. She ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "When Asata nefesh katas nefesh," she will give one life for another life. Rabbi says that it was the monetary compensation for the loss of the pregnancy. So the Gemara says, listen to this. I told her, nefesh mamish, you say means money. Maybe it literally means a life for a life. Ne'emar nesina lamata, and ne'emar nesina on the days limalo. It says nesina above and it says nesina below. Malahalon mamon, afkan mamon. So I'll say both contexts it means monetary compensation. Good. Amar Rabbi. So Rabbi says, "Hay time to be Chizkiya, mafka midvei Rabbi mafka midrabba." So just so you know, so first of all, we have our maflokas from the Shimon and the Tanakh. Right, so that is still sitting there. About again, I have intention to kill Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. Is there liability? And Hama says yes. Rabbi Shimon says no. So just hold on to that. Just hold on to that. Narabo says the Gemara brought up that focus, by the way, is really also better how you go ahead and interpret that also, where two people are fighting, they end up bumping into a pregnant woman and she ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "In a sak nefesh tachas nefesh." Now, if I don't understand, that means capital liability. Rabbi Shimon, based on Rabbi, says that means financial liability. Now, he must, by the way, there's another opinion. Rabbi, there's another opinion. Hide behind the Bechizkiah. This opinion of the Chizkiah is not like Rabbi, not like the Rabbi. Council. It's going to be Rashi. Rashi is in the second line from the top. So all the time the Chizkiah mafka with Rabbi Rabbanon. Rabbanon mechayim le'yisa. Then it's kami larog is Rabbi Harag Yitzhak. So Rabbi mechayim le'yimam. The other time the Chizkiah or mechayim le'yimam is discussing this. Watch this. So there's essentially going to be this, right? So when I intend to kill Ruvain, but I end up killing Shimon, what's the halacha? So according to the Rabbanon, Chayiv Misa. Okay? According to Rabbi, which is also the view of Rabbi Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Misa, but I am Chayiv what? Monetary compensation. Now there's a third opinion, when I have in mind to kill Ruvain, I end up killing Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Misa, you're my Chayiv. I'm not Chayiv anything. I'm not Chayiv anything. That's right. So third opinion over here, not going to be chayiv anything. So the Gemara says, now where does that come from? How many bases? It's fascinating. Not your other makibena. So we'll say, right? Torah speaks about again, one who kills an animal, one who goes ahead and kills a person. The pasuk says, makibena mishamena, will not your other prudence. This is very interesting. Torah equates, killing an equates. But juxtaposes the death of an animal, the killing of an animal, the murder of an animal, the murder of a person. That's what it says. If I kill an animal, you shall know. I have to pay. And if I kill a person, you must put to death. Okay, so watch this. So what's it when it comes to killing an animal? Halacha makes no distinction whether or not what, as a shogig or a basic. Also makes no distinction in this kadmisheni was kabbalah. Whether they have kabbalah, don't have kabbalah. But they derech yiriz or derech aliyah. Makes the difference in kill. Whether I kill the animal going up or coming down. And in all cases, the poacher or mamon, will say if I kill an animal, makes no difference. Shogig makes no difference. What's halacha? I'm trying monetary compensation the owner of the animal. Watch this. What makes you focusing on here is this juxtaposition of the death of an animal to the death of a person to show that just like when it comes to the death of an animal, it doesn't make a difference how I killed the animal. What's that law? I'm liable. So too, when I go ahead and I kill a person, there is no distinction about say whether I kill someone with shogeg or I kill someone with three sentence or I kill a mason, right? Shogeg or mason. Intentionality, lack of intentionality. Derech yirida, derech aliyah. Whether I kill a person going up or coming down. In all cases of murder, now the variable is sometimes you're chayiv death, you're killing someone with something else. But one thing is clear, which is, in all cases of murder, I'm never chayiv murder. So this is the basic shita. That anytime you kill a person, you are never chayiv financially. Now, whether or not you're liable to be put to death, that's going to depend on how the murder occurred. But one thing is clear, which is you're never chayiv mamon, and that's the juxtaposition. When you kill an animal, it doesn't matter how you kill the animal. One thing is clear, which is what? You're chayiv mamon. When you kill a person, one thing is clear, you're never chayiv. Whether you're chayiv misa or not, it's a different discussion, but never chayiv mamon. So the Gemara says, "My shem miskabel." Now, what does it mean to that kavanah? Ilay b'shem miskabel klal and shogeg. So when you say, so listen, what does it mean in the case where it says I'm not miskabel? So if not miskabel means I didn't have kavanah to kill someone at all, that's called shogeg. That's called shogeg. Ela pshita shem miskabel lazeh ela lazeh. Rather than saying shogeg means I was not saying. And miskabel means I had intention to kill Ruben and I ended up killing Shimon. V'katani the chayv moment el lechoshro moment. What do you see? Nevertheless, in that case, I'm not chayiv moment. The bar katolu, my kids Jewish mifteh. One second. Obviously, if I'm chayiv a death penalty, then of course there's no need to attempt for monetary compensation. Why? Why do the Rabbi day? Ella, lav shmanina, lav bar katolu, lav bar mamon. Rather, also what do you see here? There's a case where I'm not liable to that penalty, and I'm also not chayiv moment. What's that case? That case is where I had intention to go late, I end up killing shitting. So I'm not chayiv from myself. Why? Because again, I didn't kill my intended victim, and I'm also not really chayiv from myself. I was like, this might be the most exciting thing that has happened today so far. I just want to point out something amazing. So what we have over here are three different opinions. Three different opinions. Opinion number one, Tanakama. Tanakama says, I have intention to kill Ruvain, and killing me from Muzuma, Lara, this Ruvain, and I end up killing Shimon. What does Tanakama say? Tanakama, I'm liable. Chayiv Nisa. Why? Because ultimately, again, at the end of the day, you had intention to kill someone, and your intention materialized on someone in the same category. As long as you're in the same category, you're going to obviously, you had intention to kill an Amkum, and you kill Yehudi, you're not going to be chayiv. You have intention to kill the Himar. Regarding you kill an Adam, you're not going to be chayiv. Okay, but assuming your intention materializes in the same category, Allah Lamaisa, you are chayiv Nisa. Rabbi Shimon, I have intention to Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter. Now what it sounds like is Potter, but chayiv for monetary compensation, like Rabbi. Then third category comes the Chizkiah. You have intention to kill Ruvain and end up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter Gamre. Not chayiv Nisa and not chayiv Mamon. How do we paskin? Suspense decision. Right? How do we paskin? So listen to this. Right, but understand. Listen to this. Rabbi, Hilchos Rotzeach, Perek Dalin Halacha Aleph. Here it is. I'm miskamin hara gezev. I have intention to kill Ruvain and I end up killing Shimon. Potter Minisas Bezdin, Uminat Tashlumin, Uminat Galas. How's like the Chizkiah? What's from everything? Now, again, on one side, I just want to be clear. It's bad, right? It's bad. And I'm saying, Klapi Shmaya, in the eyes of the 12, there's also going to be some level of liability. But halacha l'maisa going to have intention to do Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. I'm not chayiv death, right? No death penalty. Not chayiv tashlumin, and not even chayiv galos. Now, what's galos? What's galos? Remember, you can't wait to get to the second smack. It's so exciting, right? But l'maisa, again, when does galos come about? Shogeg. So you can't call it a shogeg. Because halacha l'maisa, again, it wasn't accidental. It was intentionality over here, right? Not chayiv tashlumin, because as the Chizkiah said, apparently in any case where there's bloodshed, it's not monetary compensation. And also, again, not chayiv because I lack intention. It's incredible. It goes on. Now, by the way, the way that I'm illustrating this is Hazorek Evel Lesov Edom Yisrael Harek Echme and Hakim Zafezi. So the Ram illustrates this in an interesting way. I throw a stone into a group of Jews. Right? So one second. And now again, I know that when you throw a stone into a group of people, it's definitely possible it's going to cause death. And in fact, it causes the death of someone. I'm Potter. That's how you pass the side. Like Rav Shimon, but as modified by Tanakh the Chizkiah. So therefore, I will say again, you tend to kill A, you end up killing B, even if they're in the same category. Hunter from Nisa, hunter from Tashlumin, That was absolutely riveting. All right, what's the Mishnah? Mishnah, let's go. We're catching up with this definitely world. And here's Hashem. The exception is Ari Bachir. This is an interesting case. A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So we'll say, which by the way, it happens. It happens, right? Sometimes based on the decisions you make, really dictates the chevra that you hang with. Right? It's just like the chevra that you associate with makes you the kind of person that you are. Sometimes the person you choose to become also dictates the chevra that you end up gravitating towards. Sorotseach shenis are bachir. How does that even happen? Right? A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So what's the halacha? So we'll have to see. Well, in all reality, so besides the Musar Haskell with it, that ultimately your actions will dictate, right? Your peer group influences your actions, and your actions often dictate your peer group. So say if a murderer gets mixed up with other murderers, so what's the halacha? I'm sorry. No. Really, the case of this, Akira means other people. So in other words, really kill someone, or really gets mixed up with other people. And what's not to see, check the CS of this in the Mishnah. And it sounds like this, you don't know which one ruling is. Kulan Turin. Everybody. Okay, we'll see the dynamics of that. So these are really no. Konsin also keep up. We put them all will be again in jail cell. Now the commissioner doesn't spell out the rest, but the rest is we go ahead and feed them bottom until their stomachs explode. Okay. Certainly needs a smidge of clarification on that. All right, so we'll see. Let's say in general, you have people who are all condemned to death, but different deaths, different mitzvahs based in. And now, because they all got mixed up, we don't know who is subject to which penalty. I was going to imagine, they'll say, I'm the skila guy. You give me skila. The guy says, give me sreifa. So no one's coming forward and validating the information. So all we know is we have a group of people who are all subject to a death penalty. We don't know which death penalties. What's down the hook? We don't in the cover. We administer the most lenient death penalty to all of them. Essentially, most of our local cases, we're going to see you cannot give someone a more stringent death penalty than the one they are obligated to. So therefore, by definition, if we're not sure which death penalty, we give them the more cow one. Now, of course, there's going to be a little piece, as we know, there's a machlokas as to which misos based in which is considered to be more kal and what's more common. So, for example, Haniskelim and Israfim. Let's say the chevra. Some of the chevra is chayv skila, some of the chevra is chayv shvedi. You don't know who's who. So, what do? Rabbi Shimon already told him skila. Rabbi Shimon says we give them all skila. Right? Why? Shasreifa chamura. Because everyone knows sreifa is more common than skila. From this, they say no, you don't have a sreifa. It's the opposite. We give them sreifa. Why? Shaskila chamura. Because everyone knows that skila is more common than sreifa. Shimon says, it's not true. It's not true. Sreifa is clearly more common. How do you know that? Because if sreifa wasn't more common, then the Paskali who committed adultery wouldn't be singled out for sreifa. It's not true. Skila is more common. How do you know? Because the blasphemer and the person who worships idolatry gets skila. The Gemara says, what happens if they have a chevra? Some of them are subject to hereg, which is heading like sayif, and others are stagnation. Which one gets which is the more kal? The Rishon of sayif. The Rishon says sayif. The heading is the more lenient form of death penalty from the hereg. Comes the ultimate being charged. So listen, everyone agrees on the principle. What's the principle? That if you have a group of people on death row who get mixed up with each other, and we're not sure who's getting which death penalty. Not sure who's getting which death penalty. And what's the halacha? You can only administer the most lenient of death penalties. What's the problem? So there's a machlokas again in two categories between skila and sreifa, which is kal, which is chomer, and between chenek and hereg, which is kal and which is chomer. We'll say, incredible. We'll stop here for today. We are all caught up. Great job.
Let's see here. This is posted by Advanced Spinach 650. Imagine being this much of a pet watching a wire. I feel like we've seen this. Yeah, this is all. It's all satisfaction. Good morning. Good morning.
We are thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual Hanukkah sponsor for Tafshin Taylor 5785 Tosh Mishpapa. Again, giving all the Shurim and Drushers this year in the space of the Soros Telos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Hanukkah sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Tarizin, and many other Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zwish, Ben Yossi Kahoin, and Zika Nivin, and Golden Families, and many of Mr. Logan Zika, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zikron, and Yachov. What's we got? What has been with a lot ahead of us, Yirz Hashem? Today we got is Ayin Ches, 78. We are picking up on that Ayin Zion days. 70, about 15 lines down from the top. So you might say, I'm a rabbi. What's this very interesting case right here? What says as follows? Zarak Shrav Kozel, the Chazal Achara of a Harvard House, listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, Swar is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is tired. Okay, so what's the case there? So it's actually very interesting. To look at Rashi is right across to the left. Large of the close-up. It is Kabin Lahayim is Kabin. He has intention to kill his friends. Now, what the case is, he hit up a close in the car. The Chazra Mikol HaCholel, the Har B'Chayim, the Har Nami Kol. So Rashi points out that the primary case of intentionality will ultimately again be so legally slowing the flat edge of the wall with the intention that the ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, that even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, however, reminds it is considered to be the car from the wall, and therefore being going to be tired. So we might see the time of Tuna. So the time, so again, we further define this figure of Hebrew, and the second the cover. So we talk about here. This is what the things are going to go ahead and play again. Little thing about Shahar is it? Now the Shogun told us if they kill someone eventually they get tired of himself. If they kill unintentionally, ultimately again goes. So what's the case over there? Stick with the Rashi, one more Rashi. To learn English when Sahakim the Kaddish Shahar is so interesting. The given Timokos, Lahakos Hakabla the Kosa the Koach. It's common for children to go ahead and the ball thrown against the wall with immense force. If you capture that the wall would go ahead and ricochet off the wall to go very far. The after the thrower would throw the ball, runs. So the thrower would run to the wall. The Chavero always has a cover of Maka also. And won't be over here. The goal is to catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throw it at the runner. In your ball, we deserve the ball. So, actually, the Miskabi should have a Miskabi, the Chazal, so the Chazal, he's the Miskabi. So, what's the single goal? Not that ball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it like, no. Is it like suicide? Like, whatever, it's a kid. Yeah, whatever it is. You throw the ball, stop. Jay, none of you are correct. So again, so you're throwing the ball against the wall. Again, the idea is you throw the ball against the wall. You throw the ball against the wall, but the goal is you throw it as hard as you can, but you have to go as far back as you can. You throw it, have to get to the wall, someone catches the ball, and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. Yeah, that's it. So this is so yeah, here's a smidge of interest in this kid over here. And the thrower is trying to throw it hard to kill someone. So again, if he has that type of wealth, because remember, the idea, in order to be called to killing someone, there has to be a bit of suicide. It's called suicide, right? That's the thing he plays with. So again, it gives functionality, and the thrower goes ahead and has in mind that he wants to throw the ball to kill someone who gets it. Then because the mitzvah this is what's up. This is what they're going to show you. They don't look at where it goes. They also have to what's the Kiddush over here? What's the Kiddush? The Kiddush over here is that it is the secondary, what we call this, I want to call it a secondary force, because that we have a little bit, that we have a little bit, we just use that. But there's a secondary presence, right? It's not the shot of like the thrower, moving his throw the ball to like reflect the action of the movement. There's a wall. So that the interesting kind of idea is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the core of movement. Kamash Maran, even with the wall, is still considered to be the core of movement. And therefore, right, if there's intentionality, moving will be tired as a result. And it says, we shall be tired goals. Incredible. So we have the Shogun Gama, the Shogun Golan, Shikam. Silently, if we don't go to the party of the kills, shooting accidentally, that means we're going to notice. That's obvious. It's obvious. So the course is right. The music that you have up is the color. The thing is having a better to show the case. The English over here is in the music case. But if we didn't get it intentionally inverse the purpose, what's the finish over here? Malditina, Hasras, Sabeki, leading by the Hadra. I would have thought that this is a case of what we call Hasras, Sabeki. What is it, Hasras, Sabeki? But I would have thought that this was, remember again, in order to be chayiv for a hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and warn someone with a certain level of definitiveness. Right? But again, maybe in this case, over there, the ball not going to go back. The ball not going to go far enough. I never said that it's hasra as a suffix. How much more long that it is not. How much longer Havak Lamesa, when someone plays this game, they're going to go hard enough with the ball certainly with the shoes back. And if Lamesa quickens with the intention to kill someone, ultimately living will be high. So this is very important for us. So remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is about who's hiding inside, right? Who's hiding Herod. And the example that we're giving is one of the kills in Herod. Now, the answer is that the focus we on was with Samson, confining someone. If you can find someone which is direct Torah, you are hiding. Now, you are doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, it's still be considered your Torah. So in this case, for example, the other intervening factor is the wall. I have a thought that the presence of the wall makes it that it's no longer my Torah. Kamash Malon, it's still considered to be my Torah. Incredible. Okay, the verse in 20 talking about Hamisaka give the cover. So I'm going to focus on this please. Shahadi took Arba Amos Potter, with the Arba Amos highest. This is interesting. So now, we didn't throw the ball against the wall. So if we didn't throw the ball against the wall, we're going to get intentionality with everything. It is intention, instigation, and not the answer like this. If he goes ahead and kills Shimon, invalid on this of the wall, over here in the unity partner. Outside of Dalaramis is going to be higher. So what's the shot over here? So it's a little bit Rashi. Rashi is right across to the left. Rashi says, you know, this after the cutter. Shahadi told Dalaramis to do it. And Haya Hamuka over the so Arba Amos also. There was Ikalak to Dalaramis Action Masasa Bahagasa Potter Hazor Grace. So again, this is talking about the Shogun. So if the nights are Shimon is staying between Dalaramis and the wall, moving will be Potter. More than Dalaramis will all moving will be higher. What's going on here? I'm going to be actually looking at what's the case. Even if you're right? If at the end of the day, Ruben did not want the ball to go further than Dalaramis. He didn't want it to go further. Right? If he would put it in, even if the ball went less than Dalaramis and killed Shimon, ultimately Ruben should be fine. He had to run it away, but again, if at the end of the day, if at the end of the day, Ruben did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to push the ball, I think it's a penalty. Even if it wasn't Dalaramis, what the police do here? The says, on the right, stand beside the camera, come on, very general when people play this game. Like, how the racing is going is what? He wants to throw the ball. So what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, you know, the Gemara suggests things like this. If the ball only goes less than Dalaramis, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be putter. If the ball, however, is solid honest hamor, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore halacha l'maisa he will be chayiv. Okay, now that's it. Now we get to the consequence, to which the Gemara says. Sorry. Good. Remember, because if you had Joshua, what's the top of all this? What's the figure of all this? The figure of all this is that when you builds a ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately Reuben's height. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting goes off the wall is considered to be Reuben's cause. So also remember again, if we have one ball, you can only be chayiv for killing someone with what? If it's your force. That's what, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we have in the Mishnah. For example, right? I go ahead and I tie the Reuben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon. Because if he died, he's strong. He's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his car. It's not his car. He incites the dog against Shimon. Not chayiv. It's not his car. The taking from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Reuben's car. Which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Reuben's car? After all, listen to this. There's a kasha, but it's the reason. And the kaddish in the Kiddush al-Yadol, or al-Hatzad, the Africa, the Yoga, the Shogas, puzzle. So it's a very interesting case here. How do you do it? Remember again, how do you do it? Concoction. You take the apple, you go ahead and you slaughter it, you go ahead and do ash. You then mix that ash with spring water, fine. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now what's interesting enough to have is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the color of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, it doesn't come in with the color of the individual, then the entire concoction is invalid. You don't get ash slowly on the Kaddish. First of all, you can use one like the Kaddish. Make out as the Ephraim, the Sinas, Ephraim, Alamai, Kari Kiddush, to the same sex group. So now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right here, Kari has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? It hits a great container and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water, and then falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of control. So what is it here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your car. That's not your car. Therefore, using that logic, if you throws the ball against the wall, the ball pushes against off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? It also should not be his car. That shouldn't be his car. If you want to come ask him, what's the case over here? The show says. You did actually upstairs over here. The show says, first right now, and the first right now, when you cut the car with you, the show now, Ellen, Atsi, the part of the show says, you got the show says. Show says, my choices. So what's the case over here? You can imagine the case over here where the ash falls out of the hands of Rabbi, falls onto the side of the tree, stops. Then, a moment later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the tree, then the color of Reuben ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different than that case. Why? In the book, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. The ball hits Reuben's hand, it hits the wall, and it pushes in the grip. So Reuben's core never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my car. the moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the earth, it freezes for a moment, right? You can see it. But when it does something just like a second later slips in, that's no longer the clock. That's no longer the clock. There's a tremendous bit of head still in that also. You know, the whole composure of life. This is why perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary. Slow down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my car. It's my car. And so even if it's going slow at times or faster than as long as I'm always going, I'm always moving, it's my initial car. The moment kind of stop for a moment, that's the moment when your car ends. The moment when your car ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your car. Incredible. So much like that. Mother says, good. Which was his touchmark, I love this. Mokok Shahani Swina Alakat, very interesting. Needle. The needle is literally impure. You have to get in contact with the mix, right? So that you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the spring water from the water of Hara Adima. Okay, so now what happened? My child is Swina Alakaras. And he's a Allah. So when that, so people think he's a child, the Tony Needle, and it's sitting on the dust. So now what happens? He's a Allah. You sprinkle the water to the Hara Adima on the needle. Suffolk Allah Caesar, Suffolk Allah Caesar, but the Mitzvah has also partial. So they speak of the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the cleferis of the utensil and then splashed back on the needle. What's that about? Puzzle. Ultimately, it is puzzle. They're both saying that based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkled, or excuse me, even if the water splashed back off the cleferis onto the needle, then it should still be what? Or still be what? My car. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball doesn't close shooting. That's the same idea. But yet over here we see that it's possible to see over here that when it is an intervening factor, it's no longer control. To which the Gemara says no. I'm not going to lie, you can figure out matzah, not mitzvah, which means splash back, but matzah. Matzah is a matzah, but ultimately, again, what we're not sure if it actually here. That's matzah is not matzah mitzvah to have a puzzle. It's not mitzvah, which means splashing back. Ella, matzah mitzvah. So this is the case over here. The case over here is where we find Hara Aduma water underneath them. So we're not sure. We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the cleferis and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's coho. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the cleferis and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That is these two attempts are to hold the heart.
Okie doke.
People fail. And therefore, halakha l'maisa, what we thought originally, meaning that coco will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that you can throw the ball against the wall with the intention to kill the shooting, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills the shooting, halakha l'maisa, even will be high. Even if it's in the world, they still be something to use coco. You've got to back there. So, if not, but still similar cases, I mind the class in the Rabbi, the Ashbury, you take the night out, listen to this. Reuben ties up his friend Shimon. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right? He doesn't say ties him up by a dam of water. And afterwards he pours a hole in the dam. He pours a hole in the dam. And the water comes and drowns Shimon. What's that about? So he was here to do the house. He's on the city of Alabama, which is the city of before. Healing today is another expression for your koach. So this is considered the koach of how do you use confusion? If you only assuming that it's confusion means force, which means that there is an immediacy of and the liver doesn't have the whole in your hand, and one comes gushing cheese right there. However, hot cheese, let's say you're away half a mile away from the ground. But we are going to kill shilling. That's called secondary force, and therefore there will not be liability in that particular case. So this is very important. Okay. So let's look at Ramababa. Zarak Sornas, interesting is Raptorama. Even throws a stone upward, listen to this. The whole of it stuck. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. Mahara, it kills shilling. What's the halacha? Chayim, shilling is chayim. Sorry, I mean, reading is chayim. Reading is chayim. Now that's what I'm saying. Listen, what do you see in this case? Reading is chayim. Listen to this case. What's very funny. What is it chayim? Reading is chayim when the stone doesn't come down straight down. Reading chayim when the stone kind of comes by the arc. Outside. But if the stones come directly down, usually the mouth is chayim. Now listen to this. You might say, the only reason I'm Rabbi, what's the reason for that? You should have called Kobe. Because it's his car. But there's an interesting enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's the gravity. Gravity is not the car of the river. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right? At the angle it comes down, that's moving. That's what moving contributes. Moving doesn't contribute to gravity. Moving contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So there's not like you should go home. You can't go somewhere else. That's interesting. They have up on my side. If it moves its car, it's just going to go upward and upward. So it's up high and pressing out at 70 days. You not go home. Things on the south house. And if it's not his car, then often if you're not, she says, you know what, things that's not us. Keep on the app, you're going to get started. And all the other she says, fall right down. To which the Imam says, you're like, Ella, you're very interesting. Car, cockle shoe. So this is not the typical case of cocoa. It's either of those things the Imam says, this is a new category of car, cockle shoe. What is car, cockle shoe? Diminished car. Rashi says, when you're at a car, cockle shoe. Diminished car, in your car, haza. So this is not like a strong car. And a sas car. העגלה, העגלה משום שכל הכל חוזר חזויתו, ואבן חוזר בארץ, אבל עדיין הולך זה כוחו. So it's right. So you're looking at me. Your car, the iron continues on its way because of your car. So obviously this is a diminished car. Why? Because again, Ruben your head was to start up. Obviously Ruben's car was coming to an end because it's coming back down, but his car is still fed wide because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Ruben's car. They're operating just the gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit on the angle, having arc, that's Ruben's car. But again, not a full blown car, but rather a car size. A little bit of a car. Okay, incredible. So let's say it turns out that way. This is that so fun. See that there are three categories of car. Right? There's what we call direct car, which is, moving the person out of the chain and kills him. Okay, or really shooting down and the person. There's almost like we'll call it an indirect car, which is even throwing the ball against the wall with intention, but it just goes off and goes inside. And then there's what we call diminished car, right? So indirect, diminished. What's diminished car? Even throws it up with the intention that they come down over here. So again, when it comes down in the angle of the arc, that diminished car. Incredible. So what's interesting is here, because of the other master macros, it really listen to this. So 10 people come along, and they literally not working steps. And you guys, one of the things great about Safa's baby is your activity. So ultimately, whether they're taking at once, or they hit at once, or they do it one after the other, they're project. They're project. That we can make a say, and we really say like this. So again, so terrible, they'll up for myself. Whether they go ahead and when they hold things together, or they live for one after the other, ultimately again it will be possible. Because there's joint responsibility here, you can't point the finger at what you should do individually. And you something like it depends. If they go ahead and do it together, Ed will be a remaining partner. But the Zach or Zach, one of the other, the last guy who gets moving, he's going to be tired. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actively hastened the death of Ruben. What is Ruben? Because in Halacha, there's culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Ruben, he's going to be tired for going ahead and hitting him. It's very interesting. Both the Tanakama and the Israeli Sira, that shouldn't say possible. This is fascinating. Yesh kiyake kol nefesh adam. This is fascinating. So the pasuk is if a person, this is the Russian, the Russian man, kiyake kol nefesh adam. The rest of that kol, it seems to be a little bit extreme. If a person will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbi said, kol nefesh, I think the kol nefesh. You're giving responsibility with what? If you took the entire life. In order for that to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, we have 10 people involved. One person is not taking the entire life, therefore they can't be responsibility. But if you give them the same setup, kol nefesh, kol nefesh. When you say it's more like kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, there's no sense. So it's fascinating. So the Rabbi, kol nefesh means only if you take a life in totality, but if you're only one of many, you're not tired. But you have to say that. Kol nefesh, even any amount of nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. Because Rabbi says, how come the Holy gets a trait? This is very interesting. How come the Holy gets a trait? Shupat, Rabbi says, let's talk about our traits over here. Everyone agrees. If you do a trait off, you're partner. If you do a trait off, you're partner. Now, again, who's a trait off? Now, if you look at actually different Romans, actually says over here, Hakomo Mahol is a traitor, Kito Nekam Akashet, or Akokol Samor. What says traitor is someone who has some type of physical internal or some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay, those that are coming up with different terms. Take a traitor. So that's an example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees if you kill a traitor, you partner. And let's say, why are you partners for a traitor? Right? Because in Halacha, a traitor is considered to be as if he's dead already. That's Halacha with a traitor. So if you kill a traitor, there's no liability for that. The ghost is B'Yusha married. The ghost is B'Yusha Shukayim. So let's say then you have a ghost is B'Yusha. Now what's a ghost is B'Yusha? What's a ghost is? A ghost is someone who is dying. But interestingly enough, ghosts doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Ghosts are not ghosts. What typical is a ghost is B'Yusha, right? Someone is very old. They're just dying. These are also people just sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the ghosts B'Yusha. Right? Remember, there's no one to find out terms. Because often people kind of look ghosts and Shrefa together because they're both imminently dying. But very different reasons. Shrefa has some type of internal injury which is 1000% fatal. The good says it's just someone who's dying. There may or may not be someone that is dying because of the old age. There could be just some type of illness, something else. But it should have been an internal injury. So if you go ahead and everyone agrees that if you kill a ghost that's retired, the one thing's never going to lie, because a ghost is considered to be fully alive in every way. A traitor is how actively considered to be dead. A ghost is fully alive. That's why these are major topics in end-of-life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end-of-life decisions that actively accelerate the death of a person, what could be liable for that? So Rabbi says, but what was the other ghosts be the other? So what's the point of contention over here? Ghosts be the other. What's ghosts be the other? What he actually says over here. Kibonza, Shekala Yamas Makmas Hamakos, and Allah said, I will show you Sheka. So what's the ghosts be the other? It's someone that who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a shreifa injury, but nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So the Gemara says, "Mar v'dami on the shreifa, not v'dami on the gosis." What if he says a gosis b'di adam is like a shreifa? I want to know gosis b'di adam is like a gosis b'di shemayim. So you go, "Mar v'dami on the shreifa." What is it that gosis b'di adam is like a shreifa? My time of what's it? My time of when down when the gosis b'di shemayim. Why does he not compare to gosis b'di shemayim? Gosis b'di shemayim goes out of the kesa. Because the gosis b'di shemayim goes out. Nothing happened to the gosis b'di shemayim. There's no traumatic event. There's no injury. No one did anything to the person. That's the definition of gosis. This high is actually nicer, but that goes into either other. Something happened to him, someone did something to him. The man can evaluate the goes to Yishmael, the one who compares a goes into either other, who goes into Yishmael, might come on the dominant Shrefa. Why is he not compared to a Shrefa? Shrefa, Mechad is Simoni. How will Mechad be Simoni? Because a Shrefa is something very specific. Shrefa is someone who is injured in a single way. Something happened to this man, something happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why there is liability. How do you kind of carry that Jesus? It's in the kind of opening again. The couple verses is the person will go, you can have before. The person will go and literally strike 11 members of them. You have the Hamaki as Habio, the able to be the Habis. The Boaka Lisa should carry. So let's say, this is very interesting. You know, it's shame. It's shame. But if you take it in that thing away, and then what happens? Right? And someone else comes along, let's say then comes along and gets shooting and kills him. But actually, you're going to be his child. And then his father, just man says, what's the condition here? In the Hannes Pshita, obviously, it's like if Reuben delivers beyond a thing like what to shit, and Levi comes along, and then delivers a thing of what what's Reuben's potter? What's the condition here? So, let's say delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, but Shimon didn't die, and the lady came on and delivers a fatal blow to Shimon. That's what? Lady's tired and Reuben is not. His opinion is this: Mustafa, but we can never say that. But there's a way that we can say that. But we can say Shita is Kol Nefesh. What's Kol Nefesh? In order to be tired for taking a life, you have to perform the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act, ultimately you are not going to be tired. Incredible. How is a shaken potter to this as before? If you can trade for your potter, this is pretty amazing. A trade play is considered to be halachically dead. And therefore, if you go and you kill him, there is no liability for that. You trade for shot is in Chayim. Trade for the potter. Oh, I will say, watch this. What happens if a trade kills someone? So if you kill a traitor, your partner's fine. What happens if a traitor kills someone? What happens? This is the best. If the traitor killed someone in the presence of Beijing, this is what they do that. If you didn't kill in the presence of Beijing, the traitor will be partner. That's the shot, isn't it? If they do the like an entire sick, they do have to have a so that's what it is. If the traitor kills in the presence of Beijing, essentially, how can Beijing not act? How can they not act? They have to do something. Like they saw, they can saw, we didn't kill shit. We didn't get trade fucks. He's dead. But how do they cannot act when they go ahead and they see someone very ahead doing something terrible? So I was on the other hand, she looked at the crazy. Part of the idea of the six chapter of it was like, what do you see from the six shrines? What do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. You have to act. Sometimes we see things that are wrong. When I see things that are wrong, I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help. And so when you see yourself, you know, not my problem. Not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try that. In this case over here, they see someone doing something terrible. The guy's a traitor. He's a lot of good things, right? I got it. You still have to do something. You know what I'm saying? If you see something, do something. Not just say something. If you see something, Usually, the Rothschild Kodesh says that everything that we see in this world, how we only see it because of Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted me to see it. And if he wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now, it's true, I can't really fix every single problem, but I can somehow be involved in some way. If you see it, or if you hear it, it means that the Father wants you to do something about it. Anything you saw this guy giving you the trade, okay, so God, if he's a trade off, you still have to try to do something incredible. But listen to this. Shalom and Kudu. And that's the only thing you didn't kill Shalom. So you didn't kill Shalom outside of Bacon. So now what happened? They didn't do the trade off. You didn't trade the Bacon. So what's that about? But do you know why it's popping? Listen to this. It's an English chapter of Halachima. Because it must remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, you have to have the ability to read the 8 years old. Now, what happens ultimately when you're 8 years old? You're reciprocal punishment. It's not going to look over there. Why? Because you're testifying about a man who's already dead. So because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, your witnesses themselves are not subject to Hazama. For any testimony that is not subject to Hazama, by definition, is never believed. Fascinating. There's no kind of technicality. So you must go, oh, you just have to no shma equals. Rabbi says this. However, there's a shayfa. If one sodomizes a shayfa, the sodomizer is chayiv. Shayfa shirabah is a chayiv. But if a tree himself sodomizes someone else, then what's that? If he does it in the presence of Nathan, he'll be chayiv. Not in the presence of Nathan. He's not the first one that was like, the kid is like, so that's on the Gilakov. So the presence of Nathan is really chayiv. Why? Because once again, was it everything can not take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence. Shalom and Nathan is in Bata. But not in the presence of Nathan, a singular is Bata, the tree is Bata. Why? The idea that even if Shaka Yakalazima, because that's what same thing. Witnesses not going to be believed to testify if you believe it. Why not? Because it's a test that is not subject to us. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because it's about a dead man, therefore again, there's no Hazama possibility. I'm not pollution, not hiding. Imagine 1 second. Hustle up these case. Why do we both the case are sodomizing, right? And the case of murder is the same soul. Case more is Hanyah. However, there's a trade issue, but you're right. The Jewish case of Rabbi is actually one who sodomizes the trade. That's the Jewish area. You mentioned why it's too polite. Now, they obviously mentioned the Shalish in this very podcast. I would have thought that sodomizing the trade is like sodomizing a corpse. Now, let's say, what's that law? When you sodomize a corpse, right? So you don't really know about that, right? I'm actually happy if you don't know, right? So, what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, potter. But not good, right. But the Mesa, there's no liability there. So I would have thought that sodomizing the shayfa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha the Mesa, again, there's no fear, yeah? Kamashwa the Shimhanahu, but it's the Anah. Because you know, as much as the shayfa is halacha, they can see it there, effectively speaking, they're still considered to be relations with the Shimhanahu. And therefore, there is liability for that case. Allah says, fellas, they should be the shayfa. For those who are in there, so witnesses who testify about a shayfa, and we're getting their names are not put together, which is what we just said before. Anything, shayfa was moved thereof. I was saying, listen to this. So witnesses who testify about a shayfa, and they are found out to be liars, are not put to death, because again, they're testifying about a death man. But witnesses who themselves are shayfas, like witnesses that themselves are shayfas, who testify, and then found to be liars, in these owners, can be put to death. The Rashi says, you know, I feel really shayfa shows you know, but these shayfas, the similar saying, no, even witnesses will say, what is these owners? Sorry, even witnesses who are shayfas should not be able to be only. Why? Because listen to this. In order to be able to be zoning, the witnesses who need to be zoning themselves have to be zoning. And just remember again, how do you become even zoning? But witnesses show up, they testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you cannot see it because you don't us at that time. Or in order for you to clearly be zoning, the witnesses who make their zoning also have to be able to be zoning. But the zoning witnesses about witnesses that trade was changing the zoning law because the witnesses that they're testifying about themselves are considered to have to be yet. So because the Mazine. The witnesses make there's only Kirat and some days there's only. Therefore, in technicality, they can't be put to death. For example, Rabbi said, short trade shard chayim is this. What happens if Reuben has a shard, and Reuben's shard is a treifa? It's a treifa. Right? Ultimately, again, Reuben's treifa shard kills someone. What's the halacha? The shard shard and treifa shard pater. But if the owner is a treifa, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shard is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa and the shard kills someone, he's pater. Which again, I must say makes sense because the owner is deserved after being dead. My time also is here. Amikra Hashar Misakel. The Pasuk says the shard will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Calling for the greater than the Gambal of Yumas, coming of Akshay Yisakel. Calling for more coming of the Gambal of Yumas, more coming of Akshay Yisakel. So essentially it's a combination. Wherever the owner can be put to death, that's when the shard can be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shard is not executed. Therefore, in this case, if the owner is a traitor, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shard can't be put to death. It actually says, no, after the shard traitor nami, shard pater. Even if the owner is still fine, but the shard is a traitor, you also can't put the shard to death. Why not? Might have not. Even the even buying in public trees, shard nami pater, because essentially what actually goes like this, any case where the owner himself will be pater, right? The shard will also be pater under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be pater if he is a if he is a traitor, so therefore halacha l'maisa, the owner will also be pater. Sorry. Since if the owner were a traitor would be pater, so if the shard is a traitor, the shard will also be pater. Okay, she's the one that tell it. So I'm not going to go. You should think you're going to leave it all that's not much doing. She not going to only the vehicle makish beside the not much pater. So that's what we're going to get in the Mishnah. What happened in the Mishnah? We have the interesting case of what happens if Reuben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon's hand. So what's the halacha? So in that case again, that we need to help that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim say that you're pater. Now what's the logic the Gemara says? So that person like this, very confusing, we have to say as follows, that in the snake, the poison in the venom is already on the tip of the fangs, it's already there. And therefore essentially when Reuben comes, Reuben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into Shimon's face. And therefore again, not just the side, ultimately again, Reuben is going to be chayiv, right? He's liable to death by the head, the Nachash pater, but ultimately again, the Nachash is pater. No difference in the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. Nachash doesn't do anything because the venom is just already right there, very present. It's very present. You come to the Chachamim, oh, that's Nachash Natzma Nachi. No, it's not true. A snake decides to produce its own venom, and therefore, even though Reuben is taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom, and therefore it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Zara is not fishing at small with maki, but if not the skiva, then maki's pater." Therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Reuben is technically pater. They'll say, by the way, the way that I'm passing is halacha l'maisa. Another passage ultimately like the company that we don't view the devil as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake. And therefore, we view this case, even though he himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not. And therefore, Shimon will not be executed there on just on a technicality. Again, also, obviously very bad. But when I said that's the halacha Mishnah. Hamakis Chavera. Then the Evan, then the Egrot, Bakul, Misas. What's the interesting thing saying here? Reuben hits Shimon, right? Either with a stone or with his fist. And now what happens is like Shimon doesn't try to do it. But he's the assess. So he says, okay, Reuben is definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay? Then what happens? When they kill the Mashahada, well, after you have their fingers, it's the reason. Then what occurred? Then Shimon Bar Hashem had a step of recovery, then he got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's this? What's that about? So you see what they do in this case? So again, Ruben injured Shimon, and David saw that this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Like Shimon has a shtickle of Jewish label, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? That was the only thing he dies. He gets hit by a bus, right? You know, he died I literally just said as a result ultimately of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was just a little bit different floor. So what's the halacha? Rabbi Yitzchak says, Chayiv. Chayiv says ultimately again, ruling is maybe Chayiv for Tony Shimon. Rabbi Yehuda went on to Shakal Davar. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, he's fucking why? But then Rabbi Yehuda is so good that what? So good that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of injury system since he did have a little bit of a mix of the Shimon. Okay, so tell about as you don't show me the love of this Halak before on the Shabbat. So the Pasuk says, moving injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amish Anto. And he learns that Amish Anto means of his own strength. So what's that about? 78. Did he care about that? As you're forgetting, Ruben does not have liabilities. He doesn't what? If he's on a bank fraud, shit, say my Halak for shit, he's in a hard. So it's like, why do you have to tell me that the Halak will answer Shimon recovered, that everything's not killed? Isn't that obvious? It really is for Shimon, but against Shimon. Shimon burned out the music. But then Bob Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up on the boundaries, walking in the marketplace of his own dimension. So Tony said, you can't execute him. How does it execute him? If Shimon's there walking around the marketplace, of course you don't execute him. What's going on? What's the end of the hello? Zech Shabbat Lisa, the head government Shahara, or the Akakar, hit against the race shooting cutter. And then what's the word said, what's going to teach us as follows. The big tradition. Basically said this was the kind of injury that could have caused Shimon's death. But then Shimon has a stick with the floor, and as a result of that, the floor, what happens? Buckley has a little bit of blood, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury. That really is conscious. Really is conscious. Essentially, what it says, but the Bible is teaching me is that after the injury, this is a stick on the floor, there's no other feeling. Even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, really is going to be conscious. You know, just Rabbi. High and not get like that today. So once they got the guy in the one thing that I want to do is discussion. The Rabbi Shekoshin also. He's actually what he teaches like this. I want to say in any case of injury, right? When we injures Shimon, and now again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, the guy's going to recover. Basically, incarcerates Ruben until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? So that's how we're going. We incarcerate Ruben until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. Then the Henyo. Happy Shimon of it. We need to have a incarceration. This was many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish penal code. Why? Because Chazal was understood. Chazal understood a long time ago. Punishments are meant to be rehabilitated. That's the goal. Right? Either rehabilitated or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back and function a member of society, or ultimately you can't come back to society or execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that light, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on a person. Like this is not a condition, no longer change anything within the time. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. The only time you find incarceration is when you don't know what to do with a person. So for example, the person gets Lydia, we didn't injure Shimon. If he was either a result of death or not, we gotta hold them, we gotta hold them until we figure out what to do. So you must say, Kenya, how do you show where is the Kenya right now because of incarceration? The other thing, the coaching. So what's the case of the coaching? The coaching is the guy that go to chop wood on Shabbos. Chop wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. So remember again, the Pasuk says that in some of the Shmar, they incarcerated him. He learned about us like they didn't know how to do what to do with him. So they went down incarceration. Rabbanah did not win the negotiation. So I went Rabbanah also not have a negotiation. He went to negotiation back to tell us when Moshe of up and the other country the night. No, the negotiation was different. The reason they incarcerated the negotiations, they knew that they were going to execute it. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? How to execute it. La Fuki Hai, the Lord of the Iban Sabaru, Ilan Sabaru. That's different in this case, because in this case, we're really injured Shimon. We don't know what to do with Right? Because you're in the murder, if you're not in order, it's a different kind of conversation. I'm going to say, we'll stop over for today. We're going to pick up again with this studio of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. Well, it's an excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you begin. Right? So look at where we began, and let's say, and again, if you're all right, tremendous accomplishment. Respect, everyone.
I don't think you realize how funny that is because they have a Halo board at the Clippers new arena, which is huge. It's literally like the biggest screen in all of arenas. How many Keller Rolls is that? It's one
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Touching Pay 5785 Kills Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the shurim and drashos this year in the schus of the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry Zim, in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebracha. Let's with that, let us begin with a lot ahead of us. Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Zayin base 77, about 15 lines down from the top. So the Mercy says, Amrava. We'll see some very interesting things to look here. Goes as follows. Zarak Srava Kosel, the Chazar La'achareh Bahar Dachayis. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, as we say, defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is high. So it's actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi is right across to the left. Zarak Srava Kosel. In his kavim laharuvis chavero, he has intention to kill his friend. Now, what he means is, the chazra mikol kol achoreha, bahar gochayiv, daha nami kocho. Rashi points out that there are case of intentionality. Ultimately, again, so Reuben is throwing the rock at the wall with the intention that he ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, halacha l'maaseh, this is considered to be the koch of Reuben, and therefore again it's going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says, turn it to so in fact, again, we further define this to go evil on the sachakim b'kader. So what are we talking about over here? This is like the case of those who go ahead and play a game. Nobody play with the ball. Shahar Gobin, Naragin, the Shogun over. If you kill someone intentionally, they're chayiv. So if they kill unintentionally, ultimately, again, goes. So what's the picture, right? Take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. We go to English and the sachakim b'kader Shahar Gobin. This is so interesting. We're given to Novos, Lahakos HaKader B'Chos of the Koch. It was common for children, young people, to go ahead and take the ball, throw it against the wall with immense force. The ball would go ahead and ricochet off the wall and go very far. After the thrower would throw the ball, Rats, so the thrower would run to the wall. The Chavero always has a cover in macros. And what would the goal be over here? The goal would be that someone would catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throw it at the runner. In Yachol Chavero, who is running the ball, in the Taka, in this Chavish, this Chavero, the Chazara, Shalachorel, is within Hamit's height. So let's say, not touch ball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it like, what is it? No. Isn't it like suicide? Like, whatever. Whatever it is. You know, as you throw the ball, okay, stop. Jen, none of you are correct. So, Jen, so you're going ahead, you're throwing the ball against the wall. So again, the idea here is you throw the ball against the wall. You throw the ball against the wall. Like, the goal is you throw it as hard as you can because you want the ball to go as far back as you can. You, the thrower, have to get to the wall. Someone catches the ball and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. You're out. That's it. So in this case over here, there's a smidge of a twist in this game over here, and the thrower is trying to throw it hard enough that he kills someone. So again, if he has that oh no, no. The idea, in order to be fired for killing someone, there has to be a suicide. Suicide. It's called suicide. Hey, that's the name of the game. Please do it. Hey, so not the best name of the game, but that's the name. Hey, so again, if there's intentionality and the thrower goes ahead and has his motor, so he wants the basketball, like throw the ball with enough force to kill someone. If it's lazy, he's Rothschild, he's a murderer. If it's Shogeg, then ultimately again it's goes. Then also what's the condition here? What's the condition? The condition over here is that there is a secondary, what we'll call this, I want to call it a secondary force. That'll be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence, right? It's not the shot that like this thrower, Ruben is throwing the ball directly at Shimon and hitting him. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the koach of Reuben. Kamash Maban, even with the wall, is still considered to be the koach of Reuben. Therefore, again, if there's intentionality, Reuben will be chayiv as a murderer, and if there's Shogi, will be chayiv as incredible. So the Immersion Shogi Golem, Shogi Golem, Shita. So obviously, if Ruben throws the ball hard enough and it kills Shimon accidentally, the Ruben's going to go to Golos. That's obvious. That's obvious. So the Gemara says, you're right. The Mason in Harav is the Chiddush over here is not in the Shogi case. The Chiddush over here is in the Mason case. That if Ruben did it intentionally, he goes to Golos. What's the Chiddush over here? Malkema, Asras, Suffolk, Miyem, and the Hadre. I'm going to thought that this is a case of what we call Asras, Suffolk. What does it mean, hasra is suffix? That I'm going to look at this course. Remember again, in order to be hired for a hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and word someone with a certain level of definitiveness. Right? But again, maybe in this case over here, the ball's not going to go back, the ball's not going to go far enough. I'm going to look at this hasra is suffix. How much for one that means that? How much for the halach if someone plays this game, they're going to throw hard enough with the ball so the ricochets back. And therefore, Allah said, if it's with the intention to kill someone, ultimately Ruben will be incredible. So we'll say, so this is very important for us. So remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is about who's hiding inside, right? Who's hiding inside. And the example that we gave is one who kills another. But yesterday's topic, we were focusing on was with Samson. Finding someone. You find someone who's go out and work. Now what the Gemara is doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, it can still be considered your car. So in this case over here, for example, you have an intervening factor is the wall. However, I thought that the presence of the wall makes it that it's no longer incredible. Okay. So again, we're focused on this both ways. Shahardu post Arba Amos cover. What's the Arba Amos height? Interesting. So now Ruben swing the ball against the wall. So if Ruben throws the ball against the wall, and again remember intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, it's not the rest of like this. If he goes ahead and kills Shimon within Dalit Amos of the wall, ultimately again he's going to be caught. Outside of Dalit Amos, he's going to be fighting. So what's the shot over here? First, take a look at Rashi. Rashi again is right across to the left. Rashi is when you know it's actually the color. How we talk down on the street. And Haya Hamuka only so Arba Amos also. They will speak the last one down Amos Ashim and Sarsa the Hagasa Upper Azoric Mikovis. So again, this is talking about the Shogi. Say if the nice so Shimon was standing between Dalar Amos the wall, Ruben will be covered. More than Dalar Amos the wall, Ruben will be tired. What's going on over there? Actually, if you come, what's the case? If the kind of coming, right? Because at the end of the day, Ruben did not want the ball to go further than Dalar Amos. He didn't want it to go further. right? He did Portugal. But even if the ball went less than Talaramis and killed Shimon, ultimately the should be chayiv. Yes, the wrong way for me, but again, if at the end of the day, even did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to push the ball, I think it could happen. And even if it wasn't Talaramis, what's the case here? Gemara says, Amar Rabbi, Stam Isach the Kador, Kama Mina Nechol. In general, what people previously, right? Halacha l'maaseh, the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball. And what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, your Gemara is suggesting it's like this. If the ball only goes less than Dalaramis, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be better. If the ball ever ricochets down at Thomas or more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore halacha l'maaseh he will be chayiv. Okay, now we get to the close of this, to which the Gemara says, Amalei, sorry, good. Remember, the V'hi Haikafno, Kolholu. Now, what's the chap of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? The takeaway of all this is that when Ruben throws a ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately Ruben's chayiv. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting goes off the wall is considered to be Ruben's koach. You want to remember again, if you have one rule, you can only be chayiv for killing someone, but if it's your force. That's like, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, right? I go ahead and I Ruben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of the dog stroke. He's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon. Not chayiv. It's not his koach. Taking from all of this, it's throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Ruben's koach. Which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Ruben's koach? After all, there's a kasha. Very interesting piece here. And the kaddish thing of what Kiddush al Yado or al Hatzad, the Africa, no elbow shokas, puzzle. So it's a very interesting piece here. Paraduma. How do you create parad? Remember again, how do you take paraduma to the action? You take what happened. You go ahead and you slaughter it. You burn it, you bring it out. You then mix that ash with spring water, with mine time. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now, what's interesting enough, the halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the torah of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, or it doesn't come in with the torah of the individual, then the entire concoction is invalid. You look at actually just moment on the kaddish. First of all, we need why that's actually the kaddish. Mechak us the efer yisinas efer alamayim kari kiddush kisam sexual. So now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, we'll call him Ruben, has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand. And what happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water and then it falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of kochot. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koch. That's not your koch. Therefore, using that logic, if Ruben throws the ball against the ball goes off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his koch. That shouldn't be his koch. Third, what's the case over here? The show says. Very good, actually, that shows over here. The show says. First white line, and the first white line. Lonitas in Clark, the thing is shown off. Ellen Atsi, and Kaza Bishasas, Niyaga Shokes. Show says, mine show says. What's the case over here? You can imagine the case over here is where the ash falls out of the hands of the thing, falls onto the sides of the tree, stops. Then, a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest even just momentarily on the side of the tree, then the koach of Ruvain ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different in the ball, which is why in the ball case there's no cessation of dynamic. The ball hits the hand, it hits the wall immediately, which is really good. So Ruvain's koach never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my car. Makes it my car. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the utensil, just for a moment, right? You can see it, falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later, slips in. That's no longer my car. That's no longer my car. Also, a tremendous possibility in that also. The whole composure of life. This is why perpetual growth, perpetual movement is always necessary. It slows down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my car. It's my car. And so even if it's a little slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial car. The moment kind of stop for a moment, that's the moment where your koach ends. The moment where your koach ends, some stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. Smart goes by there. Yeah. The Gemara says, good. Which was Tashma, another case. Machot shahayu nesuna halachar. It's a very interesting case. You have a needle. Yeah, the needle is literally in here. Let's say if you're in contact with a mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the sprinkler from the water of Hara Aduma. Okay. So now what happens? My shahayu nesuna halachar. He's so what do you have? So interesting in this is I become a needle that is sitting on a earthenware vessel. So now what happens? The hizaleh, you sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Safek ala mechat, hizal, safek ala cheres hizal, right? The mitzaleh hazal. So puzzle, should I sprinkle the water? Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the cheres, the utensil, and then splashed back on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, again, it's possible. But also, based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkled, even if the water splashed back off the cheres onto the needle, that should still be what? It still be what? My car. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball will be close to shooting. Right? It's the same idea. But yet over here you see that it's possible. See, sealed here that when it is an intervening factor, it's no longer pro. To which the Gemara says no. I'm going to put the Rabbi Yehudim say it out. Matzah, not mitzvah, which we splash back, but matzah. Matzah means we're both saying that ultimately, again, what we're not sure if you actually here. That's matzah is not lashon mitzu the habat taza. It's not mitzu, which means splashing back. Ella lashon mitzia. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we find hara and inner water on the needle. And what are we not sure of? We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there? Somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the kichares and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's proposed. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the kichares and what? Trickled back on the needle. That would be no. Therefore, both like these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of refuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, what we thought originally, meaning that kocho will work. In other words, that we throw a ball against the wall, and not that we're going to throw the ball against the wall. And the ball reaches up the wall and goes halacha l'maisa, even will be high. Even if it's wall, but it's still considered to be kocho. Incredible. As for like that. So, Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases. Haiman, the Katsi, the Kabre, the Ashkele, Bit Kitamayo, Ruvain ties up his friend Shimon. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right? Doesn't say ties him up by a dam of water. And then afterwards, he pours a hole in the ground. His friends, right? Pours a hole in the ground, and the water comes into Shimon. Let's have a hug. So the Gemara says, here he continues with that. These are considered to be the arrows of Reuben. Also, we've seen this before. Kirei Yidei is another expression for your koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore Reuben is chayiv for commission. First of all, second, how do you mean the koach rishon? This is only assuming that it's koach rishon. Koach rishon means use of force, which means that there is an immediacy. So when Reuben goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam, the water comes gushing out immediately, and Shimon is right there. Shimon is right there. Okay, but let's say again, Reuben ties Shimon up. You are away half a mile away from the dam. But we know that over time, the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore you will not be by the so this is very important. Okay? Come on, Papa. Zarak Shalamas, Zarak Shalamama. Reuben throws a stone upward. The whole of it studied. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side of it. The harga. It kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Shimon is chayiv. Sorry, Reuben is chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. Now listen, that is very interesting. We'll say now, what do you see from this case? Reuben is chayiv. Listen to this case. We'll explain slowly. When is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. He's only chayiv when the stone kind of comes down we're like a little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come directly down, Reuben would not be chayiv. Listen to this. You might say, "Oh, my brother, my time, no. What's the reason for that? We shouldn't be called because it's his koach." But we'll say, interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? Let's put gravity. Gravity is not the koach of Reuben. But when the stone comes down and look at an arc, right, at an angle that comes down, that's Reuben. That's what Reuben is. Reuben doesn't contribute to gravity. Reuben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So whereas my time should be kohol. Ikoho tezel el. What's it? It's interesting. If halach l'maisa, if it's Reuben's koach, it should just continue to go upward and upward and upward. Which Ayin Chesed Dalach 78 day, the Ilav Koho tezel zagas. And if it's not his koach, then ultimately Rashi says, "Below koho tezel zagas, tipom yad connect a little bit studying." And ultimately it should just fall right down. Which the Gemara is right. Ella is very interesting. Koach kachush. So this is not a typical case of koho. But Rabbi says seems to be the Gemara is introducing a new category of koach kachush. What does koach kachush mean? Diminished koach. Rashi says over here, koach kachushu. Ina koach chazak. So this is not like a strong koach. Ela ksas koach. Yeshkan. B'haydelo azla le'el mishum shekhala koach chozek hazrika. Va'evan chozeres la'aretz. Aval adayin holech zim ksas koach. So it says, right. So real koach is when the item continues on its way because of the koach. So obviously this is a diminished koach. Why? Because again, Reuben's intent was to throw it up. Obviously, Reuben's koach is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But his koach is still felt wide because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Reuben's koach. But rather, it would just be gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit on that's Reuben's koach. But again, not a full-blown koach, but rather a koach sas. A little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So we'll say, it turns out, by the way, it should be good to see that so far. See that there's two categories of koach, right? There's what we would call direct koach, which is, Reuben throws an object that Shimon kills him, okay? Or Reuben holds Shimon down and water kills him. There's almost like a indirect koach, which is Reuben throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it ricochets off the Shimon. And then there's almost what we call diminished koach, right? So direct, indirect, diminished. What's diminished koach? Reuben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down at an angle at an arc, that's diminished koach. Incredible. So what's the interesting case here? He calls our macros, the races to this. So 10 people come along and they hit Reuben. They hit Reuben with macros, with staffs, and he dies. Now, whether they did this bingo basachas, bingo ze'achar, so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they hit him at once, or they hit him one after the other, they are patur. They are patur. That the Yudam and Mesira, the Yudam and Mesira says like this. They, Rabbi Yudam and Mesira Omer, the Za'ach or Za'ach al Chayim, is Meshakir against Misaso. So again, so Parakama hold, the Allah for myself, whether they go ahead and whether they all hit together or they hit one after the other, ultimately they're going to be covered. This is joint responsibility of the year. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And we really say this if they go ahead and do it together, ultimately they're going to be covered. But with Zach, I said one after the other, the last guy who hits relay, he's going to be fired. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actively hastened the death of the Moses. In halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Ruvain, he's going to be chayiv for going ahead and hitting him. Or Rabbi Yochanan. It's very interesting. Ushnei mikra echad darshin. Both the Tanakama and the Ridra B'Seira darshin the same passage. This is fascinating. Listen to this. The ish kiyake kol nefesh hagam. This is fascinating. So the passage is a person. Listen to the lashon, the Asian man. Kiyake kol nefesh hagam. Listen, that kol seems to be a little bit extreme. A person will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbanan Sabri, kol nefesh, adi kol nefesh. The only responsibility is what? If you took the entire life. In order for that to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, where we have 10 people involved, one person is not taking the entire life, therefore they can't be responsibility. But we use it by Mesera Savar, kol nefesh, kol b'yudeh. And Mesera says, no, kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, isn't that fascinating? So the Rabbanon, kol nefesh means if you take a life in totality, but if you're only one of many, you're not tired. And you can have to say it up. Kol nefesh, even any amount of nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. Incredible. Amar Rabbi says, Hakol modim b'horing es ha-treif. This is very interesting. Hakol modim b'horing es ha-treif. Shupat. Rabbi says, let's talk about our treif over here. Everyone agrees that if you kill a treifa, you're patur. You kill a treifa, you're patur. Now, again, who's a treifa? Now, if you look at Rashi just a moment, Rashi says over here, Hakomodim Mahorigas and Shrefa, Hikon Nakav Hakashet, or Korosamor. We'll say Shrefa is someone who has some type of fatal internal, or some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay? Very, very clear when it comes up with different terms. That's what Shrefa. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees if you kill a treifa, you're patur. Rabbi says, why are you patur to kill a treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he's dead already. That's halacha with the treifa. So therefore, if you kill a treifa, there's no liability for that. The goal says B'dei Shemayim, the goal says Shemayim, Shuchayim. So let's say then we have a Goses B'dei Shemayim. Now, what's a Goses B'dei Shemayim? What's a Goses? A Goses is someone who is dying. But interestingly enough, Goses doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Goses, not Goses. What's the typical case of Goses B'dei Shemayim? Someone is very old, very ill, they're just dying. Also, people just sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the Goses B'dei Shemayim. Right? Remember, there's no, that's why I want to define our terms. Because often people kind of club Goses and Treifa together because they're both imminently known. Very different reasons. Treifa has some type of internal injury which is 1000% fatal. The Goses is just someone who's dying. There may or may not be some nerves, but there's not an injury, could just be old age, or could be just some type of illness, something else. But a treifa, again, is an internal injury. So if you go ahead and, everyone agrees, that if you kill a Goses, you're chayiv. The Goses is very important. Why? Because a Goses is considered to be alive in every way. A treifa is halachically considered to be dead. A Goses is fully alive. That's why these are major topics in end-of-life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end-of-life decisions that actively accelerate the death of Goses, one will be liable. Gemara says, so what's the point of contention over here? Goses b'di adam. What's goses b'di adam? It's very interesting. Rashi says over here. He goes that shekarov lomos machmas hamakos elaloa so harishonim treifa. So we'll say goses b'di adam is someone again who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a treifa injury. But nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So the person married the treifa or married the goses. One opinion says goses b'di adam is like a treifa, and one says no, goses b'di adam is like a goses b'di shemayim. So we go, what is this that goses b'di adam is like a treifa? My time, what's the reason? My time of Ramadan is the goses b'di shemayim. Why does he not compare it to goses b'di shemayim? Goses b'di shemayim goes avdei maisa. Because the goses b'di shemayim goes like nothing happened to the goses b'di shemayim. There's no traumatic event. There's no injury. No one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a goses. Gemara says, "Hi, is avdei maisa." But that goses b'di adam, something happened to him. Someone did something to him. The man didn't dominate the goses b'di shemayim. The one who compares a goses b'di adam to a goses b'di shemayim might come along and dominate the treifa. Why is he not compared to a treifa? Treifa lechatchi simani. Ta lo lechatchi simani. We'll say treifa is something very specific. Treifa is someone who is injured in a fatal way. Something happened to this money. Something happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why again there's liability. Tiny drashes. Listen, the Tana ultimately again. We talk about drashes. V'ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. The person will go, as we put before. The person will go ahead and give him a strike. Another nefesh adam. Lahabi hamake es haviro. Ve'in bo kidei lahabis. Upo acha behemiso shuchai. So we'll say it's very interesting. Ruvain goes ahead and hits Shimon. Ruvain hits Shimon, but he hits him in a non-fatal way. And then what happens? Right? And someone else comes along. Let's say then Levi comes along and hits Shimon and kills him. But ultimately, again, Levi is chayiv. Ruvain's pater. First the says, what's the tradition here? In Bokat Hamis Pshita, obviously, we'll say if Ruvain delivers a non-fatal blow to Shimon, and Levi comes along and then delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, of course, Ruvain's pater. What's the tradition here? What is it talking about? Very interesting. Let's say Ruvain delivers a fatal blow to Shimon. And Shimon didn't die yet. And then Levi comes along and delivers another fatal blow to Shimon. That's what? Levi's chayiv and Ruvain is not. His opinion is this: Ustama Kavimuta Ben Besera. Like you know, what does Kavimuta Ben Besera hold? It's very simple. Kavimuta Ben Besera Shita is Kol Nefesh. What's Kol Nefesh? In order to be chayiv for taking a life, you have to perform the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act of it, ultimately, again, you are not going to be chayiv. Incredible. Whereas Amrava, Horig is a treifa pattern, just like before. If you kill a treifa, your pattern. So I said, this is pretty amazing. A treifa is considered to be halachically dead. And therefore, if you go ahead and you kill him, there is not liability for that. Treifa shagifnei beis and chayiv. Shagifnei beis and pattern. Oh, we'll say, watch this. What happens if a treifa kills someone? See, if you kill a treifa, your pattern, fine. What happens if a treifa kills someone? What's that like? Versus it depends. If the treifa killed someone because it's a Beis Din reporting to death, if you didn't kill in the presence of Beis Din, the treifa will be pater. What's the shot? Listen to this. If they Beis Din might have a chayiv ksib, it would be artara mikebecha. So also listen to this. If the treifa kills in the presence of Beis Din, essentially, how can Beis Din not act? How can they not act? They have to do something. Right? Beis Din saw Ruvain kill Shimon. Ruvain is a treifa. He's dead. But how can Beis Din not act when they go ahead and they see someone going ahead and doing something terrible? On the other hand, Shalom B'nei Beis Din, what do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. Sometimes we see things that are wrong. When I see things that are wrong, it could be I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help. Sometimes we see to ourselves, you know what, not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try to help. In this case over here, they can see someone doing something terrible. The guy's a treifa. He's halachic to be put as dead. I got it. Still have to do something. Never say, if you see something, do something, not just say something. If you see something, do something. The Rothschild says that everything that we see in this world, that we only see it because Kadosh Baruch Hu wanted me to see it. And if he wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now it's true. I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I can somehow be involved in some way. If you see it or if you hear it, it means that we probably want you to do something about it. You saw this guy really who the trade from shooting that into the trade cost. You still have to try to do something incredible. Now listen to this. Shalom if maybe. Well, let's say, Ruben killed Shimon. Ruben killed Shimon outside of Beis Din. So now what happens? They bring Ruben with trade cost. Ruben with Beis Din. So what's the halacha? Ruben's going to be pater. But you know why he's pater? Listen to this. It's an Eidos Shata Yachalaz. Because of us, remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, you have to have the ability to be able to. What happens ultimately again with 80 years old? You have reciprocal person. It's not going to work over here. Why? Because you're talking about a man who's already dead. So because you're testifying about a dead, therefore again the witnesses are not subject to our summer. Testimony that is subject to our summer by technicality. So you if one sodomizes a treifa, you're chayiv. The sodomizer is chayiv. Treifa shiraba b'fnei beis in chayiv, b'fnei beis in bater. But if a treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's the halacha? If he does it in the presence of Beis Din, he'll be chayiv. Not in the presence of Beis Din, he's bater. First of all, I'm going to say, if they Beis Din chayiv, in the presence of Beis Din, he's going to be chayiv. Why? Because once again, I will say, how can Beis Din not take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom b'fnei Beis Din bater. And not in the presence of Beis Din, you're bater. I should say, Ruben's bater, the treifa's bater. Why? The having the Eidos Shata Yachalazima. There's also what same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis Ruben. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not subject to Azama. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore again, there's no Azama possibility. Gemara says, 1 second. Hasulavri, same case. Why do you need both the case of sodomizing, right, and the case of murder? It's the same result. First murder says Hanuach. However, there's a treifa shrifa. You're right. The Kiddush case that they're both saying is actually one who sodomizes the treifa. That's the Kiddush of it. The Gemara says why? It's shrifa. Malgatima, the Havi command the Mishanish when you partner. I might have thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. I was saying, what's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse? Right? So if you don't know, it's okay, right? I'm actually happier you don't know, right? I'll say, so what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, potter. Potter, not good, right? But for myself, there's no liability. So I read a thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no fear there. Kamashwal them shum hanohu, but it's the no. Don't you know that as much as treifas are not considered dead, technically speaking, they're still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore again there's liability for that case. Rabbi says follows. Even she even treifa, but those who are in there, so witnesses who testify about a treifa and were then made into something are not put to death, is what we just said before. And the treifa shriek was moved thereof. So witnesses who testify about a treifa and then are found out to be liars are not put to death because again they're testifying about a dead man. But witnesses who themselves are treifas, right? Witnesses that themselves are treifas, who testify and are then found to be liars, can be put to death. Ravashi says no. I think either treifa in their rugged, but these she'iner b'zolame someone. No, even witnesses who are saying why sorry, even witnesses who are treifas cannot be made into Edom Zolman. Why? Listen to this. In order to be made into Edom Zolman, the witnesses who made you into Zolman themselves have to be into Zolman. But let's remember again, how do you become Edom Zolman? Right? Witnesses show up, you testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you could not have seen that because you were with us at that time. Well, in order for witnesses to be able to Zolman, the witnesses who make them into Zolman also have to be able to make Zolman. But the Zolman witnesses about traitors came into Zolman. Why? Because the witnesses that you're testifying about themselves are considered dead. So because the Mazinim, the witnesses who make them into Zolman cannot consolidate the Zolman, therefore, on a technicality, they can't be put to death. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, short trait, short chayim. Listen to this. What happens if Reuben has a shard? And Reuben's shard is a treifa. It's a treifa. Right? Ultimately, again, a Reuben's treifa shard kills someone. What's that halacha? It's chayiv. The shard shard and treifa shard pater. But if the owner is a treifa, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shard is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa, and the shard kills somebody's pater, which again, also makes sense because the owner is going to get. Nighttime was the reason. Amrikra has shard yisakel. The Pasuk says the shark will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. So essentially it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shark could be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shark is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a treifa, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shark can't be put to death either. Rashi says, no, I could do shark treifa nami, shark cutter. Even if the owner is totally fine. But the shark is a treifa, you also can't put the shark to death. Why not? Nighttime. Even the even biting in public TV, shark nami cutter, because essentially Rashi is going to say like this. In case where the owner himself will be cutter, right, the shark would also be cutter under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be cutter if he is a treifa, so therefore halacha l'maisa, the owner will also be pater. Sorry, since if the owner were a treifa would be pater, so too if the shark is a treifa, the shark will also be pater. Okay, incredible. Shisa was like that. So I'm Rabbi Yaakov. Shtinzo der Liga Aras Nachash and Shina from Omer. The Bika Makish beside the Nachash pater. So also we're going back to the Mishnah. What happened in the Mishnah? We had an interesting case of what happens if Reuben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon's hands. So what's the halacha? So in that case again, Rabbi Yehuda held that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're pater. Now what's the logic? The Gemara says. So Rabbi says like this. First thing we have to say is as follows: that in a snake, the poison, the venom is already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there. And therefore, Allah essentially, when Reuben comes, Reuben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into Shimon's hands. And therefore, again, Makish B'Sayiv, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv, right? Liable to death by beheading. The Nachash Pater. But ultimately, again, the Nachash is Pater. Don't get into the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. The Nachash didn't do anything. Because the venom is just already right there, very present. You're according to the Chachamim, Aras Nachash no, it's not true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Reuben is taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom. And therefore, it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, "The aras nachash miyatzmo u'maki lefichach nachash b'skila v'nachash pater." Therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, a snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Reuben is technically pater. Yes, and by the way that Rambam Paskin is halacha l'maisa, Rambam Paskin is ultimately like the Chachamim, that we don't view the venom as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake. And therefore, we view this case, even though Reuben himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Shimon. And therefore, technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not. And therefore, Shimon will not be executed again on gets off on a technicality. You know, we'll say, obviously very bad, but Lamais again, that's the halacha. Mishnah. Hamakis Chavero, being the Evan, being the Egrov, Bamgul and Mises. Reuben hits Shimon. He hits Shimon. Right? Either with a stone or with his fist. Now what happens? We'll say, Shimon doesn't die immediately. But Beis Din assesses, and Beis Din says, okay, Reuben definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay? Then what happens? The Hekel Menashahaya, with the Achim can't hit the base. Then what occurred? Then Shimon Baruch Hashem. Shimon Baruch Hashem had a shtickle recovery, right? He got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's this? What's the law? Is he in this case? So again, Ruvain injured Shimon, and Basin saw, okay, this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Like Shimon has a shtickle with Shimon, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now, when we say he dies, he's not going to get hit. He gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died like literally. We say as a result, ultimately, again, of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was this little bit of a flaw. So let's have a hug. But Yud Gemara says, Chayiv. Chayiv Tanakama says, ultimately, again, Ruin is going to be Chayiv for killing Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia or Panther Shagalai Madavar. And Nechemia says, no, it's not why. Rabbi Madavar means there's a proof. So proof that what? So proof that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained. Okay? Since he did have a little bit of this before Shimon. Okay, so that's another. It's not about as we Rabbi Nechemia, in Yaakov, this Halach B'chutz on Mishnah comes, so the pasuk says, Ruvain injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amish Anto. And the Gemara says that Amish Anto means of his own strength. So what's that? 78. And therefore again, Ruvain does not have liability. You know what? If you sell out a bank card, Shazam Harish for sure, so we'll say, why does the Torah have to tell me that if Halach when I say Shimon recovered, that Ruvain is not killed? Isn't that obvious? If really think of Shimon's very badly injured. But then Baruch Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and down, he's walking in the marketplace of his own volition. So Torah says, okay, we don't execute Ruvain. How do we don't execute? If Shimon's there walking around in the marketplace, of course we don't execute Ruvain. What's going on? We'll say, here we go. Elul, Zeh Shamdol Misa, the Hekdal Mashahaya, or the Achar Kar Hef Bid Meis Shuhu Pater. Rather, we'll say what the verse says, what's going to teach as follows. Then if we get into Shimon, Daisy says this was the kind of injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a shtickle before, and as a result of that before, what happens? Baruch Shimon has a little bit of what, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury, that Ruvain is potter. The Ruvain is potter. Essentially, what the saying, what the pasuk is teaching me is that after the injury, there is a shtickle before, there's a little of a Shimon. Even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, Ruvain is going to be potter. The Gemara says, Rabbanan, I've been knocking my gosh. So we'll say that's the kind of cover. What did Rabbanan do with the Shashon? Rami, Shechoshin also. This is very interesting. No, what it's just like this. We'll say in any case of injury, right, we're moving injuries to Shimon. And now, again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, the guy's going to recover. Beis Din incarcerates Ruvain until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? So that's the halacha. We incarcerate Ruvain until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia, Havi Shimon Nove, where does Rabbi Nechemia learn out incarceration? Which is, we learned this many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish legal code. Why? Because Chazal understood a long time ago, punishments are meant to be rehabilitated. That's the goal. Right? Either rehabilitated or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back and punish a member of society, or ultimately, again, you can't come back to society, or execute you, the punishment atones for your sin. So, in that way, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on a person. Right? This is not a condition. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. The only time we find incarceration is when we don't know what to do with the person. So, for example, the person just over here, moving into Shimon, is the injury going to result in death or not? We got to hold them. We got to hold them until we figure out what to do. Rabbi Nechemia, where does Rabbi Nechemia learn out the concept of incarceration? No, that's Makoshish. So also there was a case of Makoshish, right? Makoshish was the guy who gathered water, chopped wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. Remember again, the pasuk says, they incarcerated him. They didn't know what to do with him. So they learned that incarceration. Rabbanan did not from Makoshish. So I know Rabbanan also not from Makoshish. The Gemara says, Makoshish, no, Makoshish was different. reason they incarcerated the Koshik is they knew that they were going to execute it. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? How to execute it. That's different than in this case. In this case, when Ruben injures Shimon, we don't know what to do with him. Right? Is Ruben a murderer? Is Ruben not a murderer? It's a different kind of incarceration. I'm going to say, we'll stop over for today. We're going to pick up again with this study of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. We'll say, excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right, so look at where we began, and we'll say, and again, that light, tremendous accomplishment here. Go ahead, everyone. Let's have a great day, everyone. Go ahead, everyone. Off the wall.
That's the main reason people quit our shit is because they're like, I can't really wear something good. I come here to hate pretty check.
I played this in New York. No, I'm saying, I remember, it's close to anyone who's not suicide. Yeah, because the goal was to try to all that. And it really is just as hard fight together. First, there's no fight.
That would be funny to the people that are coming. That would be good. Rabbi said Aaron Hernandez. That's like some Dan Hernandez. I was like, who the fuck is Dan Hernandez? That was pretty good. Can you click, sir? I know it's for this.
All right, you want to say good morning? Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's great debate. Our annual Tommy Clark sponsor. Annual Tommy Clark sponsor for Patrick Taylor. The Texans Baba. We actually get to instructions this year for the schools of the sales centers for Hannes. Our sponsors for the North Bahama. Our banks and Toba County is lucky of the Hannes Father that we have cards, personal congratulations, Akori. Jesus is to our website and the seed and the green from permanent founders and every office to one music. Sexual starts on the rapper, the upper and matter, and all the shops have their families in the color, all of those people who shop for the cup colors when every 12 connection we go. All of our hostages in there will be sold to be successful, the whole and not safe. Also, we got to let us begin a lot to take care of Hashem. Einstein 77. We are picking up on Iron Level race to 76B, 12 down from the top. It's a new beautiful deal today. However, the person wants his neighbors, loves his neighbors, and the party is close, and his wife and begins his relatives close. The Hanoi says that's Asosa, and he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. The Amaba selling money, the shots don't go, and he lends money to one person at a time that the other is struggling. Allah Tashabana, as Zikra, La Shamiana. When you call out, how can you respond because harmful is to say, I really beautiful Kumara. Considering times that we went through life, we were wondering what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? But what do I want to know? I want to know that when I reach out to others, what I'm doing. And they want to know that when I need something, they don't know what I'm supposed to do. So, what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsibility? Responsiveness. Right? Responsiveness is not the responsibility, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that I'm responsible to be there for me? So beautiful says, because I can do this for years. So it's the phone that is success. Someone who loves neighbors. What's neighbors? Which means what's interesting about your neighbors is, although to a certain degree, you can try to choose them, right? You can choose where you live. Once you go ahead and move somewhere, you definitely can't control who lives around you. But what's after that? What's after that? How does Kilma? Someone who brings your relatives close. Certainly, you can't choose your relatives. Maybe certain relatives you can choose. But a lot of relatives you don't choose. So what's the coming around here? Coming around here is a person who's able to get along with other people. A person who's able to go to close relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. You are an agreeable person. By raising Basako, so it's the same idea. Now let's say now you actually this you see things in Islam or the Khazals, almost like focus on marrying one's sister brother and leaving aside the actual marriage of the niece. If you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and enemies. So if you notice in life that sometimes the most difficult, sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest to you. Like those are the most challenging relationships. You have to think, of course you get along with your family. Like of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, it's actually sometimes it's the people that are closest to you that you have the most difficult time forging a meaningful relationship with you. So I could be the kind of person I would go from outside the circle to inside the circle. Who to get along with my neighbors, who to get along with my relatives, who to get along again with my spouse, right? With Chazal are telling you guys, the system is if I can do that, if I can also, what does it take to build relationships in life? What does it take? Well, you don't have everything. And I quote this in many pages, okay, these are long answers to this cover, because it takes a lot of things. But I think on the most basic level, the primary thing it takes to build relationships in life is factualness. Willingness to yield. A willingness to yield. Like Rabbi Nachman writes, I've quoted this many times, but that's not Rabbi Nachman. Tony Lehios Rothschild. He told us it's good to be Mavata. It's good to yield. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything you know. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give it to the other because it's just not worth the fight when you think about it. In each and every one of these relationships, you need to be wrapped up. You want good living relations? You want good living relationships? What do you need? What do you need? You need to try to be a back. Why? Because at some point in time, you need it. Trash out or the trash is going to your road, or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and finds itself, nestles itself in your backyard for months and months of time. It just could happen. Again, right? So the nice stuff, if you want to have relationships with your neighbors, that's it. If you want to have relationships with your family, you have to be about that. You want to have some bias with your life, you have to learn how to be about it. You have to learn how to yield. Otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And my sense, if you're the kind of person who creates relationships with others, that's what he says, I promise I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'm not going to take with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you call out to me as Tikran, you call out to me, and I shall go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last thing is because the way to do that on your case is the Hamalva Seven on your Shas. So the way it's understood is you're lending money to an army at a time that an army is having difficulty. So think about this last night, which was just lazy and late. It doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean an army who's struggling? By definition, if you're an army, then what? Then you're struggling. So maybe it means like this. Hamal that army doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling army. What it means is you lend money to Shastra to come even when it's really struggling. It's talking about the lender. It's talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah. And it's easy to be the backer. It's all the same about this. What's tzedakah? Tzedakah is being dealing with your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. And why should I give it away? That's the only thing about that. You have to have emotional virtualness and you have to have financial virtualness. So I'm the kind of person who is financially without the financial giving, and I help another person out even when I'm having a difficult time. You know, as Chazal said, you're that kind of person. You're the doctor for people, you're the doctor emotionally, you're the doctor financially, you're giving, you're giving. His Lord Jesus, if that's the kind of person you are for others, I promise I'll be there for you as well. Incredibly well. All right, let's go back here. Then okay, so let's back to Shaifa. Also, that's so Shaifa says over here, quoting, this is the Isha Shalika as Isha, the as Ima Zimani. So this is if a man marries a woman and her mother. So it's Ishias, right? She's thrown to also the as hen. So this is interesting. He'll be burned by fire, Shaifa. Also, him, the perpetrator, the as hen, plural. Now, once you have the Kashnis, the first time over here is once you marry to Rachel, right? Once you marry to Rachel, you can marry Rachel's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. There wasn't who's punishable by Sreifa. It doesn't Rachel didn't do anything. Right? Rachel just married Reuben. The fact that Reuben goes to marry Rachel's mother, that's how Reuben and the mother. So why does it say that Reuben and Esther and them, plural, especially after the death, that can't be what it means. So the word says as follows. So I don't know about Osavia as well. Osavia as Afro the Shema. The following the meaning that Reuben is put to death with one of these women, i.e. the mother-in-law. But again, Kiva says, Osavia Shea. And Kiva says, no, it means him and both of them. So what's going on over here? Not a head. So what exactly is it? What exactly is going to focus over here? I'm not buying much more. Today should be coming out. What's the much focus over here? How did I see the puzzle? How so? But the Shema Saba, Osavia as him. Once it says, right, you say that we go ahead and we put to death Reuben and then plural, also the S alphas with him. The reading is S hen doesn't mean both of them. S hen means alphas means contraction. One of them, one of the women. She gave the Russian money, calling the alphas Hira because of her being Greek. The word for one is Hira. Same number, so S hen is one of them. The end come also, Midrash Asya, and it looks like this possibly is not and ultimately the mother-in-law is learned up in a different Joshua. That he give him Saba, also yes, and what is that? Also yes, Stehen. So it means him and both of them, living in both of them. The king comes to help like Siba, and again, the Shmo's going out the prohibition. Sorry, that the leader going out the prohibition of the mother-in-law, but mother-in-law's mother, the mother-in-law's mother from this particular household. Rabbi says, no, the other condition is something else. Chamosula Anthony Kidney. And I think this is what says, what is the size of the mother-in-law after the other wife? So again, Reuben is married to Rachel passed. So obviously, Reuben is married to Rachel, so Reuben is married to Reuben's mother-in-law, Rachel's mother is different to him. What happened when Rachel dies? Does the mother-in-law prohibition still remain? So the Shmuel said, Chamosula Anthony Kidney. So the Shmuel says, yes. In fact, the mother-in-law prohibition remains even after they collect the point, and the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Saba is still up. The old is only listen. Only listen. It's awesome, but it's not straight up. Okay, the most like that leads to a conclusion. I will assume you are the straight up. Says the Mishnah. They were already. You have to know that. Learn to already that one. Let's go from straight up to Herod. Herod never did his decapitation, but killing someone with sword. So they leave behind the Herod. These Herod people were put to death today. The other word for Herod is sight. Sight, and classically is called Herod decapitation with the sword. So these people who are killed with the sword, what? Number one, I would say somebody murdered someone else. Okay, legendary Daphos. Legendary Daphos is a city which worshipped that Moses. So I want to say that was a city which put to death. Killed by silence. Let's say actually that's the heaven of the Bible. Or a murderer who killed someone, killed his friend, with a a stone or wood fire. The Kavash Allah Sokamai was an easy solution. I think it's very interesting. Now, Kavash also Sokamai means he holds his friend's head under the water. And so he holds his friend's head under the water. And it's a power. Or he holds his friend in fire. I mean, not in friends, but you're saying so you always are. Where's the benefit? It always struck me. It is also that but it is interesting that because all the Torah stuff also does this. That whenever somebody shows you use for someone else, someone else, and so it's fascinating to see to do in general. Like Rabbi writes that when one commits it every every always has like a twofold component to it. On the way, there's the academic, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. And in the moment that I could have been doing that, the moment of doing everything, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss and which they it's true for person as well. Like for every person that I call, and for every enemy, it could have been a friend. It could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah got good first. So you have movements, King Jimmy, putting his head under water. And then it calls him the Aiden, right? And then giving a peace, right? So there's that duality, there's that obvious, that part of mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so holding the fire, ending up a lot of us, we show videos, but it's now we're seeing this, and Jimmy is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Fire. Ultimately, everybody is going to be fired for this. That's an active bloodshed. Another case. Some forms of command are so called. The Akadar was mission. What happens if Ruben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire? And ultimately, again, Shimon could have gotten up. Could have gotten up, but he didn't. He makes any guys. Potter, in this case, Ruben and Potter. So also, this is quite fascinating. Even though Ruben pushed Shimon into the water, even though Ruben pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Ruben is not liable. She supports a color. If again, Ruben was having sights a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he decides to bite Shimon. Oh, she's going to tell us as I Nachash. Potter, oh, Potter. Why? Because this is going to be a case of lava. This is causation. Because in this case over here, Ruben is creating force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though again, Ruben growled it out. So you should pause and Nachash. What happens if you look at the snake? What if you don't hold the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into sugar? That was an interesting enough. It's the venom that kills Shimon, not Ruben. What's the halacha here? So he knows what Ruben is fighting, but he decides that in that case, that's direct law. And therefore Ruben's going to be fighting. But the Chavi culture, come on the other hand, say that Ruben is going to be punished. I was not allowed to talk about any sugar. Let's see if you are Shmuel. If we now don't know my yeah, without some, which is very interesting. That would be actually, it's actually the last short lawyer in actually, when I marry out. Imagine that the other yard of the tree is yard. So it's like in the Sukkot what talks about killing someone. The lesson of the pasuk is if Ruben kills Shimon the Evan Yat. Now, what that means is literally putting a stone and holding his hand. But what we really mean to understand is that Yat means that you have the ability to kill someone with that heaven. In other words, our locals are going to see that in order to be reliable for going ahead and killing someone, I'm not going to let us off. I think that you kill the person, that's the capable of believing the death blow. It is not being believing the blow. If I go ahead and I think that heaven is heaven, you don't think that heaven is a little devil. It throws it at Shimon. It does that Shimon. And somehow, and again, under many circumstances, very often if you look at what someone, like a opinion, but in order to believe that it Shimon in the way, however it is, and it dies, you can come and be fighting for that. Because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause death. So that's why I told you he's lucky of Yad by heaven and by leads. So the Lord says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of Yad by Adam, but it's in Shabbat and in B'choshu? Because ultimately, again, Bars are different. Bars are different. That when it comes to when it comes to when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, so sorry, when it comes to iron has a unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shield. So the Lord says, Rabbi writes, so Rabbi Omer Rabbi says, Kaveh Diodor Zeh Yisha'ala, Yisha'ala V'haya Olam. So we know the V'akosh Baruch, Shabbat means B'choshu, that iron has the ability to kill even the smallest amount. Therefore, if you got one little Torah from shear, therefore Torah is with a shear. What's in it? What's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabbat means B'choshu, the third line on the bottom. I the Triva, Shetok, Lord Nahat, the Dashat over the God. That because iron could stab, so because iron could stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't use the lashon of yad. Yad means that normally the item used to kill someone has to have a shield in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, however, when I say even without a shield, ultimately it's going to be liability. The Hanuyis, the guys in the West, but this is also in the West, this is also in the Halacha. When I saw one went ahead and he was unfortunately not going to be free. Okay, the conversation was something like, it was an scenario in which I said, the food that was involved to swim under the water was liability to that. So the nurse was like this, the nurse was like, shut up, and said, how much more on? The secret was much more on. Both the religion is in the beginning and the right side, both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the Rothschild made this question. In the first case, Mishnah teaches us a condition. The lot in the duckfall, given the Yahweh lost the shine who means Chaim. So it's the increase number one in Mishnah. Let's keep the word. Keep the one is what giving holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, even in sky. What's the Kiddush there? The Kiddush there is how did she get into the water? I don't know. But we didn't put it there. But we didn't put it there. Right? So in other words, the Kiddush in the creation is even though Shimon already in the water, we didn't put it there. But Shimon comes, sorry, Shimon comes up to the water. Right? You didn't get into the water. Shimon is in the water. Even comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. He's liable for that. Even though even in that case there, safer of this approach, well, what's the condition safer? Apagab Yudafon, keeping the Apollos, which remains part of the condition of the safer is, remember what's happening in safer? Even pushed Shimon into the water. Let's see now again, and let's say Shimon dies. Shimon has the ability to get himself out of the water, but he didn't do so. Even though he was already in the water because Reuben pushed him there, Reuben will not be liable. Incredible. How much we are? They say, how do you make the liability for holding someone's head under the water, or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, but here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Reuben, sorry, Shimon may already be in the water. Or you shouldn't already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuben holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire, that Reuben is liable? Very true. There's no more stuff. Pasuk says, Obeyva. Or if Reuben treats Shimon animosity or hatred, so much of it, Obeyva Hikol. If he hits him with hatred or animosity, the Ravos is having something. So this goes ahead and includes the times that it wasn't what the sunset means. Literally again, constricting. The sunset means holding someone in a place. In this case over here, holding Shimon's head under the water, or holding Shimon in the fire. And this is a true scripture has to be this as well. But it's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's involved? The sunset. There's another sunset means sometimes when you constrict a person, you constrict a person, you don't allow a person to move, you don't allow, I don't mean physically, but this is not physically. And sometimes, especially in relationships, we back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the thing they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them, is censoring. When you constrict a person, that's evil. It's animosity. It's animosity. so much of life, so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural desire, whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's not what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you examine someone, when you construct to someone, you know, that's it. That's it. Incredible. Oh, God. Story. There was a guy doing some other things in the congregation, shouting himself. So Ruben had Shimon's animal. And what did Ruben do? Ruben tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. Heat exposure. The animal died. So what's that about? Rabbi Rabbi said that the guy was Potter. And before Ruben, but Kabbalah said he was Potter. Okay, so what's going on here? But Rabbi so this is a place why. Kabbalah. Well, not only actually also will show you easy when it comes to murder or accidental murder. It's not the same thing as an intentional one. But always Galatzon and extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yes, high was on the something. And so let's say, so we know that when it comes to murder, even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Always is not the same thing as Ratzon. You ever say, what's the halacha? If you keep a person, if you didn't keep Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? He's chayiv. So again, Rabbi wants to suggest that Allah in this case over here, where you didn't tie up Shimon's animal, so Shimon's animal did not move out of the sun, and God is a result of the exposure, Ruben is going to be chayiv. So he talked about his anger and his seeking. Someone showed me amazing moments. I was saying, I remember when it comes to Nizikin, when it comes to damages, now what talk about damages? It wasn't just not damages, accidental damages as intentional. Always is the same thing as Ratzon. Why? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating not phrase, but the operating concept of Nizikin? Adam Muad Yomah. A person is always responsible for his actions. So the person, when it comes to damages, you say, oh, so it was an accident. Okay, I forgive you. They are. Right? Oh, it was always extenuating circumstances. I understand. They are. You're always responsible for damages. That's what you're covered, which is very interesting. So that when it comes to taking a life, so when there's a distinction between intentional and unintentional, always and not so, get your chayiv for confining someone, right? If Ruben holds Shimon's hand in the water, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, if Ruben ties Shimon's hand in the sun, and the animal dies, Ruben's going to be chayiv for that. Zachar says, no, it's partly why. Amr Shasha might time out the Abdullah, the Abba. Because why is it that ultimately Rabbi Shashi, the Abba, I have his partner, why is that? On the crack, most will not get, let's say, so it's the Pasuk says that the neighbor will be put to death. Let's say, the Chayav Lord Mitzamsin, the Ezekiel and the Chayav Lord Mitzamsin. So ultimately, the Shashi is fascinating. The Acha is like this. The Gila Mitzamsin is one that is brought up by Ezekiel, by damages. Sorry, excuse me. The idea Mitzamsin is one that is brought up by Rothschild, as far as I understand. Ultimately, again, the Gila Mitzamsin is not brought up by Ezekiel. Which is what I want to point out. Remember, we just learned how to how do you know that you're tied from Mitzamsin? How do you know that you're tied for confining someone in a situation which results in no death? So remember, he called the adult the Amos. Remember, that's talking about piece of murder. So the Acha will say, the concept of the sunset is not brought down in the case of murder. It's not brought down in the case of Ezekiel, and therefore it doesn't apply. There's one says, this is really quite fascinating. Just understand that this fundamental point is over here. So according to Rabbi, the only time the time for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own car. But let's say in this case, where you don't take Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move and the animal dies, but that has been said, no time for that. That's not good. It's not good. And good, actually, I don't doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that shouldn't cause under those circumstances. So fundamental progress. So again, the Rabbi understands that the din of mitzvah applies both by bloodshed as well as by nezikin. The Akka, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by nezikin. Incredible. Another example, I'll tell you this how we go along. So I love for myself. I love myself. The other constants like Rabbi, that he held up with Samson Israel, both by bloodshed and by nezikin. So therefore, again, the Reuben ties at the same time on the sun. The Israel was going to buy heat exposure, and without heat exposure, ultimately Reuben's high. Now, we have a couple of other things here we have to qualify the rest of this now. But just understand, nugget number one is asking like that's not number one. I love nuggets so far. But nugget number whatever, don't be touching it, Rabbi. Nugget Rabbi, that one is tied from something, from confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, by Osea, as well as by nezikin damages. Okay, let's go back to Amurabba. Cup set means project. Very interesting. What happens if you don't tie to Shimon, and Shimon guys are starting to forever 5 years later, Shimon has no food, no water, no rest, because Rabbi had to be there, and Shimon dies. So that says that Reuben's potter. The rest of that, what you said, very strange cause. What's the line? But I can make it Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kapsel is better. The Ishar Shekapsel, in the guy Harita. Va'alav Abame Ilov, the whole Kasha, La'achas Man Kol Shah, the family that something in mind of what the heck is it? Essentially, now everybody has been that with something, holding someone in place, and then dying as a result of being held in versus high. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the effect. So, for example, Reuben holds Shimon's heart under water. That is Reuben's really high. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there present. And you see that in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben tied Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. The sun is there. But in the case, let's say Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be tied. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up, Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he was there, but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Right? There was no death force. So because there was no death force, then there is no technical knowledge. Obviously, when I select for this part, I'm separating from the facts mind upon moving to what he's done. We're talking about in a very technical, realistic framework, is the liability or not? Because he execute moving from what he did. Yes, it's a very important principle. In order to be highly flexible in something, or confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Hamarava, another example. Hamarava, Kaf Sabakama Unis, Sino Unis Chayiv. If we didn't tie Shimon up, and we tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or we tied him up in the freezing cold, ultimately, and then Shimon dies, ultimately, again, so we didn't think he tied him. But on the other hand, so Chama level, so Sino level, let's say, even ties Shimon up at night. And at night, it's fine, there's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, that time it gets to be red, Shimon's going to die heat exposure, so you're going to talk to why. So I get why. Because at the time that we didn't tie Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be Potter. So Kamalago, so Sunalago, Potter, incredible. So you might say, Ramalago, says, Kapsa is Nari. So this is very interesting. If we don't tie Shimon up in front of a lion, Potter, that's very fascinating. Look at this Potter. But let's say, why is that? You have to look at Rashi. Rashi's very cross. Kapsa of Nari Potter, you can Nari lo haya kapos, lo haya yakala hatzas on the Nari. Never say, that has to be straight. But this is fascinating. Why? Because I always say, clinical tests have shown that chances of survival with a lion whether you're bound or not bound are non-existent, right? Rabbi says the chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's interesting. So Rabbi says, if we didn't put, I was saying, the idea that you're going to see this, that reminds me, I remember again, with the wild animal, we saw this in the Mishnah, about Shisabas citing the dog. Those cases seem a lot more like drama, like causation, because it's not even killing children, but rather what it is, it's the line of killing children. It's the fact that we're going to have tight shit up, okay, it's chances we're going to have to be untied. So on one side, it's better. What happens then, we're going to see, but I'm not asking them, things like that actually tight. But again, we'll see from the Rama says, because of Harry Potter, you're two shit tight. So it's kind of interesting. If we don't get tied to shitting up, institution, what are institution are naps. So this was a person could die as a result of prolonged nap state. There's something, some disease in there that left you action. So the next one said, what's the idea over here? Because if you was untied, what could he do? But she points out you could shoot it away. Shoot it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up now, that ultimately results in death. So as Rashi says, even with meditation on the part, Rashi says, no, even with meditation, even with naps, he's still going to be proper. Why? How do you think that I'm because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does he work with the gnats? This gnat comes, this gnat goes, right? So again, it causes it. It's the collective gnat that goes ahead and causes his death. But again, the death force is not present at the time that he's tied up. Incredible. So again, I'm not giving you the conversation before. You want to be tied from the sunset. So you establish number one, you're tied from the sunset, both by receiving or by Nisa, by Isaiah, as well as by receiving. You got to number two, you're only tied from the sunset if the death force is present at the time that you're tied up the individual. Incredible. So let's go back here. Says Kappa is very true. Let's say you took sugar, you took a barrel. You took a barrel over sugar. Like not put sugar over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over sugar. Or actually says over here, actually right across, to the right, Kappa Divis, Divis Ba'abla. And all looking again, apparently the issue with going ahead and putting the barrel over someone is suffocate. Over time, it will suffocate. So it's called like Divis. It's called that nice or shouldn't sleep. And what does it do? It goes ahead and opens up a piece of the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while shivers sleeping. And that's what it does. Rashi says that we are God. So I don't know if that's Shema Sima. But the Shema, he opens up the ceiling and cold air comes in. So all the other end, so not hopeless. Never knows in it. One says Chayyim, one says Potter. That's what it is. The start of the Rabbi is not the Potter. So it's like the conscious, Rabbi is the one who says Potter, while the Rabbi says the Potter. The Rabbi, Kaf so it means Bilal Potter. Then the Rabbi said, Rabbi just said that if we ties Shimon up, and Shimon really dies of starvation, that really is Potter. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time of the practice in these cases as well. But really supports the really goes ahead and puts the battle of the Shimon again. Right now, he's air. Right now, he's air. But when he opens up the ceiling, right now, there's a draft. But in the night second, one can have the death force is not present. And therefore, it may be part of this case as well. These ones are not necessarily to stand in the zero. Maybe not. Maybe this brings up to zero. How so? How so? The Gemara says, I'm sorry, to say that zero is a potter. Maybe it's not zero is a potter. Why? What is it? So the answer is, how do you know the idea of having the base of the shisha? If someone takes his friend, right? He takes his friend into a house with the mother, again, the fact that the base of the shisha, ששש בגלל שבהבר האור והרי לחובות עצמם. A house that is modeled airtight. So Ruben puts Shimon in an airtight home. The obvious struggle is, and then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon lies, and Shimon lies rest alcohol. Ruben this is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why do you by lighting the candle, what does Ruben do? What does Ruben do? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he's responsible for the death of Shimon. Yet you understand that with Shraga. And the reason his head is because he actually lit the candle, which in the first instance had not lit the candle, but it just put Shimon in an airtight hole. And I love that I see you don't get tired. Right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the man says, thank God that there's Shraga. The reason everything is high in the candle. How will ultimately Shraga low? If you do not have the candle, you're not the tired. So people are really right for flexibility. To which the man says, not necessarily. Shasam, looks like, no, it's not necessarily to tired. I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, the low struggle of us, is using airtight home. You say that most of it is the keeping of the candle goes ahead and somehow also keeps the air. So kind of the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, Shimon would have been just fine. And for some prolonged amount of time, but it would have been fine. But Maska up with the shite the other days. Haka, in the case over here, see, of the battle, the battle is the Lord shall be very Maska up with the shite. So it's interesting enough. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says some of the cases are not being forgotten. Hassan will not struggle with us, but without the future air, we're not starting that time. But Hassan, here, the Lord struggle not in Maska out with the Shakta. But over here, ultimately, you're going to be without the chair. Without the chair, the future air begins. So last Maska, last Maska, to compare both cases, there wasn't interestingly enough, the Lord's Maska in this case over here. So, what comes out of here is not focus. Right, so Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right, well, so Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof, right, then it becomes cold. So what is the halacha? What is the halacha? It's not focus. Now, the only focus is ultimately who says what. But it's clear that there is a fundamental focus as to whether or not, again, there is liability in this particular case. So it's like, in this case, we'll have to see exactly what happens. In this case, is a little bit different because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate. It's prolonged. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the barrel, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not an impact. So we'll see this case in Red Hashem what we do with this case, because this is kind of a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case, we've got the Rambam, and Red Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halakhic view for us. We'll just point out how incredibly striking this lashon over here is. That Kafa Gigis, right? So what happens? So Ruben is putting Shimon a barrel at Kafa. So right, the lashon was Kafa Gigis. Ruben goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This lashon is very reminiscent. It's very reminiscent. It's the same lashon that the Gemara in the second Shabbos uses for our Sinai. Right, that the Gemara says the beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara, who lifted up the mountain over us and once held it over us contagious like a barrel. So what's fascinating about a barrel? There's a good information here. Go to the inside of a barrel, you know. Unless it gets over in front of you, apparently you can suffocate inside of a barrel. Inside of a barrel. The devotion of it is telling us something very important. Sometimes a person could feel like you're suffocating in your state. It can happen. The person feels overwhelmed, ultimately by the responsibilities, overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon our shoulders. But sometimes this Torah can ultimately feel overwhelming. It's almost as if I can respond to it validating that because someone says, oh, I'm almost like this, I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing. But the reality is, it feels very overwhelming for you. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And emotional is saying, I get it. I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at times it can be beautiful, at times it can be inspiring, and at times it can actually be suffocating. That's the end of the life. It's the end of the life. It's like, sometimes when someone is struggling with something, saying that there's a great phrase called toxic positivity. But what toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, and we all know people like this. When you're struggling with something, you go to them, what do they say? What do they say? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's your offering your reaction to that person? I would be going to kill you, whatever it is, right? Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I've been around. I know I'm not going to, I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you right now. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. You're sweet. It's going to be shut up. Like, I know. I understand. I got it, right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. So I don't feel like that. It's wrong. I'm strong. I'll understand you. I'll understand you. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me anything. Just tell me. It must be really hard. And I'm so sorry for you looking for. There's something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. I think it was like a guidance with me like that. Where do we learn this at? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is really toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just, empathy and just be there for this first article. Comment how you do this. Because I got it. This total thing, this huge kind of thing, it's big. It's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. Okay, but you can do it, right? But you can do it. I got it. Just know, I'm not going to let you. Just know that at the end of the day, I'm the one because I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. I have been responsible for holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibilities may feel so very overwhelming. That's what I think. Second, Duck Thunderball is very interesting. Duck Thunderball is one of our trees. Really pushes shit into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So never again, just as they were talking over there. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pig also has a head, right? A pig, we've seen this before, since like in our public comedies. That a pig has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, the shitty things in the pig is still die. The good news is, there's a ladder. There's a ladder. But what happens? People have a silver. But what happens? Just like the common events. Even if there's just shitty into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. We brought out the silver. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. He cut the silver. Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuben is Potter. Why is Reuben Potter? But even at the Shachim, Yochanan was seen. What I say, the top over here is, as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? Remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So it's just to show, just to even also it's more dramatic there, right? So the moment, Reuben's going to Shimon at the the line is there. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon gets the ground to the pit, Reuben takes out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to try it. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the most of the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with bad people. Rashi says, Rashi says, tell them to say that. Tell them if he also says that. But even if the Shaji left alone, the Father of Israel, we should see it from us as the beginning together to help them. So it's expecting since at the time that we didn't push Shimon, the ladder was there. Even Reuben himself didn't take the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground. Ultimately, again, Reuben is under the title. Incredible. So family of Rothschild, similar to Zot, it's just it's a really shot an arrow at shooting at a shield. Shield. What happened that long is someone that actually shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. After the root part of it up, or even if it himself took the shield, Potter, you really thought the light, even if you shot your way yourself, see the delay. For next thing remember, everything is determined at the moment that you shot the arrow. And at the moment that you shot the arrow, what was the materials? What was the materials? What was the materials? Shooting cannot be run by the arrow. So therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act in which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore the game was not going to be fighting. Even as again, let's say the other person fast, he shoots the arrow, and so happens is that he goes and grabs Shimon's shield. So now the arrow kills Shimon. When Jim Butler, it was at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. So let's say this how another case. Another case. Rabbi, Zot case is this. Let's say we don't shot an arrow at Shimon. The someone in the other. But it's okay. Because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. Only for an arrow, I guess the arrow was going to pierce him. And the time which he had accepted everything he wanted, the boundaries of the moon, and it would have just fine. Okay? So after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the root got the medication, or even himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately didn't hear about the lie. But if you get shot that way, you're always found as Hama. Most of all the same thing. In order to be high in blood, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. And at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and then shot the arrow. And even if he would himself removed it, still going to be bottom line, because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. All about you, but I just don't need someone to show. The truth is, even if, like, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available to watch the case, right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. Then you somebody like, what happens? I love for myself. At the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the same remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon did have the same remedy. What's that? On the outside of the Zakai. In that case, ultimately, Reuben is not going to be Chayiv. So listen, interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But see, Halacha saw he didn't get the remedy before Reuben was brought to the Torah. So the Halacha Reuben will not be Chayiv. I was going to stop it for today. There's much more again. We're just throwing out all of these cases right now. So tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible, tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone.
My time was coming to an end because Rabbi and he's I'm just like these dudes. I'm like the guys. I'm like the girls. I'm just having fun like coasting. So sometimes also I was doing keep the mom, which is all bullshit. That was like my pattern. I was just like roasting the pattern every Tuesday, Thursday. And I got all right, well, say good morning. Good morning, Baruch incredible schluss. To be able to continue in our journey of Sanhedrin, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Tavshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpacha. We are dedicating all the Shemini Tashis this year in the schluss of the Saros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba meaning Tova, Tarian Zin, Rabbi Maria for his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Herschel Ben Yosef Ahoy,
on the occasion of his 12th yahrzeit, or sorry, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael Zevon the Racha, Belkan, and Merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shabbos Havariyah, the families in the Chalom, all of those who need our foolish Shabbat, the Kol Israel, may have 12 minutes to move home. All of our hostages, and may our holy soldiers be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudin. Once with that, let us continue to learn to pray Baruch Hashem. About today's daf is Ayin Zayin 77. We are picking up on Ayin Zayin on the days 76, 12 lines down from the top. Tanrabaran. Some really beautiful Gemara today. Tanrabaran. Ha'oy v'shchinav. Person who loves his neighbors. Loves his neighbors. Namakari v'skrobov. And he goes ahead and he brings his relatives close. The Hano says Bas Afosa. And he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. Gamalda Saralani, Shastovko, and he lends money to a poor person at a time that the other is struggling. Allah Omer as Tikra Dashayane. When you call out, have these powerful words. Those powerful words. So I really unbelievable. So many times that you go through life and we're wondering what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? Well, what do I want more than anything? I want to know that when I reach out to my coach, right? I want to know that when I need something that he almost is going to be there. So what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsibility? Responsiveness. Right? Responsibility is not responsibility, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that a Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to be there for me? So what's the formula for success? Someone who loves his neighbors, which means once you know what's interesting about your neighbors is although to a certain degree you can try to choose them, like you can choose where you live. Once you go ahead and move somewhere, you definitely can't control who lives around you. Right? What's after that? What's after that? Nukadi's Global. Someone who brings his relatives close. You certainly can't choose your relatives. Maybe there's certain relatives you can choose. But a lot of relatives you don't choose. What's the common denominator here? The common denominator is the person is able to get along with other people. The person is able to go to forge relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. You are an agreeable person. Diagnosis is basafo, so it's the same idea. I was saying that actually the truth is this you see more about Chazal's almost like focused on marrying one piece. Leaving aside the actual marriage of a niece. The idea, if you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and enemies. So you notice in life that sometimes the most difficult, sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest. Those are the most challenging relationships. You like to think, of course you get along with your family. Right? Of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, that's actually sometimes the people that are closest to you that you have the most difficult time working in meaningful relationship with you. So I could be the kind of person that would go right from outside the circle to inside the circle. Who could get along with my neighbors? Who could get along with my relatives? Who could get along again with my spouse? Right? With Hazal told me as sister of if I could do that, if I could never say, what does it take? What does it take? I thought it was a many cases. There's no wrong answer to this, right? It's a lot of things. But I think on a most basic level, the primary need that it takes to go through relationships in life is willingness to yield. A willingness to yield. Rabbi Nachman writes, I've quoted this many times, but that's why Rabbi Nachman told Lihios Lachon. Told us it's good to be mevaker. It's good to yield. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything your way. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give in to the other because it's just not worth the fight. And if you think about it, in each and every one of these relationships, you need to be mevaker. You want good neighborly relations? You want good neighborly relations? What do you need? You need to try to be mevaker. Why? Because at some point in time, your neighbor, whatever they're going to do, they're going to trash out, you're alone. or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and finds itself, messes itself in your backyard for a month and every time. It just could happen. It could happen, right? So myself, if you want to have relationships with your neighbors, that's one. You want to have relationships with your family, you have to be mevakar. You want to have shalom bayis with your wife, you have to learn how to be mevakar. You have to learn how to yield. Otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And Gemara says, if you're the kind of person who can create relationships with others, the Rothschild says, I promise I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'll have a relationship with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you call out to me as Tikra, you call out to me, and Hashem will go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last one is the only. It was like it's interesting because the way to read that only case is the Hamalva Sela La'ani B'Shas Dochko. So the way it's understood is you're lending money to an ani at a time that an ani is having difficulty. So I was looking at this last night. Realized, but it doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean an ani is struggling? By definition, if you're an ani, then what? Then you're struggling. So maybe it means like this. Hamal as ani b'shas doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling ani. What it means is you lend money to shas even when you're struggling. You're talking about the lender. You're talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah, and it's easy to be mevakar. There's all the simita of atreus. What's tzedakah? What's tzedakah? Tzedakah is being yielding with your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? That's what it means to be mevakar. You have to have emotional struggles, and you have to have financial struggles. So if I'm the person who is financially mevakar, financially yielding, and I help another person out, when I'm Gemara says, Chazal say you're that kind of person. You're mevakar for people. You're mevakar emotionally. You're mevakar financially. You're yielding. You're giving. If that's the kind of person you are for others, I promise I'll be there for you as well. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. No. Okay, so was back to straight up. Also, there's except over here, quoting this is the Isha Shalika Isha Zimoni. So this is if a man marries a woman and her mother. So it's very slow to also that's head. So this is interesting. They'll be burned by fire straight up. Also, him, the perpetrator, the as hen, plural. I will say, now the Pashtus, the first telling me over here is once you're married to Rothschild, right? Once he was married to Rothschild, he can't marry Rothschild's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. They will say, who's punishable by Sreifa? It doesn't Rothschild do anything, right? Rothschild just married Ruvain legally. In fact, everything that he goes to marry Rothschild's brother, that's how Ruvain and the mother. So why does it say that Ruvain and Esken and them, plural, both women, are put to death? That can't be what it means. So the word says as follows. So I come up on Soviet Esken, or Soviet as Achos and Rabbi Shmuel. No, Rabbi Shmuel means that Ruvain is put to death with one of these women, i.e. the mother-in-law. And the Rabbi Kiva says, or Soviet Esken. Rabbi Kiva says, no. It means him and both of them. So it's not over there. What exactly is it? I'm not buying much more. What's the much more? This will be how to catch the apostle. Also, the Rishmal Sava, also the Eshen, for us it says, right, that you say that we go ahead and put the death moving, and then plural, also the Es Achas. The reading is Eshen, doesn't mean both of them. Eshen means Achas, one of them, or one of the women. She gave the mushroom the money, holding the Achas because apparently indeed the word for one is Hina. Same up, so S N one of them. The Ein Chamo. So Midrash Asya, and I will say this pasuk is not it. And ultimately again the mother of his mother-in-law is learned that from the different Rasha. And the Kiva Saba, Osobi S N. What does that mean? Osobi S Shtei. So it means him and both of them. What does it mean both of them? And again, Rabbi Shmuel is running out the prohibition. Sorry, Rabbi Akiva is running out the prohibition of mother-in-law, No. Mother-in-law's mother, thank you. Mother-in-law's mother from this particular pasuk. Rava says, no, the point of contention is something else. Mostly the Aham Machlokes Rava says, what is the status of the mother-in-law after the death of the wife? So again, Ruben's married to Rachel. So obviously, when Ruben's married to Rachel, so Ruben's mother-in-law, Rachel's mother is very interesting. What happens when Rachel dies? Like, does the mother-in-law property still remain? And if the cross, the most often is the cross is yes. In fact, the mother-in-law property remains even after death, like to the point that the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Savar Yisrael Rabbi and old is only in Isser. You see, only in Isser. It's Aser, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, it looks like that brings to a conclusion our study on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah, until later. So we go from Sreifa to Herod. Herod, remember, again, is right? Killing someone with the sword. So the Ibu and the Herod. These are the people who are put to death. Remember, the other word for Herod is Saif. But again, classically is called Herod, decapitation with the sword. So these are the people who are killed with the sword. Who are they? Number one, Harotzeach, someone who murders someone else. Okay, number two, Gan Shegari Dachas. Remember, Yeri Dachas is a city which worship Hevel Zara. So hello for myself. Allah knows the city is put to death. It's killed by sight. Rothschild Shrika Esrei, the Evan Oberbarzon, or a murderer who killed someone, killed his friend, killed with a stone or with iron. The Kalash Allah will Sokamai. So these sutras are going to get very interesting. Now, Kalash also Sokamai means he holds his friend's head under the water. So he holds his friend's head under the water. Or he holds his friend in the fire. But again, you understand the point. So you know, all this other art, it always struck me that Asian could also mean fellow, doesn't have to be a brother. But it is interesting that, because the Torah itself also does this, that whenever there should be other shores used for someone else, not him, someone else. I would say it's fascinating to see, in general, like Rabbi Nachman writes that when one commits an Avera, every Avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the Avera, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Like in the moment that I could have been doing the Avera, in the moment that I was doing the Avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss. It's true for personally as well. Right? For every person that I harm, and for every enemy, they could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah got going first. See here, Ruben is holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him Re'ehu. It didn't have so there's that duality. There's that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so it pulls him into the fire. And listen, now we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire. And therefore, he dies. Chayev, ultimately, and Ruben is going to be chayev for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case. What happens if Ruben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately, again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. He makes and he dies. Potter. In those cases, we're going to have Potter. So we'll say this is quite fascinating. Even though Ruben pushed him into the water, and even though Ruben pushed him into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Ruben is not liable. She sabats if again Ruben goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. She's was as I know. Potter ultimately is Potter. Why? Because also this is going to be a case of drama. This is causation. Here, Ruben is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It's the snake that is damaging. Even though again, Ruben riled it up. You should pause and hush. What happens if Ruben took the snake? Right? Literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. It was an interesting enough. It's the venom that kills Shimon, not Ruben. What's the halacha over here? So the Rosh Rabbi Yehuda says, no, in that case, that's direct Torah, and therefore Ruben is going to be chayiv. the Chachamim kosher, the Chachamim on the other hand say that Ruvain is going to be potter. I just want to say a lot to talk about in this sukkah. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel. It named Marlo Ne'emra Yad, the Barzal. So this is very interesting. First Rashi in the Gemara, last short line in Rashi. Lo Ne'emra Yad, Mash Ne'emra Be'even Yad, but the tree eats Yad. So we'll say in the sukkahs where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuven kills Shimon Be'even Yad, Even Yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really mean to understand is that Yad means that you have the ability to kill someone, with that evan. In other words, halacha we're going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's actually on bringing a death, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Ruben takes a pebble, a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon, and somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they get out things, but it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, however it is, and he dies, Ruben's not going to be fighting for that. Because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause that. So that's why I told you use Lashon of Yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same Lashon of Yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Barzal is precaution. Because ultimately, again, Barzal is different. Yeah, when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shabar's name is Kachoshu, that iron has the ability to kill even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Fichach will nitna Torah both shear. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. Listen, what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabar Zolim is compulsion with the third white line from the bottom. Id Kiva Shetov Egrom Ma'at Veshet Obeligo. That because iron can stab. So because iron can stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't keep the rest of it. Yad means the enemy to kill someone has to have a shield in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, about when I say without a shield, ultimately again there's going to be liability. I mean, the guys in this house, but this is all seen as what? This is all seen as about when myself, one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be fatal. Okay. The Kalvash was something like, listen, let's read this, and I remember the Mishnah said, if Reuben goes and holds a sheep under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this, the Gemara says, the Isha Abu Sekamash Malon, the Sefer Abu Sekamash Malon, both the Reish and the Sefer at the beginning and the end of the Brisa, both teach us tremendous lessons, wonderful lessons. Here you go. So the Reish Abu Sekamash Malon, in the first case, the Mishnah teaches us, Afagav, the Lav Iudafo, Kevan de Yafal Lalos Mishan, Imes, Chayiv. So let's say in case number one of the Mishnah, what's case number one? Case number one is where Reuven holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuven is high. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. Or Reuven didn't put him there, or Reuven didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the Risha is, Shimon's already in the water, Reuven didn't put him there. But if Reuven comes up, right? Reuven didn't push him in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuven comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuven did not place him there. Sefer Abu Sekamash Malon. What's the chiddush of the Sefer? Afagav v'dafo kivan v'yafalalas misham umeis pater. The chiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in the Sefer? Reuven pushed Shimon into the water. Now again, and let's say Shimon dies. Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so. Even though he was only in the water because Reuven pushed him there, Reuven will not be liable. Incredible. How much we know it? We'll say, how do we know that There's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire. In other words, here I didn't create these circumstances, right? Reuven and Shimon may already be in the water, or really Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuven holds his head under the water or holds it in the fire, that Reuven is liable? It's very interesting. Over Shmuel, the Pasuk says, Obe'eva, Obe'eva. Or if Reuven treats Shimon and a Nasi, very true. She must have made the Obe'eva Hiko. If he hits him, he hits her at a Nasi. That goes to Summit Sons. So this goes ahead and this goes ahead and includes Mitzanse. What does Mitzanse mean? Literally again, restricted. Restricted. Mitzanse means holding someone in place. In this case over here, holding his head under water. Holding his in the fire. The person is a tremendous has to do this as well. And it's interesting. How does the Torah define the Masim? What's involved? Mitzanse. What does Mitzanse mean? Sometimes when you restrict a person, you don't allow a person to move. You don't allow this is what this is. Sometimes, especially in relationships, you back people into corners. They cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's simsul. When you constrict a person, that's evil. That's animosity. It's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them feel powerful in relationships. There's a natural Yitzhahara. Whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image, right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming them, creating beautiful things. What you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzantzim someone, when you constrict someone, the Gemara says that's evil. That's animosity. Incredible. Hogava. Story. There was a guy, the mitzantzim other place, the Chabad B'Shem Shah Umesa. So Reuven had Shimon's animal, and what did Reuven do? Reuven tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. He gets exposed, the animal died. So what's halacha? Ravina said that the guy was potter. I didn't call him Reuven. Rabbi said he was potter. Okay, so what's going on here? Ravina Mechayev. So Ravina says, of course he's chayev. Why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same as an intentional one. But only in extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, so we know that when it comes to murder, right, even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as Russell. Yet I will say, what's the halacha? If you keep a person, basically Reuben keeps Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? He's chayiv. So to again, Rabbi wants to suggest in halacha makes in this case over here that Reuben tied up Shimon's animals, that Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun, and God is going to result in exposure. Reuben is going to be chayiv. So the top of Ayin Zayin Nizikin. Sha'asam and Shogig Kumation, but only Spirasai. I will say that remember here when it comes to Nizikin, when it comes to damages. Now what's the talk about damages? We'll say it's just not damages. Accidental damage is the same thing as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Rothschild. Why? Why is that? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating phrase? Not the operating concept by Nizikin. Adam Muad Viola. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it comes to damages, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, it was an accident." Okay, I forgive you. Yeah, right? Oh, it was only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Yeah, you're always responsible for damages. That's what this covenant is very interesting. So when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and ratzon, yet you're hired for confining someone, right? If Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, you can be hired for that. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties Shimon's animal in the sun and the animal dies, he's going to be hired for that. Bachar says, no, there's part of why. Why is it that ultimately the Misharshi of Acha Barav is potter. Why is that? Amekra, most Dumas Amaker Lotseach. So what's it? The Pasuk says that the murderer will be put to death. Rotseach Udechayev Lon with something, then Ezekiel Lo Chayev Lon with something. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Shar Shias is fascinating. Sorry. Rabbi Achaz idea is like this. The thing of Mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by Ezekiel, by damages. I'm sorry, excuse me. The idea of Mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by Rotseach. Ultimately, again, the din of Mitzamtzim is not brought up by Ezekiel. Which was I want to point out. Remember, just point out, Merch asked, how do you know that you're Kai from Mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're Kai for confining someone in a situation that results in their death? So remember again, what did you have? Remember, says, Ope Eva, he called the adult, the Amos. Remember, learn that from Ope Eva. That's how you make this murder. So the Acha will say, the concept of Mitzamtzim is not brought down in a case of murder. It's not brought down in a case of murder. And therefore it doesn't apply. Those both say this is really quite fascinating. You see, understand that this one make my focus over here. So according to Rabbi, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own torah. But if let's say here in this case, where Reuben takes Shim's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move and the animal dies, the Bach is going to say, you're not chayiv for that. That's not good. It's not good. Or you don't, obviously, that Bach doesn't condone it. But there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokes. So again, Rabbi understands that the din of Mitzamtzim applies both by bloodshed as well as by Nesikin. The Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by Nesikin. Incredible. Amar Rava, another example. I'll tell you this as we go along. So halacha my son. The Rambam Paskins like Rabbi, that we hold that Mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by Nesikin. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties up Shim's animal in the sun, and the animal's going to die from heat exposure, and the animal dies from heat exposure, ultimately Reuben's chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces of it to qualify with the rest of the stuff. But just understand, nugget number one, asking like what's number one, nugget number whatever, President Gravina, that one is chayiv from Mitzamtzim for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, as well as by Nesikin damage. Okay, let's go back to Amarava. Very interesting. What happens if Reuben ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? Whatever, 5 years later, Shimon's had no food, no water, have another person who's not got food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rabbi says that Reuben is pater. Reuben is pater. Rabbi say now, why? Like what sounds very strange. Let's take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kavso mizbarav. B'shar shetapso ein kan dar haliga. Ba'arav b'al me'ilot b'holik b'pazak la'achar zman kol shah v'lo damin etzamtzim b'mayim u'gor d'hori b'zuman. Just listen to this. Essentially, Rabbi Paskin that Mitzamtzim opens someone in place, and then dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the effect. So, for example, Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater. Right? So Reuben is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there. Right, similarly again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben tied Shimon's animal up and placed in the sun. The sun is there. The sun is there. But in the case where, let's say, Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be tied. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up, Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he's not, but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Like there was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. Also, obviously, in the eyes of that British I'm sure the Rebbe is not smiling at Reuben for what he's done. We're talking about a very technical, realistic framework. Is there liability or not? Is he executing for what he did? Was it's a very important principle. In order to be hired for something, for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Bamarava, another example. Bamarava, Kafsa Bechama Umes. It's Sino Umes Chayim. If Reuben tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied him up in the freezing cold. Ultimately, then Reuben and then Shimon dies. Chayim. Ultimately, again, so Reuben is maybe Chayim. But on the other hand, so Kama Lavo, so Tzina Lavo. Let's say Reuben ties Shimon up at night, and at night it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to midday, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuben's puzzled. Why? See my idea why? Because at the time that Reuben tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be putter. But Sof Kamalavo, Sof Tzina Lavo, putter. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the Rabbi says, Kafsa with Neari. So this is very interesting. If Reuben tied Shimon up in front of a lion, putter. That's quite fascinating. Reuben is putter. So listen now, why is that? Go to Rashi. Rashi right across. Kafsa with Neari putter. Di'inani lo haya kafos. Lo haya yakala hasa asal Neari. That was absolutely not asked this way. This is fascinating. Why? Because also, clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, so Rabbi says, right? If Reuben put, and it was the idea over here is we're going to see this. That the mice, I remember again, the wild animal, we saw this in the Mishnah about Shisabas citing the dog. Those cases seem a lot more like drama, like causation, because it's not moving creation, or rather what is it? It's the lying creation. It's the fact that moving went ahead and tied Shimon up, okay, it's turns to be a window that have to do some time. So I welcome my son. This happens to be, we're going to see, but I'm not asking that things like that actually hide. But again, we'll see it from there. Rabbi says, because of the Arifat, sir, if they Yitushin hide. This is very interesting. If Reuben ties Shimon up with Yitushin, what are Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. It's like this was like this, as a result of prolonged gnat sting. Yeah, there's something disease or whatever else reaction. So when I said, what's the idea here? Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Like I should point out, he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up now, that ultimately again results in his death. So Rashi says, even with Rashi says no, even with fishing, even with gnats, he's still going to be puzzled. Why? Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat never comes, this gnat never goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat never that goes ahead and causes his death. But again, the death force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So we'll say, so again, nugget of information over here, same ideas before. In order to be chayiv from the sun, so we established number one, you're chayiv from the sun, same both by receiving as well by Nisa, by Roseh, as well as by receiving. Nugget number two, you're only chayiv from the sun, same if the death force is present at the time that you tied up the individual. Incredible. So let's go like that. Says the Gemara. It's Mari. Kafa love this is very interesting. If let's say we put Shimon right next to the barrel, and he put the barrel over Shimon, like not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. Rashi says over here, at the right across to the right, Kafa love this, umeis havla. And ultimately, again, apparently the shoe was going ahead and putting the barrel over someone is suffocate. Over time, they will suffocate. So the Gemara is parallel to this, the parallel mazika or Shimon sleeping. And what does Reuben do? Ruben goes ahead and opens up a piece of the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while Shimon is sleeping and ultimately kills him. Rashi says over here, so he opens up the ceiling and cold air comes in. So ultimately again, Rabbi Zera, Chad Amar Chayiv, Chad Amar Pater. Machlokas, Rava and Rabbi Zera. One says Chayiv, one says Pater. What's going on here? This time the Rava who does Pater. So I say the Pashtos, Rava is the one who says Pater. Why? Because what did Rava say? Pater Rava, Kafso of Neis Berat Pater. Then we ever say Rava was one who just said that if Reuben ties Shimon up and Shimon later dies of starvation, that Reuben is Pater. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time of the time up. So again, the consciousness in this case as well. When Reuben goes ahead and puts the barrel of the Shimon again, right now there's air. Right now there's air. Or when he opens up the ceiling, right now there's a draft. But when again, one can make the argument that the death force is not present, and therefore it will be part in this case as well. Tushimar says not necessarily. This time is Rabbi Zeri. Maybe not. Maybe this price is actually Rabbi Zeri. How so? How so? Gemara says, I'm sorry. This time Rabbi Zeri, he Damar Pata. Maybe it's Rabbi Zeri won't take the Pata. Why? What Rabbi Zeri? Rabbi Zeri, listen to this. I mind the idea that Chavei the base and the Shisha. If someone takes his friend, right? He takes his friend into a house made of marble, and what's in that? Again, the Chavei to hear back to the base of the Shisha. Shesasum below, so that he have or behind there, a house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. The Adlik Shraga remains, and then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Who's in the chayiv? This is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is it chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuben do? What is Reuben doing? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So think about it. So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Now the Gemara says, now the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. What you can infer from this is I did not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in the airtight hole. I say we not be chayiv, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the Gemara says, time of the Adlik Shraga. The reason everything is chayiv is because of the candle. How no Adlik Shraga low? If he would not have lit the candle, he would not be chayiv. So it could very well be that our vice offensive view, Rabbi Zera, to which the Gemara says, not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, I'm sorry, low upper. The Gemara says, it's not necessarily to chayiv. I'll tell you why. Asam, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, the low struggle of us still have one. In the case of the airtight hole, the issue of Yavosa is kind of the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also takes the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, Shimon would have been just fine for some prolonged amount of time, and would have been fine. But Maskal Havla B'Shaiti on the days. Haka, in the case of here, the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, low Shaganami Maskal Havla B'Shaiti. So as I say, interestingly enough, so the Gemara says, so the cases are not really comparable. Hasam below struggle of Maskal, but without the candle, the putrid air would not have started right time, but over here, below struggle, Nami Maskal Havla B'Shaiti. But up here, ultimately, again, without the candle, the putrid air begins. So Lav Nafka, it's compared both cases. That wasn't interestingly enough, the way we pass in this case over here is we pass now. So the interest, what comes out of here is not focus. Right? So Reuben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or Reuben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof, that's when it becomes cold. So what is the halacha? What is the halacha? It's my focus. Now the only my focus is ultimately who says what. But it's clear that there is a fundamental focus as to whether or not, again, there is liability in this particular case. So as I say, this case, we'll have to see exactly what happens. Because this case is a little bit different. Because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate. It's prolonged. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the barrel, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not his impact. So we'll see this case in Eretz Hashem, what we do with this case. Because this is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case, we'll be back with the Rambam. We'll Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halakhic view for us. We'll just point out how incredibly striking this luxury over here is. That Kafa reigns is right? So what happens? So Lilin is putting Shimon a barrel like the Lashon was Kafa Aleg Gis. Lilin goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This Lashon is very reminiscent, right? Why is it reminiscent? It's the same Lashon as the Gemara in Sefer Shabbos uses for our seal, right? That the Gemara says the beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara, which will lift it up the mountain over us and what? Held it over us this like a barrel. So what's fascinating about a barrel is good information to know. Don't put on the inside of the barrel. Why not? Because if it tips over in front of you, apparently you can suffocate inside of a barrel. The Rothschild was telling us something about the sometimes a person can feel like they're suffocating in the inside. It can happen. It can happen. The person feels overwhelmed by this overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon us. Sometimes the easiest Torah can ultimately feel overwhelming. Almost as if I could describe it as validated that we don't work in all moments where I know what I have to do or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming. It feels very overwhelming and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rosh is saying, I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at times it can be beautiful, at times it can be inspiring, and at times it can actually be suffocating. That's the end of life. Sometimes when someone is struggling with something, let's say toxic positivity. What's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, and we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, you go, what do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. So you're going to be fine. And what's your often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands, right? Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I get around. I know I'm at the right. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want you to do. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Don't tell. I know it's going to be okay. I know I'm strong. I'll remain standing. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me I understand. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're this particular. Or there's something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. I think it was the practice over here is that we didn't learn that. We didn't learn that toxic positivity is truly toxic. And sometimes the best thing you do for someone is just build empathy and just be there for them. Cover how you do this. I got it. This Torah thing, this English type thing, it's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. That's it. No, but you can do it, right? But you'll be great. No. Just know, just know that at the end of the day, I'm going to, as Baruch says, I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. I, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibility is going to feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go like that. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabba, Dak Folavar is a very interesting case. Dak Folavar, the Sulam Abar, listen to this. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to see what's happening over here. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a heaven, right? A pit, you've seen this before, it's like a Baba commentates, right? That a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, in Shimon's case, in the pit, he's going to die. The good news is, there's a ladder. But what happens? what happens? Now, to just understand the timeline of events. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along, someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Afilu, who? Kadam Silva. Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuben is Potter. Why is Reuben Potter? But even at the Shachim, Yachalalos. Listen, the fact over here is, as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? Remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So it says, just to show you, just to even illustrate the most dramatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuben standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder is there. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuben takes out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to be fine. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the nice of the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is so go, Kadam if you also shows that. But even if the Shaji Yachalalos, the Fatra Aditya, you should see the Ramazas, the Yuve, the drama Ba'al. So it's especially since at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuben himself then took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground. Ultimately, again, Reuben is not going to be held. It's incredible. So the Rabbi says, similar idea. Zara takes this Biago. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. Shimon had a shield. Shimon had a shield. There's someone that after they shot the arrow, someone came in from the shield. After the retard of an apple, or even if Reuben himself took the shield, Potter, Reuben's going to be Potter. Why? Because even the Shaki day makes such a day. For Vaisal, there was others. Remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow, what was the Messias? What was the Messias? Shimon cannot be hurt by the arrow. So therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuben is not going to be fired. Even if, actually, again, let's say Reuben is lightning fast, he shoots the arrow, and someone else shoots the arrow, he grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon, Reuben's going to be butter, because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. Incredible. So the man says as follows. Another case. Good. Amrava. Zark is, let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon, the salmon and the arrow. But it's okay, because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. For an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was going to pierce him. He had a bandage, he had an antiseptic, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and it would have been just fine. Okay? So after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the root of the Israel, or Reuben himself came and stole the medication. Potter, ultimately, Reuben is very Potter. Why? But even the Shagabe, both says all the same thing. In order to be high for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had a remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if Reuben himself was in pit, still going to be puzzled. Why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. On about you, Rashi says, after someone of the shop. The truth is, even if, right, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace. Right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. He's done with someone another. What happens in Halakha myself at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. Then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's the Halakha? In that case, ultimately, again, Reuben is not going to be fired. So listen, interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. he didn't have the remedy. But since halacha l'maisa, he did get the remedy before Ruben was brought to the Torah. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, Ruben would not be fine. Rabbi, we have to stop over for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all of these cases right now. Tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara.
So there's no space. I feel like the lights, day. So take a set of calls, base. I think that concept is really good. 2-inch ball. Two doors also for Havoc. Those take Havoc. I think so.
All right, Joe, say good morning, let us begin. You're making all of our sponsors for this morning sure to think. Howard Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar. I am Commentary sponsor, Dr. Day, Dr. Shbaba. We're getting to the election instructions this year. Wishing you Michael Talk 2. You're sure more than Commentary series and YouTube to our Bitcoin. Now we're talking about the economy, your connection to build by his family and himself, which endures at red as you shine the tools. Our Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Hadra, and Torah. Stephen Tarizin, and Rabbi Tariz's father, Dr. Harry Khan, and Steve Hirsch, and Yosef Hakoi, and the Ziv of the Levine and Bernie family, and Mr. William Ziv of Zed, Shmuel, and the Israel, and the Rafa. Welcome, United Lakamazora. All of them come Saturday, the families and come all of those who are first time given Coco, and so all of our hostages be shown and the color of our holy soldiers should be successful. We call back celebration. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Some really incredible tomorrow ahead of us. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76. 76. And we're picking up actually on Ayin Vav. We left off Ina, which is actually on 76. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. Last word on the line. So just remember again, we're introduced over here to the topic of streifa. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by streifa. And thereby you see as you become denominator, the types of infractions punishable by streifa, generally again are infractions which will immorality, which is become denominator everything we believe over here. So remember again, you're going to get to that Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships. A man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework from this. The rest is as follows. So we should say that just as a man is prohibited to his son's wife, so he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So the most right now, the same way is prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law through his son. He should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son. To which we must say, I'm a girl, Ishes bin Chobi. I'm sorry, Ishes bin Chobi. So the Pasuk says, remember, it's prohibited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. You should Ishes bin Chobi. We have to have you should Ishes bin Chobi. One is Chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not Chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. Which is interesting to see what we're doing over here. We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is prohibited to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? His son's wife. So now the man said, okay, so why do we say the parallel relationship again? Your wife's son's wife should also be assured too. And what's that? However, all of these relationships are assured. They're assured. The shayla is, are they assured for Rabbanan or are they assured for Alaisa? So your daughter-in-law, your son's wife is obviously assured for Alaisa. So the shayla is your wife's son's daughter, sorry, your wife's son's wife. Also, as we know, this message is saying no, because the pasuk says, Rabbi says, Kumnia, Benim Anlamı Domino That's Ross, no, Ross, so that was in the case, which is the sons goes back to yesterday's that remember again the abundant in focus in general. How do you actually zero Shabbos? How do you actually zero Shabbos? Do you say don't you know which means you're gonna say remember that because that's the target of the zero Shabbos. I should say the defining definition of the zero Shabbos comes from the source item or no don't you know the Asura who's ultimately the resulting quantity focuses on the destination of the Jerusalem, the second half of Jerusalem, the inside, is the moment. So she was lovely in reality. They were not going to know, they were not going to know what the Basra was. English of it says, the truth is, we came to meet this prohibition ultimately of white sons, white. Whereas the right of it, don't want to know. The one that says, I don't know the Shabbat, focus on the mission of a God that can define characteristics and qualities. So he said this, Mahu Kalasa Sura, just as an answer, this is not a typical case, right? We live in Iraqo. Right? So remember again, Ruben's Kala, who says Kala, this Kala is the law. Right? So remember again, his son's wife. Mahu Kalasa Sura, just as Ruben. After Kalasa Sura, which is so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Ruben. But if that's the case, now with this Kiva, now this Kiva, then you can say the same way that the relations with the God are fighting with his son's wife, that is punishable by Kiva. So something that the relations with his wife's son's wife, the God of his wife, it should also be punishable by Kiva. So he says, okay, Shemanja Amar Kiva Kabula Israel, but the thing that says, First was line, I involve our 76 what's the problem? Now we're doing again, I listen for you don't yourself, so maybe again, you should be so that I'm sure let's give up. How about we do Shiva is so far? So the problem is see relationships don't run up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. Very certain moral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between relationships on this side versus her side. So we're trying to find opposition to say that just like he can't have relations with you for his son's wife, so for his wife's side, he also said it to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, not just is, you see, the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother, first of all. If you have relations with his mother, it's Tzibah. If you have relations with her mother, it's Srefa. It's Srefa, right? That's what the exclusive sitting of the semester is that you can't go ahead and now you have relations with a woman and your mother because of a Srefa. Since the symmetry doesn't line up. So much usually the Srefa, well, second one, like, well, Vita is Srefa, so kind of also the schema. Furthermore, again, you see this concept of relationship is used, but here we have relations with Ruffles' daughter, because that's Srefa. Again, that's an explicit concept of woman and her daughter. That's Srefa. And yet, again, Kalasa, one of the Israelis would be have relations with Ruffles' son's wife, i.e., girl of whose wife, in that schema. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. So which reminds me, it's a problem with the maximum of the which is that's not such a casual life. The beat of the same of the Kalasa schema. We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if you're going to have relations with his brother, it's straight up. And yet, even if you're going to have relations with his brother-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that's a schema. Ella Mahu Lokalakta Bo Baby Mola Kalasa. The issue just is that, at least from Will's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, For example, his mother and his daughter from his son are symmetrical. They're both Muslifa. So when we look up the book, they know the Kabbalah. So just like for Ruben himself, again, it was like so much of what we're doing in these privileged relationships is creating continuity generations above and generations below. So when we look from Ruben's perspective, so again, when we look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. So again, on her side, it should be the same thing. You should say there should be the same punishment if you have a relationship with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter to her son. And Gemara says, "Umuvagara Seifa Chamura Mehakoshe Leibere." According to the it says that Seifa's Mokama ultimately again based on this question, we would not be able to conduct this entire thing. Okay. So the answer was that's the first side of this. The second side of this would not be according to the long run's construct. The long run's construct is sort of just the over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, which I'm not trying to make a suggestion, but just as we know, if you're not allowed to have relations with your daughter-in-law, in other words, the daughter defined by his son's wife, Imam wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter to his wife. You might suggest that the Rabbi saying that you is whichever way you get to say the Shabbat is not going to work. And this thing is not going to work. So for example, right now, don't know what it is as well. So not so then what if you do that actually come by saying that literally we define characteristics of the different that we're going to be defined by the whole destination of the theater Shabbat. So it's like this. Imagine how much just as we did, right? Even if one of our favorites, like Israel's having his son's wife. Kalasasuya, which is the same thing. You can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. When we put that on scale, so you have to look at let them focus on the destination of that theory. Possibly to the schema. So again, if you've been going to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that was the schema. That was the schema. About Rachel's schema, or if you have relations with his Oklahoma, i.e. his son's wife, that's a schema. So you actually hold it off. And the fact that money because Russell again, money was in his side, it's unsymmetrical. But remember, if you're in a relation with his mother, generation up, and her relation with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, Sveifa. Sveifa, he mentions, Remanda Amar, so put it in the next that's really not common. That's the common question. Now the restriction is the schema. Right? So when you see that it's so wrong, so with this mother of the schema, come out to she had the Sveifa. We have a whole records mother of the Sveifa. No, Mahu Khalak the ball, the Yitala Kalasa. Abu Kaplan fought the Yitala Kalasa. So it's saying that there's distinction, the prohibition for Ruben between his brother and his daughter-in-law. So on one side, there should be a distinction between his brother and his daughter-in-law. And the other hand is Sveifa Kaplan. And basically, they said that Sveifa ultimately is what comes with schema. The Hakushya, it's based on special conjunction because actually not halacha. Sveifa was an interesting word, but not seem to be able to prove this idea. But that's the thing if I wanted to say that the same way that Ruben is the other from his son, like his son's wife, is tortured by Sveifa. So too, again, his daughter through his wife. I'm sorry, I need his son's wife. His son's wife is probably a bunch of us here, Bob. So it should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter from his wife, Rachel's son's wife. She also bunch of us here, Bob. So I'm not sure if both Abai and Rabbi agree that that is not halacha. Abai says it based on a custom. Rabbi says either way, Jewish Shabbat is not going to work. Jewish Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay. So as our position, once again, because we were still awesome, so I said, I just need to suggesting that we need not be published in Sveifa. Okay, so we want to invite her. Because as I was thinking of assessment, I was in this, what happens if Ruben violates Rachel? he violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if woman has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by sleifa? That's called bid'ah me'anasaso. So a daughter, as a result of woman that he violated. Meaning, having a sex relationship like that is punishable by sleifa. Which the Gemara says, I'm not married, kavachomer. It's kavachomer. However, kavachomer. Albas pizza, al pizza, lotoshki, tzakis. If l'maisa, even is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, that's equal labor. Allah has told the Talmud only one son, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of a violation of violating the mother. So the Gemara says. So if you don't cheat, I think that's like you can't prove once you have a concept that you can't prove alcoholers, through a sorry, you can't create capital punishment through a alcohol. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, giving us about it. No, it's not even capital, it's Zahis. Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his brother, especially by state law. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter, whether she's his relative in the marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter. And therefore, there's going to be liability for relations. Incredible. Rabbi says, I'm going to be stuck by Asya, Ina, Asya, Sina. Okay, Rabbi, on the other hand, this is the Lord of the Adam, the Lord of the Shabbat, Ina, Zima. Okay, Tani Abiyah, Rabbi, if you show the harm, you beat them in a sasso, puts your across of Roma, Ubas Ishkon. So let's listen to this. So the Lord says, because we do not live in a place, we don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit passage that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who he fathered through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is chayiv sleifa. Because there's no explicit passage that says that. Puts your hand on the Roma, the passage means to say, Ubas Ishkon. So the verse is Kima, Bas calling to the Sleifa, very ball of the Sleifa. So this was remember because of what we were talking about. A Bas Ishkon,